Ancient times, at the peak of the Great Pyramid of Giza, there stood a magnificent capstone made of gold. It disappeared in antiquity. A collection of wonders from around the world. Title of a collection of documents written by Callimachus of Cyrene, chief librarian of the Alexandria Museum, lost when the famous library was destroyed in 48 B.C. Cower in fear, cry in despair, you wretched mortals, for that which giveth great power also takes it away. For lest the Ben be placed at sacred site on sacred ground, at sacred height, within 7 sunsets of the arrival of Ra's prophet, at the high point of the 7th day, the fires of Ra's implacable destroyer will devour us all. 4,500-year-old hieroglyphic inscription found on the summit of the Great Pyramid at Giza, in the place where the capstone once stood. I have both held and beheld unlimited power, and of it I know but one thing. It drives men mad. Alexander the Great. First Mission. The Colossus. Sudan, March 14, 2006. 6 days before Tartarus. The greatest statue in history. It towered like a god above the mouth of Mandrake Harbor, the main port of the island state of Rhodes, much like the Statue of Liberty does today in New York. Finished in 282 B.C. after 12 years of construction, it was the tallest bronze statue ever constructed. At a stupendous 110 feet, it loomed above even the tallest ship that passed by. It was crafted in the shape of the Greek sun god Helios, muscled and strong, wearing a crown of olive leaves and a necklace of massive golden pendants, and holding a flaming torch aloft in his right hand. Experts continue to argue whether the great statue stood astride the entrance to the harbor, or at the end of the long breakwater that formed one of its shores. Either way, in its time, the Colossus would have been an awesome sight. Curiously, while the Rhodians built it in celebration of their victory over the Antigonids, who had laid siege to the island of Rhodes for an entire year, the statue's construction was paid for by Egypt. By 2 Egyptian pharaohs, in fact, Ptolemy I and his son Ptolemy II. But while it took man 12 years to build the Colossus of Rhodes, it took nature 56 years to ruin it. When the great statue was badly damaged in an earthquake in 226 B.C., it was again Egypt who offered to repair it. This time the new pharaoh, Ptolemy III. It was as if the Colossus meant more to the Egyptians than it did to the Rhodians. Fearing the gods who had felled it, the people of Rhodes declined Ptolemy III's offer to rebuild the Colossus, and the remainder of the statue was left to lie in ruins for nearly 900 years, until A.D. 654, when the invading Arabs broke it up and sold it off in pieces. One mysterious footnote remains. A week after the Rhodians declined Ptolemy III's offer to re-erect the Colossus, the head of the mammoth fallen statue, all 16 feet of it, went missing. The Rhodians always suspected that it was taken away on an Egyptian freighter barge that had left Rhodes earlier that week. The head of the Colossus of Rhodes was never seen again. Angareb Swamp, base of the Ethiopian highlands, Kassala Province, Eastern Sudan, March 14, 2006, 4:55 p.m. 6 days before the arrival of Tartarus. The 9 figures raced through the crocodile-infested swamp on foot, moving fast, staying low. The odds were stacked against them. Their rivals numbered in excess of 200 men. They had only 9. Their rivals had massive logistical and technical support, choppers, floodlights for night work, and boats of every kind, gunboats, houseboats, communications boats, 3 giant dredging barges for the digging, and that wasn't even mentioning the temporary dam they'd managed to build. The 9 were only carrying what they'd need inside the mine. And now, the 9 had just discovered a third force was on its way to the mountain, close behind them, a much larger and nastier force than that of their immediate foes, who were nasty enough. By any reckoning, it was a hopelessly lost cause, with enemies in front of them and enemies behind them, but the 9 kept running anyway, because they had to. They were a last-ditch effort, the last throw of the dice. They were the very last hope of the small group of nations they represented. Their immediate rivals, a coalition of European nations, had found the northern entrance to the mine 2 days ago and were now well advanced in its tunnel system. A radio transmission that had been intercepted an hour before revealed that this pan-European force, French troops, German engineers, and an Italian project leader, had just arrived at the third gate inside the mine. Once they breached that, they would be inside the grand cavern itself. They were progressing quickly, which meant they were also well versed in the difficulties found inside the mine. Fatal difficulties. Traps. But the Europeans' progress hadn't been entirely without loss. 3 members of their point team had died gruesome deaths in a snare on the first day. But the leader of the European expedition, a Vatican-based Jesuit priest named Francisco del Piero, had not let their deaths slow him down. Single-minded, unstoppable, and completely devoid of sympathy, del Piero urged his people onward. Considering what was at stake, the deaths were an acceptable loss. The 9 kept charging through the swamp on the south side of the mountain, heads bent into the rain, feet pounding through the mud. They ran like soldiers, low and fast, with balance and purpose, ducking under branches, hurdling bogs, always staying in single file. In their hands, they held guns, MP7s, M16s, Steyr Augs. In their thigh holsters were pistols of every kind. On their backs, packs of various sizes, all bristling with ropes, climbing gear, and odd-looking steel struts. And above them, soaring gracefully over the treetops, was a small shape, a bird of some sort. 7 of the 9 were indeed soldiers. Crack troops, special forces, all from different countries. The remaining 2 members were civilians, the elder of whom was a long-bearded 65-year-old professor named Maximilian T. Epper, call sign, Wizard. The 7 military members of the team had somewhat fiercer nicknames: Huntsman, Witch Doctor, Archer, Bloody Mary, Saladin, Matador, and Gunman. Oddly, however, on this mission they had all acquired new call signs: Woodsman, Fuzzy, Stretch, Princess Zoe, Pooh Bear, Naughty, and Big Ears. These revised call signs were the result of the 9th member of the team, a little girl of 10. The mountain they were approaching was the last in a long spur of peaks that ended near the Sudanese-Ethiopian border. Down through these mountains, flowing out of Ethiopia and into the Sudan, poured the Angareb River. Its waters paused briefly in this swamp before continuing on into the Sudan, where they would ultimately join the Nile. The chief resident of the swamp was Crocodilus niloticus, the notorious Nile crocodile. Reaching sizes of up to 20 feet, the Nile crocodile is known for its great size, its brazen cunning, and its ferocity of attack. It is the most man-eating crocodilian in the world, killing upwards of 300 people every year. While the 9 were approaching the mountain from the south, their EU rivals had set up a base of operations on the northern side, a base that looked like a veritable floating city. Command boats, mess boats, barracks boats, and gunboats, the small fleet connected by a network of floating bridges and all facing toward the focal point of their operation, the massive coffer dam that they had built against the northern flank of the mountain. It was, one had to admit, an engineering masterpiece, a 110-yard-long, 40-foot-high, curved retaining dam that held back the waters of the swamp to reveal a square stone doorway carved into the base of the mountain, 40 feet below the waterline. The artistry on the stone doorway was extraordinary. Egyptian hieroglyphs covered every square inch of its frame, but taking pride of place in the very center of the lintel stone that surmounted the doorway was a glyph often found in pharaonic tombs in Egypt. 2 figures, bound to a staff, bearing the jackal head of Anubis, the Egyptian god of the underworld. This was what the afterlife had in store for grave robbers, eternal bondage to Anubis. Not a nice way to spend eternity. The message was clear. Do not enter. The structure inside the mountain was an ancient mine delved during the reign of Ptolemy I, around the year 300 BC. During the Great Age of Egypt, the Sudan was known as Nubia, a word derived from the Egyptian word for gold, Nub. Nubia, the land of gold. And indeed it was. It was from Nubia that the ancient Egyptians sourced the gold for their many temples and treasures. Records unearthed in Alexandria revealed that this mine had run out of gold 70 years after its founding, after which it gained a second life as a quarry for the rare hard stone, diorite. Once it was exhausted of diorite, around the year 226 BC, Pharaoh Ptolemy III decided to use the mine for a very special purpose. To this end he dispatched his best architect, Imhotep V, and a force of 2,000 men. They would work on the project in absolute secrecy for 3 whole years. The northern entrance to the mine had been the main entrance. Originally, it had been level with the waterline of the swamp, and through its doors a wide canal bored horizontally into the mountain. Barge loads of gold and diorite were brought out of the mine via this canal. But then Imhotep V had come and reconfigured it. Using a temporary dam, not unlike the one the European force was using today, his men had held back the waters of the swamp while his engineers had lowered the level of the doorway, dropping it 40 feet. The original door was bricked in and covered over with soil. Imhotep had then disassembled the dam and allowed the swamp waters to flood back over the new doorway, concealing it for over 2,000 years. Until today. But there was a second entrance to the mine, a lesser-known one, on the south side of the mountain. It was a back door, the end point of a slipway that had been used to dispose of waste during the original digging of the mine. It, too, had been reconfigured. It was this entrance that the 9 were seeking. Guided by the tall, white-bearded wizard, who held in one hand a very ancient papyrus scroll, and in the other a very modern sonic resonance imager, they stopped abruptly on a mud mound about 90 yards from the base of the mountain. It was shaded by 4 bending lotus trees. "Here," the old fellow called, seeing something on the mound. "Oh dear, the village boys did find it." In the middle of the muddy dome, sunk into it, was a tiny square hole, barely wide enough for a man to fit into. Stinking brown mud lined its edges. You'd never see it if you weren't looking for it. But it just so happened that this hole was exactly what Professor Max T. Epper was searching for. He read quickly from his papyrus scroll. In the Nubian swamp to the south of Soter's mine, among Sobek's minions, find the 4 symbols of the lower kingdom. Therein lies the portal to the harder root. Epper looked up at his companions. 4 lotus trees. The lotus was the symbol of the lower kingdom. Sobek's minions are crocodiles, since Sobek was the Egyptian crocodile god, in a swamp to the south of Soter's mine, Soter being the other name for Ptolemy I. Well, this is it. A small wicker basket lay askew next to the muddy hole, the kind of basket used by rural Sudanese. Oh, those stupid, stupid boys. Wizard kicked the basket away. On their way here, the 9 had passed through a small village. The villagers claimed that only a few days ago, lured by the Europeans' interest in the mountain, 4 of their young men had gone exploring in the swamp. One of them had returned to the village, saying the other 3 had disappeared down a hole in the ground and not come out again. At this point, the leader of the 9 stepped forward, peered down into the hole. The rest of the team waited for him to speak. Not a lot was known about the leader of this group. Indeed, his past was veiled in mystery. What was known was this. His name was West, Jack West, Jr. Call sign, Huntsman. At 37, he had the rare distinction of being both military and university-trained. He had once been a member of the most elite Special Forces unit in the world, while at another time he had studied ancient history at Trinity College in Dublin under Max Epper. Indeed, in the 1990s, when the Pentagon had ranked the best soldiers in the world, only 1 soldier in the top 10 had not been an American. Jack West. He had come in at number 4. But then, around 1995, West disappeared off the international radar. Just like that. He was not seen at international exercises or on missions again, not even the Allied invasion of Iraq in 2003, despite his experience there during Desert Storm in '91. It was assumed he had quit the military, cashed in his points, and retired. Nothing was seen or heard of him for over 10 years. Until now. Now he had re-emerged. Supremely fit, he had dark hair and laser-sharp brown eyes that seemed perpetually narrowed. Apparently he had a winning smile, but that was something rarely seen. Today, like the rest of his team, he wore a decidedly non-military uniform, a rugged caramel-colored canvas jacket, tattered cargo pants, and steel-soled Salomon hiking boots that bore the scars of many previous adventures. His hands were gloved, but if you looked closely at the left cuff of his jacket, you might catch a glimpse of silver steel. Hidden under the sleeve, his entire left forearm and hand were artificial, mechanical. How it came to be that way, not many people knew, although one of those who did was Max Epper. Expertly trained in the art of war, classically trained in the lore of history, and fiercely protective of the little girl in his care, one thing about Jack West, Jr. was clear. If anyone could pull off this impossible mission, it was him. Just then, with a squawk, a small brown peregrine falcon swooped in from above the tree line and landed lightly on West's shoulder. The high-flying bird from before. It eyed the area around West imperiously, protectively. Its name? Horus. West didn't even notice the bird. He just stared down into the dark square hole in the mud, lost in thought. He brushed back some mud from the edge, revealing a hieroglyph cut into the rim. "We meet again," he said softly to the carving. He turned. "Glow stick." He was handed a glow stick, which he cracked and tossed down the hole. It fell for 20 feet, illuminating a pipe-like stone shaft on its way down before, splunk, it landed in water and revealed lots of crocodiles. Nile crocodiles. Snapping, snarling, and grunting, sliding over each other. "More of Sobek's minions," West said. "Nice. Very nice." Just then, the team's radio man, a tall Jamaican with bleached dreadlocks, a heavily pockmarked face, and tree-trunk-sized arms, touched his earpiece in alarm. His real name was V.J. Weatherly, his original call sign Witch Doctor, but everyone here just called him Fuzzy.
"Huntsman,"
he said.
"The Europeans just breached the third gate. They're inside the Grand Cavern. Now they're bringing in some kind of crane to overshoot the lower levels."
"Shit."
"It gets worse. The Americans just crossed the border. They're coming in fast behind us. Big force, 400 men, choppers, armor, with carrier-launched fighters support on the way. And the ground force is being led by the Thief."
That really got West's attention. The Thief, the Commander-in-Chief's in extremis force, spelled CIEF, was America's very best Special Operations Unit, a unit that answered only to the President and possessed the real-life equivalent of a license to kill. As West knew from hard experience, you didn't want to be around when the Thief arrived. He stood up. "Who's in command?" Fuzzy said ominously,
"Judah."
"I didn't think he'd come himself. Damn. Now we'd really better hurry." West turned to his team. "All right. Naughty, you've got sentry duty. Everybody else?" He pulled an odd-looking helmet from his belt, put it on. "It's time to rock and roll." And so into the subterranean dark they went. Fast. A steel tripod was erected above the pipe-like shaft, and, led by West, one after the other, 8 of the 9 abseiled down it on a rope strung from the tripod. One lone man, a dark-haired Spanish commando, once known as Matador, now Naughty, remained up top to guard the entrance. The entry shaft. West sizzled down the drop rope, shooting past 3 steeply slanted cross shafts that intersected with the main shaft. His falcon sat snugly in a pouch on his chest, while on his head he wore a weathered and worn fireman's helmet, bearing the badge FDNY Precinct 17. The battered helmet was fitted with a wraparound protective eye visor, and on the left side, a powerful pen-sized flashlight. The rest of his team wore similar helmets, variously modified with flashlights, visors, and cameras. West eyed the cross shafts as he slid down the rope. He knew what perils lay within them. "Everyone, stay sharp! I repeat, do not make any contact with the walls of this shaft!" He didn't, and they didn't. Safely, he came to the bottom of the rope. The atrium. West emerged from the ceiling at one end of a long stone-walled room, hanging from his drop rope. He did not lower himself all the way to the floor, just kept hanging, about 8 feet above it. By the eerie yellow light of his original glow stick, he beheld a rectangular room about 98 feet long. The room's floor was covered by a shallow layer of swamp water, water that was absolutely crawling with Nile crocodiles. Not an inch of floor space was crocodile-free. And directly beneath West, protruding half out of the water, were the waterlogged, half-eaten bodies of 2 20-something Sudanese men. The bodies lolled lifelessly as three big crocs took great crunching bites out of them. "Big ears," West said into his throat microphone. "There's a sight down here that's not PG-13. Tell Lily not to look down when you two reach the bottom of the rope."
"Righto to that, boss,"
came an Irish-accented reply over his earpiece. West fired a luminescent amber flare down the length of the atrium. It was as if the chamber came alive. Deeply cut lines of hieroglyphs covered the walls, thousands of them. And at the very far end of the chamber, West saw his goal. A squat trapezoidal doorway raised several feet off the watery floor. The eerie yellow glow of the flare also revealed one other important feature of the atrium, its ceiling. Embedded in the ceiling was a line of hand-rungs, leading to the far-raised doorway. Each rung, however, was lodged in a dark square hole that disappeared up into the ceiling itself. "Wizard," West said, "I've got hand-rungs."
"According to the inscription in Imhotep's tomb, we have to avoid the 3rd and the 8th rungs,"
Wizard's voice said.
"Drop cages above them. The rest are okay."
"Gotcha." The 8 traversed the atrium quickly, swinging hand over hand down the length of the chamber, avoiding the 2 suspect hand-rungs, their feet dangling just a few feet above the crocs. The little girl, Lily, moved in the middle of the group, clinging to the biggest trooper of the 9, her hands clasped around his neck, while he swung from rung to rung. The low tunnel. A long, low tunnel led away from the atrium, heading into the mountain. West and his team ran down it, all bent forward. Horace had been set free, and she flew out in front of West, gliding down the passageway. Lily ran fully upright. Water dripped from the low stone ceiling, but it hit their firemen's helmets and rolled off their curved backs, away from their eyes. The tunnel was perfectly square, 1.4 yards wide, 1.4 yards high. Curiously, these were exactly the same dimensions as the passageways inside the Great Pyramid at Giza. Like the entry shaft earlier, this horizontal tunnel was intersected by 3 cross shafts, only these were vertical and spanned the entire width of the tunnel, cutting across it via matching holes in the ceiling and floor. At one point, Lily's guardian, the large trooper named Big Ears, misstepped, landing on a trigger stone just before he leaped across one of the cross shafts. He knew his mistake immediately and stopped abruptly at the edge of the shaft, just as a gushing waterfall of swamp water came blasting out of the upper hole, forming a curtain of water in front of him, before disappearing into the matching hole in the floor. Had he jumped, the rush of water would have taken him and Lily down into the unknown depths of the lower hole. "Careful, brother dearest," the team member in front of him said, after the water had passed. She was the only woman in the group, and a member of the crack Irish commando unit, the Scihaun Fiannaglach an Adam. Old call sign, Bloody Mary. New one, Princess Zoe. Her brother, Big Ears, was also a member of the SFA. She reached out and caught his hand, and with her help, he leaped over the cross shaft, and with Lily between them, they took off after the others. The water chamber. The first gate. The low tunnel opened onto a chamber the size of a small chapel. Incongruously, the floor of this chamber seemed to be made up of a lush carpet of green grass. Only it wasn't grass. It was algae. And beneath the algae, water. A rectangular pool of perfectly flat, undisturbed water. And no crocs, not a single one. At the far end of the chamber, beyond the long, placid pool, just above the waterline, were 3 low rectangular holes burrowing into the far wall, each roughly the size of a coffin. An object floated in the pool near the entrance. West recognized it instantly. A human body. Dead. The third and last Sudanese man. Breathless, Wizard came up alongside West.
"Oh, ha-ha, the first gate. Oh, my, how clever. It's a false floor chamber, just like we saw beneath the volcano in Uganda. Ah, Imhotep V, he always respected the classic traps."
Max, West said.
"Oh, and it's connected to a Solomon's choice of spike holes. Oh, 3 holes, but only one is safe. Oh, this is some gate. I bet the ceiling is on rollers."
"Max, you can write a book about it later. The state of the water?"
"Oh, yes, sorry.
Wizard pulled a dipstick from a water testing kit on his belt and dipped it into the algae-covered pool. Its tip quickly turned a vivid red. Wizard frowned.
"Ooh, extremely high levels of the bloodworm Schistosoma mansoni. Be careful, my friend. This water is beyond septic. It's teeming with S. mansoni."
"What's that?" Big Ears asked from behind them. "It's a microscopic bloodworm that penetrates the body through the skin or any exposed orifice, then lays eggs in the bloodstream," West answered. Wizard added,
"Infection leads to spinal cord inflammation, lower body paralysis, and ultimately a cerebral aneurysm and death. Ancient grave robbers went mad after entering places like this. They blamed angry gods and mystical curses, but in all likelihood it was the S. mansoni. But at these levels, gosh, this water will kill you in minutes. Whatever you do, Jack, don't fall in."
"Okay, then," West said. "The jumpstone configuration."
"Oh, right. Hessler found it in Imhotep's sarcophagus."
The older man hurriedly pulled a very old and very worn leather-bound diary from his jacket pocket, started flipping pages. A false floor chamber was a fairly common booby trap in the ancient Egyptian world, mainly because it was very simple to build and exceedingly effective. It worked by concealing a safe pathway of stepping stones beneath a false layer of liquid, which could be anything really: quicksand, boiling mud, tar, or, most commonly, bacteria-infected water. You defeated a false floor chamber by knowing the location of the stepping stones in it. Wizard found the page he was after.
"Okay, here it is. Soter's Mine, Nubia, first gate, water chamber. 5x5 grid. The sequence of the jumpstones is 1, 3, 4, 1, 3.
1, 3, 4, 1, 3, West repeated. "And which spike hole? I'm going to have to choose quickly."
Key of life,"
Wizard said, consulting his notebook. "Thanks. Horus, chest." On command, the falcon immediately whizzed to West's chest and nestled in a pouch there. West then turned to the assembled group behind him. "Okay, folks, listen up. Everyone is to follow me closely. If our friend Imhotep V follows his usual modus operandi, as soon as I step on the first stepping stone, things are going to get frantic. Stay close because we won't have much time." West turned and contemplated the placid pool of algae-covered water. He bit his lip for a second. Then he took a deep breath. Then he jumped out into the chamber, out over the surface of the pool, angling his leap way out to the left. It was a long jump. He couldn't have just stepped that far. Watching, Wizard gasped. But rather than plunging into the deadly water, West landed lightly on the surface of the flat green pool, looking like he was walking on water. His thick-soled boots stood an inch deep. He was standing on some kind of stepping stone hidden underneath the algae-covered surface. Wizard exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Less obviously, West did too. But their relief was short-lived, for at that moment the trap mechanism of the water chamber came loudly and spectacularly to life. The ceiling started lowering. The entire ceiling of the chamber, a single great block of stone, began rumbling downward, descending toward the flat green pool. The intention was clear. In about 20 seconds it would reach the waterline and block all access to the 3 low rectangular holes at the far end of the room, which left only one option: leap across the concealed stepping stones and get to the correct rectangular hole before the lowering ceiling hit the waterline. "Everyone, move! Follow me step for step!" West called. And so, with the ceiling lowering loudly above him, he danced across the chamber with big all-or-nothing jumps, kicking up splashes with every landing. If he misjudged even one stepping stone, he'd land in the water, and it'd be game over. His path was dictated by the grid reference Wizard had given him, 13413, on a 5x5 grid. West reached the far wall of the chamber while his team crossed it behind him. The wide ceiling of the water chamber kept lowering above them all. West eyed the 3 rectangular holes cut into the end wall. He had seen these kind of holes before. They were spike holes. But only one hole was safe. It led to the next level of the labyrinth. The other 2 would be fitted with sharp spikes that lanced down from the upper side of the rectangular hole as soon as someone entered them. Each of the spike holes before him had a symbol carved above it. Pick the right hole, while the ceiling lowered behind him, about to push his team into the water. "No pressure, Jack," he said to himself. "Okay, key of life, key of life." He saw the symbol above the left-hand hole. Close, but no. It was the hieroglyph for magic. Imhotep V was trying to confuse the flustered, panicking explorer who found himself in this pressure-filled situation and didn't look closely enough. "How's it coming, Jack?" Big Ears and the girl appeared beside him, joining him on the last stepping stone. The ceiling was low now, past halfway and still descending. No going back. He had to pick the right hole. "West," someone urged from behind him. Keeping his cool, West saw the symbol above the center hole and recognized it as the hieroglyph for Ankh, or long life, otherwise known to the ancient Egyptians as the Key of Life. "It's this one," he called. But there was only one way to prove it. He pulled his falcon from his pouch and handed it to the little girl. "Hey, kiddo, take care of horse for me, just in case I'm wrong, huh?" Then he turned and crouch-dived forward, rolling into the center hole, shutting his eyes momentarily, waiting for a half-dozen rusty spikes to spring down from its upper side and punch through his body. Nothing happened. He had picked the right hole. Indeed, a tight, cylindrical passage opened up in the darkness beyond the hole, bending vertically upward. "It's this one!" he called back as he started ferrying his team into it, pulling them through. Big Ears and Lily went first, then Wizard. The ceiling was 4 feet off the water's surface. Fuzzy and Zoe clambered up next. The final 2 troopers in West's team rolled into the hole, and last of all went West himself, disappearing into the rectangular hole just as the lowering stone ceiling rumbled past him and hit the surface of the water chamber with a resounding boom. The slipway and the second gate. The tight vertical passage from the spike hole rose for about 40 feet before opening onto a long tunnel that sloped upward at a steep angle, boring up into the heart of the mountain. West fired a new amber flare up into the tunnel. It was the ancient slipway. About the width of a car, the slipway was effectively a long, straight stairway, flanked by two flat stone trackways that abutted the walls of the tunnel. These trackways had once acted like primitive railway tracks. The ancient miners had slid giant containers filled with waste up and down them, aided by the hundreds of stone steps that lay in between them. "Fuzz," West said, peering up the tunnel. "Distance?" Fuzzy aimed a PAC-40 laser rangefinder up into the darkness. As he did so, West keyed his radio. "Naughty, report."
The Americans aren't here yet, Huntsman.
Naughty's voice replied.
But they're closing fast. Satellite image puts their advanced choppers 50 clicks out. Hurry.
"Doing the best we can," West said. Wizard interrupted.
Don't forget to tell Naughty that we'll be out of radio contact for the time the warblers are initiated."
"You hear that?"
I heard. Naughty out.
Fuzzy's rangefinder beeped.
"I got empty space for 500 feet.
West grimaced. Why do I get the feeling it isn't empty at all? He was right. The ascending slipway featured several traps, blasting waterfall shafts and some ankle-breaking trap holes. But the 8 just kept running, avoiding the traps, until halfway up the inclined tunnel they came to the second gate. The second gate was simple, a 10-foot-deep diorite pit that just fell away in front of them, with the ascending slipway continuing beyond it 5 yards away. The lower reaches of the pit, however, had no side walls. It just had two wide, yawning 8-foot-high passageways that hit the pit at right angles to the slipway. And who knew what came out of them? "Diorite pit," West said. "Nothing cuts diorite except an even harder stone called diolite. Can't use a pickaxe to get yourself out."
"Be careful," Wizard said. "The Callimachus text says this gate is connected to the next one. By crossing this one, we trigger the third gate's trap mechanism. We're going to have to move fast."
"That's okay," West said. "We're really quite good at that." They ended up crossing the pit by drilling steel rock screws into the stone ceiling with pneumatic pressure guns. Each rock screw had a hand grip on it. But as West landed on the ledge on the other side of the pit, he discovered that the first step on that side of the pit was one large trigger stone. As soon as he touched it, the wide step immediately sank a few inches into the floor, and boom! Suddenly the ground shook and everyone spun. Something large had dropped into the darkened tunnel up ahead of them. Then an ominous rumbling sound came from somewhere up there. "Shit! The next gate!" West called. "Swear jar," Lily said. "Later," West said. "Now we run. Big ears, grab her and follow me." Up the steep slipway they ran, keeping to the stairs inside the rails. The ominous rumbling continued to echo out from the darkness above them. They kept running, straining up the slope, pausing only once to cross a 5-foot-long spiked pit that blocked their way. But strangely, the stone railway tracks of the slipway still flanked the pit, so they all crossed it rather easily by taking a light dancing step on one of the side rails. As he ran, West fired a flare into the darkness ahead of them, and thus revealed their menace.
"It's a sliding stone," Wizard called. "Guarding the third gate."
A giant, square-shaped block of granite, its shape filling the slipway perfectly, and its leading face covered in vicious spikes, was sliding down the slipway, coming directly toward them. Its method of death was clear. If it didn't push you into the spiked pit, it would slide over that pit on the stone runners and push you into the lower diorite pit, where it would fall in after you, crushing you before whatever came out of the side passages made its big entrance. Jesus! Halfway between the sliding stone and the 8, sunken into the angled floor of the slipway, was a doorway that opened onto a horizontal passage. The third and last gate. The 8 bolted up the slope. The block gained speed. heading down the slope, propelled only by gravity and its immense bulk. It was a race to the gate. West and Big Ears and the girl came to the doorway cut into the sloping floor, ducked inside it. Wizard came next, followed by Fuzzy and Princess Zoe. The sliding granite block slid across the top of the doorway just as the last two members of the team were approaching it. "Stretch! Pooh! Hurry!" West called. The first man, a tall, thin fellow known as Stretch, dived, slithering in under the sliding stone a nanosecond before it completely covered the doorway. The last man was too late. He was easily the pudgiest and heaviest in the group. He had the olive skin and deep, lush beard of a well-fed Arab sheik. His call sign in his own country was the rather mighty Saladin, but here it was, "Pooh Bear! No, no!" The little girl screamed. The stone slid over the doorway, and despite a final desperate lunge, Pooh Bear was cut off, left in the slipway, at the mercy of the great block. "No!" West called, hitting the underside of the sliding stone as it went by, sweeping the helpless Pooh away with it. "Oh dear, poor Zaire," Wizard said. For a moment, no one spoke. The 7 remaining members of the group stood in stunned silence. Lily started to sob quietly. Then West blinked, something inside him clicking into action. "Come on, everyone. We've got a job to do, and to do it we have to keep moving. We knew this wasn't going to be a cakewalk. Hell, this is only the beginning." He turned then, gazing at the horizontal corridor awaiting them. At its far end was a ladder cut into the end wall, a ladder that led up to a circular manhole cut into the ceiling. White light washed down through the manhole. Electric light. Man-made light. "And it's about to get a lot worse, 'cause we just caught up with the Europeans." The Grand Cavern. West poked his head up through the manhole to behold an absolutely awesome sight. He was at the base of a gargantuan cavern situated right in the belly of the mountain, a cavern easily 400 feet high. A former rock quarry, it was roughly triangular in shape, wide at the base, tapering to a point at the top. West was at the extreme south end of the cavern, while opposite him, at the northern end, 100 yards away, were the Europeans, with their floodlights, their troops, and a half-built crane. Without doubt, however, the most striking feature of the cavern was its charcoal-colored diorite rock face. The rock face rose for the full height of the cavern, soaring into darkness beyond the reach of the Europeans' floodlights, a giant black wall. As a quarry, the ancient Egyptians had mined this diorite seam systematically, cutting 4 narrow ledges out of the great wall, so that now the rock face looked like a 30-story office building that had been divided into 4 step-like tiers. Each ledge ran for the entire width of the rock face, but they were perilously narrow, barely wide enough for 2 men to stand on side by side. If that wasn't dangerous enough, Imhotep V had adapted this already unusual structure into a masterpiece of protective engineering. In short, he had laid hundreds of traps all over it. The 4 narrow ledges swung back and forth, each rising steadily before ending at a cut into the rock ladder that led to the next level. The only exception was the wall ladder between the first and second levels. It was situated in the exact center of the cavern, equidistant from the northern and southern entrances, as if Imhotep V was encouraging a race between rival parties who arrived at the same time. Since each narrow ledge was cut from pure diorite, a grappling hook would be useless. It could never get a purchase on the hard black stone. To get to the top, one had to traverse every level, and defeat the traps on each of them. And how many traps there were! Small arched forts dotted the great wall at irregular intervals, spanning each of the ledges, concealing traps. Hundreds of basketball-sized wall holes littered the rock face, containing God only knew what kinds of lethal liquids. And where holes were not possible, long stone chutes slid snake-like down the rock face, looking a bit like upside-down chimneys that ended with open spouts ready to spew foul liquids over the unwary intruder. Seeing the holes, West detected the distinctive odor of oil in the air, giving him a clue as to what might come out of some of them. And there was the final feature: the scar. This was a great uneven crevice that ran all the way down the rock wall, cutting across the ledges and the rock face with indifference. It looked like a dry riverbed, only it ran vertically, not horizontally. At the top of the cavern, it was a single thick crevice, but it widened toward the base where it forked into two smaller scars. A trickling waterfall dribbled down its length from some unknown source high up inside the mountain. To cross the scar on any of the four ledges meant either tiptoeing across a foot-wide mini-ledge or leaping a small void, in both cases in front of wall holes or other shadowy recesses. The trickling waterfall that rolled down the scar fed a wide lake at the base of the rock face, a lake that now separated West and his team from the European force, a lake that was home to about 60 Nile crocodiles, all variously sleeping, sloshing, or crawling over each other. And at the very top of the colossal structure, a small stone doorway that led to this mine's fabled treasure. The head of an ancient wonder. Peering over the rim of the manhole, West gazed at the Europeans and their half-finished crane. As he watched, dozens of men hauled more pieces of the giant crane into the cavern, handing them to engineers who then supervised the attachment of the pieces to the growing machine. In the midst of this activity, West spied the leader of the European expedition, the Jesuit Del Piero, standing perfectly erect, his hands clasped behind his back. At 68, Del Piero had thinning, slicked-down black hair, ghost-like gray eyes, deep creases on his face, and the severe expression of a man who had spent his life frowning at people. But it was the tiny figure standing next to Del Piero who seized West's attention. A small boy, with black hair and even blacker eyes. West's eyes widened. He had seen this boy before, 10 years ago. The boy stood at Del Piero's side with his hands clasped behind his back, mimicking the imperious stance of the old Jesuit. He seemed to be about Lily's age. No, West corrected himself. He was exactly Lily's age. West's gaze shifted back to the crane. It was a clever plan. Once finished, the crane would lift the Europeans up over the first ledge and land them on the second. Not only did this allow them to avoid about 10 traps, it also enabled them to avoid the most dangerous trap of all in this cavern, the Master's Snare. West knew about it from the Callimachus text, but Del Piero and the Europeans would have become aware of it from other ancient texts written about Imhotep V. While the other Imhoteps had their own signature traps, Imhotep V had invented the Master's Snare, a trap that was triggered in advance of the system's innermost vault, thus making the final leg of the journey a matrix of trap beating versus time. Or, as Wizard liked to say, beating booby traps is one thing, beating them against the clock is another. That said, the Master's Snare was not so crude as to destroy the entire trap system. Like most of Imhotep's traps, it would reset itself to be used again. No. In most cases, the master snare left you in a do-or-die predicament. If you were good enough, you could take the treasure. If you weren't, you would die. The Callimachus text stated that the trigger stone for the master snare of this system lay in the very center of the first level, at the base of the ladder there. Wizard appeared at West's side, peered out from the manhole.
A crane. Well, with that, Del Piero and his men will avoid triggering the master snare. It'll give them more time up in the Holy of Holies. Very clever.
No, it's not clever, West said flatly. It's against the rules.
The rules?
Yes, the rules. This is all part of a contest that has been held for the last 4,000 years between Egyptian architects and grave robbers. And this contest has an honor code. We attack, Imhotep V defends. But by skipping a major trigger stone, Del Piero is cheating. He's also showing his weakness.
Which is?
He doesn't believe he can beat the master snare. West smiled. But we can. West dropped back down to the base of his ladder, turned to his team of 6. Okay, kids, this is what we've trained for. Leapfrog formation. Remember your places. Lily, you're with me in the middle. Fuzzy, you're the point for the first disable. Then Big Ears, Zoe, and Stretch. Wizard, you'll have to cover for Pooh Bear, who is going to cover the 5th. I'll trigger the master snare. Everyone nodded. Game faces on. West turned to Wizard. Okay, Professor, you got those warblers ready? Because as soon as we break cover, those Europeans are going to open fire.
Ready to go, Huntsman,
Wizard said, holding up a large gun-like object that looked like an M203 grenade launcher.
I'll need maybe 4 seconds before you can make a break for it.
I'll give you 3. Then they all put their hands into the middle, team style, and called Kamate, after which they broke, with Wizard leading the way up the ladder, venturing into the fray. Wizard popped up out of the manhole, his grenade launcher raised. He fired it 3 times, each shot emitting a loud puncture-like whump. Thump, thump, thump. The rounds that burst out of the grenade launcher looked like grenades, but they weren't grenades. Fat and round and silver, they fanned out to 3 corners of the giant cavern, little red pilot lights on them blinking. The Europeans heard the first shot, and by the 3rd had located Wizard. A French sniper on the cabin of the crane swung his rifle round, drew a bead on Wizard's forehead, and fired. His bullet went haywire. It peeled downward almost as soon as it left the barrel of the Frenchman's rifle, where it struck an unfortunate croc square in the head, killing it. The warblers at work. The 3 odd-looking silver rounds that Wizard had fired were more formally known as closed atmospheric field destabilizers, electromagnetic, but everyone just called them warblers. One of Wizard's rare military inventions, the warblers created a magnetic field that disrupted the flight of high subsonic metal objects, specifically bullets, creating a gunfire-free zone. Wizard, one of the leading experts in electromagnetic applications, had sold the revolutionary technology to Raytheon in 1988 for $25 million, most of which went to the New York venture capitalist company that had bankrolled his research. Walking away with only $2 million, Wizard had sworn never again to work with venture capitalists. Ironically, the U.S. Army, as always thinking it knew better, ordered Raytheon to rework the warbler system, creating huge problems that had stalled the program for over 15 years. It had yet to enter active service. Naturally, Wizard, a Canadian, not an American, had kept a few working prototypes for himself, 3 of which he was now using. The 7 burst out from their manhole, one after the other, moving fast, heading for the nearest embedded ladder that led up to the first level. As he ran at the back of the group, West set Horace free, and the little peregrine falcon soared above the forward-moving group. The Jamaican, Fuzzy, led the way, dancing along a narrow stone walkway that lay flush against the right-hand wall of the cavern. Pushed up against the walkway's low edge was a crush of crocodiles. Fuzzy held in his hands a lightweight titanium bar welded in the shape of an X. Halfway along its length, the walkway ended briefly at a small void. In the center of this void was a raised square stepping stone that also stood flush against the wall and an inch above the croc-filled water. Cut into the stone wall immediately above this stepping stone was a dark hole about a meter in diameter. Fuzzy didn't miss a beat. He leaped from the walkway onto the stepping stone, and immediately heard a rush of water from up inside the wall hole, accompanied by a low crocodilian growl, at which point he jammed his titanium X-bar into the wall hole and hit a switch on the bar. Thwack! The X-shaped bar expanded with a powerful spring-loaded motion, so that suddenly it was wedged tightly in the mouth of the circular wall hole. Not a second too soon. An instant later, a burst of water gushed out of the wall hole, immediately followed by the jaws of a massive crocodile that slammed at tremendous speed into the X-bar. The croc roared angrily, but its jaws were caught against the X-bar, unable to get past. The rush of water sprayed all around Fuzzy, but didn't knock him over.
"Trap 1, clear!"
he called. The others were already there with him, moving fast, and as Fuzzy kept watch over the writhing croc trapped in the wall hole, they danced safely by. Now Big Ears went ahead, racing forward to disable the next trap, while the rest of them followed, step-jumping past Fuzzy, heading for the ladder at the base of the giant rock face. The Europeans could only watch in helpless amazement as the 7 raced along the opposite wall to the base of the rock face. Alone among them, Francisco del Piero eyed West, eyed him with an ice-cold gaze, watched him running with Lily at his side, gripping her hand. "Well, well, well," Del Piero said. "Who have you got there, Captain West?" The 7 hit the base of the rock face. The building-sized wall towered above them, black as the night. Big Ears had already done his work, disabling 2 hand-chopping traps halfway up the rock-cut ladder. Now Princess Zoe leapfrogged ahead. She moved with great athleticism, easily the match of the men. About 30, she had shoulder-length blonde hair, freckles, and the luminous blue eyes that only Irish girls possess. Onto the first level she flew, raising 2 aerosol cans as she did so, filling 2 wall holes with a dense expanding foam. Whatever evils had been in those wall holes were caught by the foam and neutralized. No sooner had she done this than she was leapfrogged by the 7th member of the group, the tall, thin trooper named Stretch. Once known as Archer, he had a long, sanguine, bony face. He hailed from the deadly Israeli sniper unit, the Sayeret Matkal. Stretch arrived at the right side arm of the scar where he triggered a huge trap from a safe distance, a bronze cage that fell out of a dark recess in the scar and clattered down to the lake. Had any of the team been walking on the foot-wide mini-ledge in front of the recess, the cage would have caught them and taken them down to the lake, either to be eaten by the crocs or drowned under the weight of the cage itself. Now West and Lily took the lead, crossing the mini-ledge across the scar, stepping out onto the center section of the first level. Here they found the trigger stone for the master snare at the base of the wall ladder leading up to level 2. West made to step on it. "Captain West!" West froze in mid-stride, turned. Del Piero and his troops were staring up at him from the base of their half-finished crane, holding their useless guns stupidly in their hands.
"Now, Captain West, please think about this before you do it," Del Piero called. "Is it really necessary? Even if you trigger the master snare, you are only postponing the inevitable. If you do somehow get the piece, we'll kill you when you try to leave this mountain. And if you don't, my men will just return after the snare has run its course, and we will find the head of the Colossus and the piece of the capstone it contains. Either way, Captain, we get the piece."
West's eyes narrowed. Still he didn't speak. Del Piero tried wizard.
Max, my old colleague, my old friend, please reason with your rash young protégé."
Wizard just shook his head.
"You and I chose different paths a long time ago, Francisco. You do it your way, we'll do it ours. Jack, hit the trigger."
West just stared evenly down at Del Piero. "With pleasure," he said. And with that, he stomped on the trigger stone set into the floor at his feet, activating the master's snare. The spectacle of Imhotep's master snare going off was sensational. Blasting streams of black crude oil shot out from the hundreds of holes that dotted the cavern, holes in the rock face and its side walls. Dozens of oil waterfalls flowed down the rock face, cascading over its four levels. Black fluid flooded out from the side walls, falling a clear 200 feet down them into the Croc Lake. The crocs went nuts, scrambling over each other to get away from it, disappearing into some little holes in the walls or massing on the far side of the lake. In some places on the great tiered rock face, oil came spurting out of the wall, forced out of small openings by enormous internal pressure. Worst of all, a river of the thick black stuff came pouring down the main course of the scar, a cascade that tumbled down the vertical riverbed, overwhelming the trickle of water that had been running down it. And then the clicking started. The clicking of many stone-striking mechanisms mounted above the wall holes. Striking mechanisms made of flint. Striking mechanisms that were designed to create sparks, and just then a spark from one of the flints high up on the left side wall touched the crude oil flowing out from the wall hole an inch beneath it. The result was stunning. The super-thin waterfall of oil became a super-thin waterfall of fire. Then this flaming waterfall hit the oil-stained lake at the base of the cavern and set it alight. The lake blazed with flames. The entire cavern was illuminated bright yellow. The crocs screamed, clawing over each other to get to safety. Then more oil falls caught alight, some on the side walls, others on the rock face, and finally the great sludge waterfall coming down the scar, until the entire grand cavern looked like hell itself, lit by a multitude of blazing waterfalls. Thick black smoke billowed everywhere, smoke that had no escape. This was Imhotep's final masterstroke. If the fire and the traps didn't kill you, smoke inhalation would, especially in the highly prized upper regions of the cavern.
"Fools!"
Del Piero raged. Then to his men,
"What are you standing there for? Finish the grain! You have until they get back to the second level to do so."
West's team was now moving faster than ever, leapfrogging each other beautifully amid the subterranean inferno. Up the rock face they went, first to the left, along the second level, crossing the left arm of the scar before the thick fire waterfall got there, dodging wall holes, jumping gaps in the ledge, nullifying the traps inside the arched forts that straddled the narrow walkway. Droplets of fire were now raining down all around them, spray from the oil falls. but the fiery orange drops just hit their firemen's helmets and rolled off their backs. Then, suddenly, West's team ran past the unfinished arm of the European's crane, and for the first time that day they were in front. In the lead in this race. Up the wall ladder at the end of Level 2, onto Level 3, where they ran to the right, avoiding some chute traps on the way, and coming to the fiery body of the scar. Here West fired an extendable aluminum awning into the scar's flame-covered surface with his pressure gun. The awning opened lengthways like a fan, causing the fire waterfall to flow over it, sheltering the mini-ledge. The team bolted across the super-thin ledge. Then it was up another ladder to the 4th level, the second highest level. And suddenly 6 10-ton block boulders started raining down on them from way up in the darkness above the giant rock face. The great blocks boomed as they landed on the diorite ledge of Level 4 and tumbled down the rest of the massive tiered wall.
Get off the ladder!
West yelled to the others.
You can't dodge the boulders if you're on it!
Too late. As West called his warning, a boulder smacked horribly into the last man on the ladder, Fuzzy. The big Jamaican was hurled back down the rock face. He landed heavily on the 3rd level, setting off a trap of spraying flaming oil. It looked like a flamethrower, but he snap-rolled away from the tongue of fire, in the same motion avoiding a second boulder as it slammed down on the ledge an inch away from his eyes. His roll took him off the ledge, but Fuzzy managed to clasp onto the edge with his fingertips, avoiding the 30-foot drop down to Level 2. The final wall ladder was embedded in the center of the scar itself, flanked by 2 fiery waterfalls. Wizard erected another awning over the mini-ledge leading to the ladder, then allowed West and Lily to rush past him.
"Remember," Wizard said, "if you can't get the piece itself, you must at least note the inscription carved into it, okay?"
"Got it." West turned to Lily. "That's just us from here." They crossed the mini-ledge, came to the rough stone-carved ladder. Drops of fire rained down it, bouncing off their firemen's helmets. Every second or third rung of the ladder featured a dark, gaping wall hole of some kind, which West nullified with expand and harden foam.
"Jack, look out! More drop stones!"
Wizard called. West looked up.
"Whoa, shit!"
A giant drop boulder slicked with oil and blazing with flames roared out of a recess in the ceiling directly above the ladder and came free-falling toward him and Lily.
"Swear jar,"
Lily said.
"I'll have to owe you."
West quickly yanked an odd-looking pistol from his belt. It looked like a flare gun, with a grossly oversized barrel. An M225 handheld grenade launcher. Without panic, he fired it up at the giant boulder free-falling toward them. The grenade shot upward. The boulder fell downward. Then they hit, and boom! The falling boulder exploded in a star-shaped shower of shards and stones, spraying outward like a firecracker, its pieces sailing out and around West and Lily on the ladder. West and Lily scaled the rest of the ladder, flanked by flames, until finally they were standing at the top of the scar, at the top of the giant rock face, past all the traps. They stood before the trapezoidal door at the peak of the fire-filled cavern.
"Okay, kiddo," he said. "Now it's just you and me. You remember everything we practiced?"
She loved it when he called her kiddo.
"I remember, sir,"
she said. And so, with a final nod to each other, they entered the holy inner sanctum of Imhotep V's deadly labyrinth. The innermost cave. And still the traps didn't stop. A wide, low-ceilinged chamber met them. Its ceiling was maybe 2 yards off the floor, and getting lower. The chamber was about 30 meters wide, and its entire ceiling was lowering. It must have been one single piece of stone, and right now it was descending on the dark chamber like a giant hydraulic press. If they had had time to browse, West and Lily would have seen that the chamber's walls were covered with images of the Great Pyramid, most of them depicting the famous pyramid being pierced by a ray of light shooting down from the sun. But it was what lay beyond the entry chamber that seized West's and Lily's attention. At the far end of the wide entry chamber, in a higher ceilinged space, stood a giant mud-covered head. The head was absolutely enormous, at least 16 feet high, almost 3 times as tall as West. Despite the layer of mud all over it, its features were stunning. The handsome Greek face, the imperious eyes, and the glorious golden crown fitted above the forehead. It was the head of a colossal bronze statue, the most famous bronze statue in history. It was the head of the Colossus of Rhodes. Right in front of it, however, separating the great bronze head from the low-ceilinged entry hall, was a moat of perfectly calm crude oil that completely surrounded the Colossus's head. The great god-sized head rose up from this oil pool like a creature arising from primordial slime. It sat on no holy pedestal, no ceremonial island, no nothing. Suspended above the pool was an extra problem. Several flaming torches now blazed above it, lit by ancient flint-striking mechanisms. They hung from brackets attached to the end of the entry hall's lowering ceiling, meaning that very soon they would touch the oil pool and ignite it, cutting off all access to the Colossus's head. "Time to run," West said. "You bet, sir," Lily replied. They ran. Down the length of the entry hall beneath its wide lowering ceiling. Smoke now began to enter the chamber from outside, creating a choking haze. They came to the oil moat. "If Callimachus is correct, it won't be too deep," West said. Without missing a step, he strode into the pool, plunging to his waist in the thick, goopy oil. "Jump," he said to Lily, who obliged by leaping into his arms.
This is the end of Disc 1. Disc 2.
They waded across the moat of oil, West striding with Lily on his shoulders, while above them the fiery torches continued their descent toward the pool, the entry hall's ceiling coming ever lower. With his exit fast diminishing, Jack West Jr. stopped a few yards short of the head of the Colossus of Rhodes. It towered over him, impassive, covered in centuries of mud. Each of its eyes was as big as Lily was. Its nose was as big as he was. Its golden crown glimmered, while 3 trapezoidal golden pendants hung from a chain around its neck. The pendants. Each was about the size of a fat encyclopedia and trapezoidal in shape. Embedded in the exact center of each pendant's upper surface was a round, diamond-like crystal. On the slanting front side of each pendant was a series of intricately carved symbols, an unknown language that looked kind of like cuneiform. It was an ancient language, a dangerous language, a language known only to a chosen few. West gazed at the 3 golden pendants. One of them was the second piece of the Golden Capstone, the mini-pyramid that had once sat atop the Great Pyramid at Giza. Comprised of 7 horizontal pieces, the Golden Capstone was perhaps the greatest archaeological artifact in history. and in the last month it had become the subject of the greatest worldwide treasure hunt of all time. This piece, the second, was the segment of the Golden Capstone that sat one place below the fabled first piece, the small pyramid-shaped pinnacle of the capstone. 3 pendants, but only one was the correct one. And choosing the correct one, West knew, was a do-or-die proposition that all depended on Lily. He had to take one more step forward to reach them, and that meant triggering the final trap. "Okay, kiddo, you ready to do your thing? For my sake, I hope you are." "I'm ready," Lily said grimly. And with that, West stepped forward and chunk! An unseen mechanism beneath the surface of the oil pool clamped tightly around his legs, pinning them in an ancient pair of submerged stone stocks. West was now immobile, within easy reach of the 3 pendants. "Okay, Lily," he said. "Go, make your choice, and stay off me just in case you're wrong." She leaped from his arms onto the half-submerged collarbone of the great statue just as, whoosh! A huge 10-ton dropstone directly above West came alight with flames and lurched on its chains. Imhotep V's final trap in the quarry mine was what is known as a reward trap. It allowed the rightful claimant to the second piece to have it if they could identify the correct one. Choose the right pendant, and the flaming dropstone remained in place and the submerged lay clamps opened. Choose the wrong one, and the dropstone fell, crushing you and igniting the oil pool. Lily stared at the strange text on each pendant. It looked extremely odd, this little girl evaluating the incredibly ancient symbols. West watched her, tense, expectant, and suddenly worried. "Can you read it?" he asked.
"It's different from the other inscriptions I've read," she said distractedly.
"What?" West blanched. Abruptly, Lily's eyes lit up in understanding.
"I get it. Some of the words are written vertically."
Then her eyes narrowed and focused. They blazed in the firelight, scanning the ancient symbols closely now. To West, it seemed as if she had just entered a trance-like state. Then the flaming dropstone above him creaked again. He snapped to look up. The torch-riddled ceiling above the moat kept lowering. Smoke was now billowing into this area from the main cavern. West swiveled to see the entry chamber behind him getting smaller and smaller. Lily was still in her trance, reading the runes intently. Lily."
"Just a second."
"We don't have a second, honey." He eyed the hazy, smoke-filled chamber closing behind them. The smoke was getting denser. Then, abruptly, one of the flaming torches attached to the descending ceiling dislodged from its bracket and fell, down toward the oil moat where West stood hopeless. "Oh, God, no," was all he had time to breathe. The flaming torch dropped through the air into the oil moat. Before 6 inches off the surface, it was plucked from the air by the swooping shape of Horus, his falcon. The little bird gripped the flaming torch in its talons before it dropped it safely in the closing entry hall. "Why don't you leave it to the last second next time, bird?" West said. Sitting now, Horus just returned his gaze as if to say, "Why don't you stop getting into stupid predicaments like this, human?" In the meantime, Lily's eyes glinted, staring now at the symbols on the rightmost of the 3 pendants. She read in a low voice,
"Beware, atone, Ra's implacable destroyer cometh, and all will cry out in despair, unless sacred words be uttered. Rama Roth.
Then Lily blinked and returned to the present.
It's this one,
she said, reaching down for the pendant she had just read. West said, "Oh, wait, are you sure?" But she moved too quickly and lifted the golden pendant from its shallow recess on the Colossus's neck. The flaming dropstone lurched. West snapped up and winced, waiting for the end. But the dropstone didn't fall, and chunk! Suddenly his legs were released from their submerged bonds. Lily had picked the right one. She jumped happily back into his arms, holding the heavy golden trapezoid like a newborn baby. She threw him a winning smile.
That felt really weird.
Looked really weird, West said. Well done, kiddo. Now, let's blow this joint. The outward charge. Back they ran. West charged through the waist-deep oil pool, pushing hard with every stride, the torch-edged ceiling lowering above him. They hit the floor of the entry hall as the lowering ceiling hit 3 feet in height. The smoke coming in from outside was now choking, dense. Lily Crouch ran across the wide, low-ceilinged space while Horace swooped through the haze. West was the slowest, scrambling on all fours, slipping every which way in his oil-slicked boots, until at the very end of the chamber, as the ceiling became unbearably low, he dived onto his belly, sliding headfirst for the entire last 4 meters, emerging just as the ceiling hit the floor with a resounding boom, and closed off the Colossus's chamber. Wizard was waiting for them outside on level 4.
"Hurry! Del Piero's men have almost finished their crane. They'll be on level 2 any second now."
Level 4. The other members of the team, Big Ears, Stretch, and Princess Zoe, were waiting on level 4, covering the first 3 traps on the way back down. When he reached them, West handed Big Ears the priceless golden trapezoid, which the big man placed inside a sturdy backpack. Down the giant rock wall they went, again in leapfrog formation, sliding down ladders, dancing across booby-trapped ledges, all the while dodging flaming waterfalls and fire rain. Giant dropstones now fell constantly from the upper regions of the cave, tumbling dangerously down the rock face, blasting through the smoke. Level 3. West scooped up Fuzzy as they came to the 3rd level. "Come on, old friend," he said, hoisting the big Jamaican onto his shoulder. They ran down the sloping ledgeway, across the face of the 3rd level, covering their mouths to avoid inhaling the smoke. The Europeans had almost finished their crane by now. It was lined with armed men, all waiting for the last piece of the crane to be screwed into place, thus giving them access to the 2nd level, where they would cut off West and his team. The last piece of the crane fell into place. The Europeans moved. Level 2. West led the way now, leaping down onto level 2 ahead of Fuzzy, where he landed like a cat, and was confronted by a crossbow-wielding French paratrooper, the first member of the European force to step off the now-finished crane. Quick as a gunslinger, West drew a Glock pistol from one of his thigh holsters, raised it, and fired it at the French trooper at point-blank range. And for some reason, his bullet defied Wizard's warblers and slammed into the Frenchman's chest, dropping him where he stood. No blood sprayed. In fact, the man didn't die. Rubber bullet. West fired another rubber round, similar to those used by police in riot situations, at the next French paratrooper on the nearby crane, just as the Frenchman pulled the trigger on his crossbow. West ducked, and the arrow bolt missed high, while his own shot hit its mark, sending the French commando sailing off the crane and into the lake below, still crowded with panicking crocodiles. Screams, splashing, crunching, blood. "Move!" West called to his crew, "before they switch to rubber rounds too." Now everyone in his team had their guns drawn, and as they passed the crane's arm, they traded shots with the 24 French paratroopers on it. But they got past the crane just as 15 French paratroopers came streaming off it and headed down to Level 1. Level 1, where they saw the Europeans' second effort to cut them off. Down on the ground level, a team of German Army engineers had almost finished building a temporary floating bridge across the Croc Lake in an attempt to get to West's manhole entrance on the southern side of the cavern before West and his team did. They had 2 segments of the bridge to put in place, segments that were being brought across the half-finished bridge at that very moment.
Go, go, go!
West called. The flaming cavern, already alive with smoke and flames and falling boulders, was now zinging with crossbow bolts and rubber bullets. The aluminum crossbow bolts were only mildly affected by the warblers. They flew wildly, but their first few meters of flight were still deadly. West's team was running across Level 1, racing the bridge builders on the ground level. Big Ears carried Lily. West helped Fuzzy. Princess Zoe and Stretch fired at the paratroopers behind them, while Wizard, coughing against the smoke, led the way, nullifying the traps ahead of them. Above them, Horus soared through the hazy black air. They had just reached the ladder at the far right-hand end of Level 1 when suddenly a stray French crossbow bolt hit Big Ears in the shoulder blade, knocking him off his feet, causing him to stumble forward onto his face and fall off the edge of the ledge, dropping Lily over it. Lily fell 30 feet into the oily water near the base of the ladder, not far from the walkway that hugged the right-hand wall of the cavern. By chance, she landed in both a croc-free and a fire-free space. But not for long. The crocs weren't far away, and no sooner had her splash subsided than a large one saw her and charged straight for her. Big Ears was dangling over the edge of Level 1 directly above her, helpless.
I can't get to her!
I can, another voice called. West. He never missed a step. Running full tilt, he just leaped off the edge of Level 1 and sailed in a high, curving arc through the air toward the Croc Lake below. The big bull croc that was charging at Lily never saw him coming. West landed square on its back, a mere foot away from Lily, and the 2 of them, man and croc, went under the black water's surface with a great splash. They surfaced a second later, with the frenzied croc bucking like a bronco and West on its back, gripping it in a fierce headlock. The croc growled and roared before, crack, West brutally twisted its neck, breaking it. The croc went limp. West jumped clear, whisking Lily out of the water and onto the walkway flanking the lake, not a moment before 6 more crocs attacked the carcass of the dead one.
Thanks,
Lily gasped, wiping oil from her face and still shaking. Anytime, kiddo. Anytime. Ground level. The rest of the team joined them on the walkway. Now Fuzzy and Big Ears were injured, but they were still mobile, helped along by Zoe and Wizard, while West and Lily were covered by Stretch. They all hopscotched over the stepping stone and its wall hole, inside which the trapped croc still writhed behind Fuzzy's X-bar, and dashed for their manhole just as the German engineers brought the final piece of their temporary bridge into place. 40 armed German troops waited for the bridge to be completed. Some fired wayward crossbow shots at the 7, while others jammed newly found rubber bullet magazines into their MP7 submachine guns and started firing. West and Lily came to the manhole. In they went. The others followed, while Stretch covered them all. Big Ears went in, then Fuzzy, Wizard, Zoe, and... The final piece of the bridge fell into place. As Stretch jumped into the manhole and the army of Germans charged over the bridge and the chase through the slipway system began. The antechamber, outward bound. Being the last person in a retreating formation sucks. You're covering the rear, the bad guys are right on your ass, and no matter how loyal your team is, there's always the risk of being left behind. By the time the tall and lanky Stretch had landed in the long antechamber beneath the manhole, the others were already entering the slipway at the far end. "Stretch, move it!" West called from the slanted doorway. "Zoe's going ahead to trigger another sliding stone to run interference for us." As if to confirm that, a familiar whoomp echoed out from the upper regions of the slipway, followed by the rumble of a new sliding stone grinding down the slope. Stretch bolted toward the slipway, as a dozen wraith-like figures rained down the manhole behind him, entering the antechamber. Gunfire. Rapid fire. Freed from the effects of the warblers, the Europeans were now gladly employing live ammunition. Stretch was done for. He was still 5 steps away from the safety of the slipway when the first few Germans behind him went down in a hail of withering fire. For just as they had fired, so too had someone else, someone standing guard in the doorway to the slipway. Pooh Bear, holding a Steyr Aug assault rifle. The heavy-bearded Arab, who had last been seen getting cut off behind the previous sliding stone, waved Stretch on.
"Come on, Israeli,"
Pooh Bear growled.
"or I'll gladly leave you behind."
Stretch staggered the last few steps into the slipway and past Pooh Bear, just as a dozen bullet sparks exploded out all around the stone doorway.
"I thought you were dead,"
Stretch said, panting.
"Please, it'll take more than a rock to kill Zaria el-Ansar el-Abbas,"
Pooh Bear said, in his deep, gruff voice.
"My legs may be stout, but they can still run with some speed. I simply outran the rock and took cover in that spiked pit and let it pass over me. Now move!"
The slipway. Down the slipway the 8 ran, dancing around the edge of the small spiked pit, the air filled with the rumble of a new sliding stone, then over the diorite pit that was the second gate. The cracked and broken remains of the first sliding stone from before lay strewn about its base. The 8 swung over the diorite pit, hanging from the steel handholds they'd drilled into the rock ceiling earlier. "Naughty," West called into his radio mic when he landed safely on the other side. "Do you copy?" There was no answer from Naughty, their man guarding the swamp entrance.
"It's not the warblers," Wizard called. "There must be someone jamming us." Ooh!
He was cut off by 6 Germans who raced into the slipway and opened fire. Not a moment before the large, spike-riddled sliding stone loomed up behind them, rumbling over the doorway to the antechamber. The 6 Germans ran down the slipway, chased by the sliding stone. When they came to the spiked pit, one panicked and lost his balance and fell in, chest first, impaling himself on the vicious spikes sticking up from the stone pit. The others got to the larger diorite pit of the second gate too late. 2 managed to grip West's steel handholds for a couple of swings before all 5 of the remaining German troops were either impaled on the spikes on the leading edge of the sliding stone or jumped into the diorite pit to avoid those spikes, just as, whoosh, a blast of churning white water shot across the pit, sweeping them away, screaming. West's team raced ahead now. The sliding stone had given them the lead they needed. Having been blocked off momentarily behind it, and having not experienced the slipway before, the remainder of the German troops were more cautious. West's team increased their lead. They swept down the tight vertical shaft to the spike hole where West had correctly chosen the key of life, the ceiling of the water chamber having reset itself. Still no radio contact with Naughty. Across the water chamber, its stepping stones still submerged beneath the algae-covered pool. Still no radio contact. Crouch running down the length of the low tunnel, leaping over its cross shafts. And finally they came to the crock-filled atrium with its hand-rungs in the ceiling and the vertical entry shaft at its far end. "Naughty, are you out there?" West called into his radio. I repeat, Naughty, can you hear me? Finally, he got a reply.
Huntsman, hurry!
Naughty's Spanish-accented voice replied suddenly in his earpiece, loud and hard.
Get out now! The Americans are here!
2 minutes later, West emerged from the vertical entry shaft and found himself once again standing in the mud of the mountain swamp. Naughty was waiting for him, visibly agitated, looking anxiously westward. Hurry, he said. They're coming! Schlut! Naughty's head exploded, bursting like a smashed pumpkin, hit by a high-speed .50 caliber sniper round. His body froze for a brief moment before it dropped to the ground with a dull smack. West snapped to look westward, and he saw them. Saw 24 high-speed swamp boats sweeping out of the reeds some 300 yards away, covered by 2 Apache helicopters. Each swamp boat held maybe 10 Special Forces troops, members of the SEAF. Then suddenly on one of them, the muzzle of a Barrett sniper rifle flashed. West ducked, and a split second later the bullet sizzled past his ears.
Get Stretch up here!
He yelled as his team emerged from the hole in the mud. Stretch was pushed up. Give me some sniping, Stretch, West said. Enough to get us out of here. Stretch pulled a vicious-looking Barrett M82A1A sniper rifle off his back, took a crouching pose, and fired back at the American hovercraft. Crack! Sizzle! And 200 yards away, the American sniper was hurled clear off his speeding swamp boat, his head snapping backward in a puff of red. Everybody was now up and out of the hole. Right, West said. We make for our swamp runners. Triple time. The 8 raced across the swamp, once again running on foot through the world of mud. They came to their swamp boats, hidden in a small glade covered by camouflage netting. Their 2 boats were known as swamp runners, shallow draft, flat-bottomed, steel-hulled boats with giant fans at their sterns, capable of swift speeds across swamps of unpredictable depth. West led the way. He jumped onto the first swamp runner and helped the others on after him. When everyone was on board the 2 boats, he turned to grab the engine cord.
Hold it right there, partner,
an ice-cold voice commanded. West froze. They came out of the reeds like silent shadows, guns up. 18 mud-camouflaged SEAF specialists, all with Colt Commando assault rifles, the lighter, more compact version of the M16, and dark-painted faces. West scowled inwardly. Of course the Americans had sent in a second squad from the south, just in case. Hell, they'd probably found his boats by doing a satellite scan of the swamp, then just sent this squad, which had just come out, and waited. Damn it, he breathed. The leader of the SEAF team stepped forward.
Well, would you look at that? If it isn't Jack West, he said. I haven't seen you since Iraq in '91. You know, West, my superiors still don't know how you got away from that Scud base outside Basra. There must have been 300 Republican guards at that facility, and yet you got away, and managed to destroy all those mobile launchers.
I'm just lucky, I guess, Cal, West said evenly. The SEAF leader's name was Sergeant Cal Collis, and he was the worst kind of SEAF operative, an assassin who liked his job. Formerly from Delta, Collis was a grade-A psycho. Still, he wasn't Judah, which meant West still held out a hope of getting out of here alive. At first, Collis completely ignored West's comment. He just whispered into a throat mic, "SEAF Command, this is Sweeper 2-6. We're a click due south of the mountain. We got 'em. Sending you our position now." Then he turned to West and spoke as if their conversation had never been interrupted.
"You ain't lucky any more,"
he said slowly. Collis had cold black eyes that were devoid of pity or emotion.
"I got orders that amount to a hunting license, West. Leave no bodies, leave no witnesses. Something about a piece of gold, a very valuable piece of gold. Hand it over."
You know, Cal,
When we worked together, I always thought you were a reasonable guy. Collis cocked his gun next to Princess Zoe's head. No, you didn't. And no, I wasn't. You thought I was a cold-blooded psychopath. They showed me the report you wrote. The piece, West, or her brains learn how to fly.
Big Ears, West said. Give it to him. Big Ears unslung his backpack, threw it into the mud at Collis's feet. The Sif assassin opened it with his foot, saw the glistening golden trapezoid inside, and he smiled. Into his throat mic he said, "Command, this is Sweeper 2-6. We have the prize. Repeat, we have the prize." As if on cue at that moment, 2 U.S. Apache helicopters boomed into identical hovers in the air above West and his team. The air shook. The surrounding reeds were blown flat. One chopper lowered a harness, while the other stood guard, facing outward. Collis attached the pack holding the piece to the harness. It was winched up, and that helicopter quickly zoomed off. Once it was gone, Collis touched his earpiece, getting some new instructions. He turned to West and grinned an evil grin.
Colonel Judah sends his regards, West. Seems he'd like to have a word with you. I've been instructed to bring you in. Sadly, everybody else dies.
Quick as a rattlesnake, Collis then reasserted his aim at Princess Zoe and squeezed the trigger. Just as the remaining Apache helicopter above him exploded in a fireball and dropped out of the sky, hit by a Hellfire missile from the Europeans' Tiger attack helicopter. The charred remains of the Apache smashed to the ground right behind the ring of Sif troops, crashing in a heap, creating a giant splash of swamp water. In the process, scattering the Sif men as they dived out of the way. The Tiger didn't hang around. It shot off after the other Apache, the one with the piece of the capstone in it. But its missile shot had done enough for West. Principally, it allowed Princess Zoe to leap clear of Collis and dive onto the nearest swamp runner just as West started it up and yelled, "Everybody out, now!" His team didn't need to be told twice. While the Delta men around them clambered back to their feet and fired vainly after them, West's 2 swamp runners burst off the mark and disappeared at speed into the high reeds of the swamp. Collis and his men jumped into their nearby swamp boats, 4 of them, and gunned the engines. Collis keyed his radio, reported what had happened to his bosses, finishing with, "What about West?" The voice at the other end was cold and hard, and the instructions it gave were exceedingly odd.
"You may do whatever you want with the others, Sergeant, but Jack West and the girl must be allowed to escape."
Escape?
Collis frowned.
"Yes, Sergeant, escape. Is that clear?"
Crystal clear, sir. Whatever you say,
Collis replied. His boats roared into action. West's 2 swamp runners skimmed across the swamp at phenomenal speed, banking and weaving, propelled by their huge turbofans. West drove the lead one, Stretch drove the second. Behind them raced Collis's 4 swamp boats, bigger and heavier, but tougher, the men on their bows firing hard. West was making for the far southern end of the swamp, 12 miles away, where a crumbling old road had been built along the shore of the vast water field. It wasn't a big road, just 2 lanes, but it was made of asphalt, which was crucial. "Sky Monster!" West shouted into his radio mic. "Where are you?"
"Still in a holding pattern behind the mountains, Huntsman. What can I do for you?"
came the reply. "We need exfil, Sky Monster, now."
"Hot?"
"As always. You know that paved road we pinpointed earlier as a possible extraction point?"
"A really tiny pothole piece of shit road, big enough to fit 2 Mini Coopers side by side?"
"Yeah, that one. We're also going to need the pickup hook. What do you say, Sky Monster?"
"Give me something hard next time, Huntsman. How long till you get there?"
"Give us 10 minutes.
"Done. The Halicarnassus is on its way."
The 2 swamp runners blasted across the water field, ducking the constant fire from the 4 pursuing Sif swamp boats. Then suddenly, geyser explosions of water started erupting all around West's boats. Collis and his team had started using mortars. Bending and banking, West's swamp runners weaved away from the explosions, which actually all fell a fraction short, until suddenly the road came into view. It ran in an east-west direction across the southern edge of the swamp, an old blacktop that led inland to Khartoum. Like many of the roads in eastern Sudan, it actually wasn't that bad, having been built by the Saudi terrorists who had once called these mountains home, among them a civil engineer named Bin Laden. West saw the road and risked a smile. They were going to make it. At which moment, 3 more American Apache helicopters arrived, roaring across his path, shredding the water all around his boats with blazing minigun fire. The Apaches rained hell on West's 2 boats. Bullets ripped up the water all around them as the boats sped through the swamp. "Keep going! Keep going!" West yelled to his people. "Sky Monster is on the way!" But then fire from one of the Apaches hit Stretch's turbofan. Smoke billowed, the fan clattered, and the second swamp runner slowed. West saw it instantly and knew what he had to do. He pulled in alongside Stretch's boat and called, "Jump over!" A quick transfer took place, with Stretch, Pooh Bear, Fuzzy, and Wizard all leaping over onto West's swamp runner, the last of them, Wizard, leaping across a split second before one of the Apaches let fly with a Hellfire missile and the second swamp runner was blown out of the water, disappearing in a towering geyser of spray. Amid all this mayhem, West kept scanning the sky above the mountains, and suddenly he saw it. Saw the black dot descending toward the little road. A black dot that morphed into a bird-like shape, then a plane-like shape, then finally it came into focus and it was revealed to be a huge aircraft. It was a Boeing 747, but the most bizarre 747 you would ever see. Once upon a time it had been a cargo plane of some sort, with a rear loading ramp and no side windows. Now it was painted entirely in black, dull black, and it bristled with irregular protrusions that had been added to it, radar domes, missile pods, and, most irregularly of all, revolving gun turrets. There were 4 of them, 1 on its domed roof, 1 on its underbelly, and 2 nestled on its flanks, where the plane's wings met its fuselage. Each turret armed with a fearsome 6-barreled Gatling minigun. It was the Halicarnassus, West's very own plane. With a colossal roar, the great black jumbo jet swooped downward, angling for the tiny road that bordered the swamp. Now, with all 8 of his people on one swamp runner, West needed help, and the Halicarnassus was about to provide it. 2 missiles lanced out from its belly pods, missing one Apache by inches but hitting the one behind it. Boom! Fireball! Then the great plane's underside minigun blazed to life, sending 1,000 tracer rounds sizzling through the air all around the 3rd Apache, giving it the choice of either bugging out or dying. It bugged out. West's lone swamp runner swept alongside the straight roadway, raced parallel to it. The road was elevated a couple of feet above the water, up a low, gently sloping bank. At the same moment, above and behind West's boat, the big 747 landed on the little country road. Its wheels hit the road, squealing briefly before rolling forward with its outer tires half off the road's edges. The big jet then taxied down the roadway, coming alongside West's skimming swamp runner, its wings stretching out over the waters of the swamp. The Halicarnassus was coasting, rolling. West's boat was speeding as fast as it could to keep up. Then, with a bang, the loading ramp at the back of the 747 dropped open, slammed down against the roadway behind the speeding plane. A second later, a long cable bearing a large hook at its end came snaking out of the now open cargo hold. It was a retrieval cable, normally used to snag weather balloons.
"What are you going to do now, my friend?"
Pooh Bear yelled to West above the wind.
"This!"
As West spoke, He jammed his steering levers hard left, and the swamp runner swept leftward, bouncing up the riverbank and out of the water, dry sliding on its flat-bottomed hull onto the bitumen road close behind the rolling 747. It was an incredible sight. A big black 747 rolling along a country road with a boat skidding and sliding along the road right behind it. West saw the loading ramp of the plane very close now, just a few yards in front of his sliding boat. He also saw the slithering retrieval cable bumping and bouncing on the road right in front of him. "Stretch the cable! Snag it!" At the bow of the dry, sliding swamp runner, Stretch used a long snagging pole to reach out and grab the retrieval cable's hook. He got it. "Hook us up!" West yelled. Stretch did so, latching the cable's hook around the boat's bow. And suddenly, whap! The swamp runner was yanked forward, pulled along by the giant 747. Dragged now by the halicarnassus, the swamp runner looked like a water skier being pulled by a speedboat. West yelled into his radio, "Sky Monster, reel us in!" Sky Monster initiated the plane's internal cable spooler, and now the swamp runner began to move gradually forward, hauled in by the cable, pulled closer and closer to the loading ramp. While this was going on, the 747's belly-mounted gun turret continued to swing left and right, raining hell on Collis's pursuing swamp boats and the 2 remaining Apaches, keeping them at bay. At last, West's swamp runner came to the loading ramp. West and Pooh Bear grabbed the ramp struts, held the boat steady. "Okay, everyone, all aboard!" West yelled. One after the other, his team leaped from the swamp runner onto the lowered loading ramp. Wizard with Lily, then Zoe helping Fuzzy, Stretch helping Big Ears, and finally Pooh Bear and West himself. Once West had landed on the loading ramp, he unhooked the swamp runner, and the boat fell away behind the speeding 747, tumbling end over end down the little black road. Then the loading ramp lifted and closed, and the 747 powered up and pulled away from the American Apaches and swamp boats. It hit takeoff speed and rose smoothly into the air. Safe. Clear. Away. The halicarnassus flew south over the vast Ethiopian highlands. While the others collapsed in the plane's large main cabin, West went straight up to the cockpit, where he found the plane's pilot, a great, big, hairy, bearded New Zealand Air Force pilot known as Sky Monster. Unlike the others in the group, this had actually been his call sign before he'd joined the team. West gazed out at the landscape receding into the distance behind them. The swamp, the mountain, the vast plains beyond it, and thought about Del Piero's Europeans engaging the superior American force. Del Piero would have little luck. The Americans, as always, the last to arrive, but the greatest in brute force, had allowed West and the Europeans to squabble over the peace, to lose men finding it, and then, like opportunistic lions, they'd muscled in on the hyenas and taken the prize. And as the halicarnassus soared into the sky away from the danger, West gazed at the large American force now gathered at the western edge of the swamp. A disquieting thought lingered in his mind. How had the Americans even known about this place? The Europeans had a copy of the Callimachus text, and of course they had the boy, but the Americans, so far as West knew, had neither, which meant there was no way they could have known that this was the resting place of the Colossus of Rhodes. West frowned. Was his team's cover blown? Had the Americans discovered their base and followed them here? Or worse, was there a traitor in his team who had given their position away with a tracing beacon? In any case, Judah now knew that West was involved in this treasure hunt. He might not know exactly who West was working for, but he knew West was involved. which meant that things were about to get very intense. Safe at last, but without their prize, West's plane sped away to the south, disappearing over the mountains. Exhausted, dirty, and saddened by the loss of Naughty, the Spaniard had been a loyal team member. West retired to a small bunk room in the aft section of the plane. He collapsed into his bunk, and no sooner had his head hit the pillow than he was asleep. He slept deeply, his dreams filled with vivid visions of booby-trapped chambers, stone altars, chants and screams, waterfalls of lava, and of himself running frantically through it all. The interesting thing was, these dreams weren't the product of West's imagination. They had actually happened 10 years previously. A previous mission. The Volcano. Northeastern Uganda, March 20, 1996. 10 years earlier. Inside the Kanyamanaga volcano, Uganda, Africa, March 20, 1996, 11:47 a.m. The images of West's dreams. West running desperately down an ancient stone passageway with Wizard at his side toward the sounds of booming drums, chanting, and a woman's terrified screams. It's hot. Hot as hell. And since it's inside a volcano, it even looks like hell. It is just the two of them, plus Horace, of course. The team does not even exist at this time. Their clothes are covered in mud and tar. They have survived a long and arduous path to get here. West wears his fireman's helmet and thick-soled army boots. 10 years younger, at age 27, he is more idealistic, but no less intense. His eyes are narrow, focused, and his left arm is his own. Boom, 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 go the drums. The chanting increases. The woman's screams cut the air. "We must hurry," Wizard urges. "They've started the ritual." They pass through several booby-trapped passageways, each of which West neutralizes. A spray of sticky foam into a stiletto-firing wall trap. 10 disease-carrying molossid bats burst forth from a dark ceiling recess, fangs bared, only to have Horace launch herself off West's shoulder and plunge into their midst, talons raised. A thudding mid-air collision, squeals and shrieks. 2 bats smack down against the floor, brought down by the little falcon. That splits the bats, and the 2 men dash through them, Horace catching up moments later. Then a false floor threshold chamber. It's just like the one in the Sudan, only instead of green algae-covered water concealing the stepping stones, here it is a pool of steaming hot water, warmed from below by geothermal vents. But Wizard has the jumpstone configuration, and West crosses the chamber quickly, his thick-soled boots splashing on the steaming surface. He's confronted by a long downward-sloping shaft. It's like a 100-yard-long stone pipe, steeply slanted, big enough for him to fit if he sits down. Boom go the drums. The evil chanting is close now. The woman's frenzied screams are like nothing he has ever heard. Pained, desperate, primal. West shoots a look to Wizard, still balancing his way across the water chamber. The older man waves him on. "Go, Jack, go! Get to her! I'll catch up!" West leaps feet first into the pipe shaft and slides fast. 5 traps later, he emerges from the bottom of the long stone pipe on a balcony of some kind. A balcony that overlooks a large ceremonial cavern. He peers out from the balcony's railing and beholds the horrifying sight. The woman lies, spread-eagled, on a rough stone altar, tied down, legs spread wide, writhing and struggling, terrified. She is surrounded by about 20 priest-like figures, all wearing hooded black robes and fearsome jackal masks of the Egyptian god Anubis. 6 of the priests pound on huge lion-skin drums. The rest chant in a strange language. Incongruously, surrounding the circle of robed priests, all facing outward, are 16 paratroopers in full battle-dress uniforms. They are French, all brandishing ugly FN mag assault rifles, and their eyes are deadly. Beyond all this, the chamber itself catches West's attention. Cut into the very flesh of the volcano, it branches off the volcano's glowing red core and is octagonal in shape. It is also ancient, very ancient. Every surface is flat. The stone walls are so perfectly cut, they look almost alien. Sharp-edged rectangular pipe holes protrude from the side walls. Hieroglyphics cover the walls. In giant letters above the main door, the biggest carving reads, "Enter the embrace of Anubis willingly, and you shall live beyond the coming of Ra. Enter against your will, and your people shall rule for but 1 eon, but you shall live no more. Enter not at all, and the world shall be no more." Interestingly, the raised pattern on the high ceiling exactly matches the indentations on the floor 50 feet below. The ceiling also features a tiny vertical shaft bored into it in the exact center, directly above the altar. This ultra-narrow vertical shaft must reach all the way to the surface because right now a beam of noonday sunlight, perfectly vertical, laser-thin and dazzlingly bright, shines down through the tiny hole, hitting the altar on which the woman lies. And one other thing. The woman is pregnant. More than that, she is in the process of giving birth. It is obviously painful, but it's not the only reason for her screams. "Don't take my child!" she cries. "Don't you take my baby!" The priests ignore her pleas, keep chanting, keep drumming. Separated from the ceremonial chamber by a chasm 50 feet wide and God only knows how deep, West can only stare helplessly at the scene. And then, suddenly, a new cry joins the wild cacophony of sounds. The cry of a baby. The woman has given birth. The priests cheer. And then the chief priest, he alone is dressed in red robes and wears no mask, pulls the child from the woman's body and holds it aloft, illuminated by the vertical laser beam of sunlight. "A boy!" he cries. The priests cheer again. And in that moment, as the chief priest holds the child high, West sees his face. "Del Piero," he breathes. The woman wails. "Please, God, no! Don't take him! No! No!" But take him they do. The priests sweep out the main entrance on the far side of the chamber, crossing a short bridge, their cloaks billowing, the boy held tightly in their midst, flanked by the armed paratroopers. As they do, the noonday sun moves on, and the dazzling vertical laser beam of light vanishes. The chief priest, Francisco del Piero, is the last to leave. With a final look, he stomps on a trigger stone in the main doorway and then disappears. The response is instantaneous. Spectacular streams of lava come blurting out of the rectangular holes in the walls of the cavern. The lava oozes across the floor of the chamber, heading toward the central stone altar. At the same time, the ceiling of the chamber starts lowering, its irregular form moving toward the matching configuration on the floor. It even has a special indentation in it to accommodate the altar. The woman on the altar doesn't notice. Either from emotional torment or loss of blood, she just slumps back onto the altar and goes still, silent. Wizard arrives at West's side, beholds the terrible scene.
"Oh, my God, we're too late," he breathes.
West stands quickly. "It was Del Piero," he says, "with French paratroopers."
"Oh, the Vatican and the French have joined forces,"
Wizard gasps. But West has already raised a pressure gun and fires it into the lowering ceiling of the chamber. The piton drives into the stone. A rope hangs from it.
What on earth are you doing?"
Wizard asks, alarmed.
"I'm going over there,"
West says.
"I said I'd be there for her, and I failed. But I'm not going to let her get crushed to nothing."
And with that, he swings across the gaping chasm. The ceiling keeps lowering. The lava keeps spreading across the floor from either side, approaching the altar. But with his quick swing, West beats it, and he rushes to the middle of the chamber where he stands over the body of the woman. A quick pulse check reveals that she is dead. West squeezes his eyes shut.
"I'm so sorry, Milena,"
he whispers.
"So sorry."
"Jack, hurry!" Wizard calls from the balcony. "The lava!" The lava is 30 feet away and closing on him from both sides. Over at the main entrance, a waterfall of oozing lava pours out of a rectangular hole above the doorway, forming a curtain across the exit. West places his hand on the woman's face, closes her eyes. She is still warm. His gaze sweeps down her body, over the sagging skin of her abdomen, the skin over her pregnant belly now rumpled with the removal of the child formerly there. Then, for some reason, West touches her belly and feels a tiny little kick. He leaps back, startled. "Max!" he calls. "Get over here, now!" A gruesome yet urgent image, flanked by the encroaching lava and the steadily lowering ceiling. The two men perform a cesarean delivery on the dead woman's body using West's Leatherman knife. 30 seconds later, Wizard lifts a second child from the woman's slit-open womb. It is a girl. Her hair is pressed against her scalp, her body covered in blood and uterine fluid, her eyes squeezed shut. West and Wizard, battered and dirty, two adventurers at the end of a long journey, gaze at her like two proud fathers. West, in particular, gazes at the little infant, entranced.
Jack,"
Wizard says.
"come on, we have to get out of here."
He turns to grab their loosely hanging rope, just as the spreading lava reaches it and ignites it with a whoosh. No escape that way. Holding the baby, West spins to face the main entrance. 50 feet of inch-deep lava blocks the way. And then there's the curtain of falling lava blocking the doorway itself. But then he sees it, cut into the left side of the stone doorframe. A small round hole, maybe a handspan wide, veiled by the same waterfall of superheated lava. West says, "How thick are your soles?"
"Oh, thick enough for a few seconds,"
Wizard replies.
"But there's no way to switch off that lava fall."
"Yes, there is." West nods over at the small hole. "See that hole? There's a stone dial inside it, hidden behind that curtain of lava. A cease mechanism that switches off the lava fall."
"But Jack, anyone who reaches in there will lose their—"
Wizard sees that West isn't listening. The younger man is just staring intently at the wall hole. West bites his lip thinking the unthinkable. He swallows, then turns to Wizard. "Can you build me a new arm, Max?" Wizard freezes. He knows it's the only way out of this place. "Jack, if you get us out of here, I promise you I'll build you a better arm than the one you were born with." "Then you carry her, and let's go." West hands the baby to Wizard. And so they run, West in the lead, Wizard and the baby behind him, across the inch-deep pool of slowly spreading lava, crouching beneath the descending ceiling, the thick soles of their boots melting slightly with every stride. Then they arrive at the lava-veiled doorway, and with no time to waste, West goes straight to the small hole next to the doorframe, takes a deep breath, and thrusts his left arm into the hole up to the elbow, through the waterfall of lava. The pain is like nothing he has ever known. It is excruciating. He can see the lava eating through his own arm like a blowtorch burning through metal. Soon it will eat all the way through. But for a short time he still has feeling in his fingers, and that's what he needs, because suddenly he touches something. A stone dial inside the wall hole. He grips the dial, and a moment before his entire lower arm is severed from his body, Jack West Jr. turns it, and abruptly all the lava falls flowing into the chamber stop. The ceiling freezes in mid-descent. The lava fall barring the doorway dries up, and West staggers away from the wall hole, to reveal that his left arm has indeed been severed at the elbow. It ends at a foul stump of melted bone and flesh. West sways unsteadily, but Wizard catches him, and the two of them, plus the child, stumble out through the doorway where they fall to the floor of a stone tunnel. West collapses, gripping his half-arm, going into shock. Wizard puts the baby down and hurriedly removes West's melting shoes, before also removing his own a bare second before their soles melt all the way through. Then he dresses West's arm with his shirt. The red-hot lava has seared the wound, which helps. Then it is over. And the final image of West's dream is of Wizard and himself sitting in that dark stone tunnel, spent and exhausted, with a little baby girl between them, in the belly of an African volcano. And Wizard speaks. This is unprecedented, totally unheard of in all recorded history. 2 oracles, twin oracles, and Del Piero doesn't know. He turns to West. My young friend, my brave young friend, this complicates matters in a whole new way, and it might just give us a chance in the epic struggle to come. We must alert the member states and call a meeting, perhaps the most important meeting of the modern age. A Meeting of Nations. County Kerry, Ireland, October 1996. 7 months later. O'Shea Farm, County Kerry, Ireland, October 28, 1996, 5:30 p.m. To the untrained eye, it seemed like just another lonely old farmhouse on a hilltop overlooking the Atlantic. To the trained eye, however, it was something else entirely. The experienced professional would have noticed no less than 20 heavily armed Irish commandos standing guard around the estate, scanning the horizon. To be sure, this was an unusual setting for an international meeting, but then again, this was not a meeting that the participants wanted widely known. The state of the world at that time was grim. Iraq had been chased out of Kuwait, but now it played cat-and-mouse games with UN weapons inspectors. Europe was furious with the United States over steel tariffs. India and Pakistan, already engaged in a phony war, were both on the verge of entering the Nuclear Weapons Club. But all these were big-ticket issues, and the small group of nations gathered together today were not big-ticket players in world affairs. They were small countries, mice, not lions, relative minnows of world affairs. Not for long. The mice were about to roar. 7 of the 8 delegations now sat in the main sitting room of the farmhouse, waiting. Each national delegation consisted of 2 or 3 people, 1 senior diplomat, and 1 or 2 military personnel. The view out through the windows was breathtaking, a splendid vista of the wild waves of the Atlantic smashing against the coast. But no one at this gathering cared much for the view. The Arabs checked their watches impatiently, frowning. Their leader, a wily old sheikh from the United Arab Emirates named Anza al-Abbas, said, "There's been no word from Professor Epper for over 6 months. What makes you think he'll even come?" The Canadians, typically, sat there calmly and patiently, their leader simply saying, "He'll be here." Abbas scowled. While he waited, he flipped through his briefing kit and started rereading the mysterious book extract that had been provided for all the participants at the meeting. It was headed, "The Golden Capstone." The Golden Capstone, from When Men Built Mountains, The Pyramids, by Chris M. Cameron, Macmillan, London, 1989. Perhaps the greatest mystery of the pyramids is the most obvious one. The Great Pyramid at Giza stands 9 feet shorter than it should. For once upon a time, at its peak, sat the most revered object in all of history, the Golden Capstone, or, as the Egyptians called it, the Benben. Shaped like a small pyramid, the capstone stood 9 feet tall and was made almost entirely of gold. It was inscribed with hieroglyphics and other more mysterious carvings in an unknown language, and on one side, the south side, it featured the Eye of Horus. Every morning it shone like a jewel as it received the first rays of the rising sun, the first earthly object in Egypt to receive those sacred rays. The great capstone was actually made up of 7 pieces, its pyramidal form cut into horizontal strips, creating 6 pieces that were trapezoidal in shape and 1, the topmost piece, that was itself pyramidal. Small pyramids such as this were called pyramidions. We say that the capstone was made almost entirely of gold because while its body was indeed crafted from solid gold, it featured a thin borehole that ran vertically down through its core, in the exact center of the capstone. This hollow was about 2 inches wide, and it cut downward through each of the 7 pieces, punching holes in all of them. Embedded in each of those circular holes could be found a crystal, not unlike the lens of a magnifying glass. When placed in sequence, those 7 crystals served to concentrate the sun's rays on those days when it passed directly overhead. This is a crucial point. Many scholars have noted that the construction of the Great Pyramid by the pharaoh Khufu curiously coincides with the solar event known as the Tartarus rotation. This phenomenon involves the rotation of the sun and the subsequent appearance of a powerful sunspot that comes into alignment with the Earth. Accomplished sun watchers that they were, the Egyptians certainly knew of the sun's rotation, sunspots, and indeed of the sunspot that we call Tartarus. Aware of its intense heat, they called it Ra's destroyer. They also knew of the smaller sunspot that precedes Tartarus by 7 days, and so labeled it the destroyer's prophet. The last Tartarus rotation occurred in 2570 BC, just a few years after the Great Pyramid was completed. Interestingly, the next rotation will occur in 2006 on March 20, the day of the vernal equinox, the time when the sun is perfectly perpendicular to the Earth. Those theorists who link the construction of the pyramid to Tartarus also claim that the capstone's unique crystal array has the ability to capture and harness solar energy, while the more outrageous authors claim it possesses fabulous paranormal powers. Having said this, however, it should be noted that the Golden Capstone only sat atop the Great Pyramid for a very short time. The day after the Tartarus rotation of 2570 BC, the capstone was removed and taken to a secret location where it rested for over 2,000 years. It has since disappeared from history altogether, so that now all that remains of it is an ominous inscription found on the empty summit of the Great Pyramid at Giza itself. "Cower in fear, cry in despair, you wretched mortals, for that which giveth great power also takes it away. For lest the Ben be placed at sacred site, on sacred ground, at sacred height, within 7 sunsets of the arrival of Ra's prophet, at the high point of the 7th day, the fires of Ra's implacable destroyer will devour us all." A door slammed somewhere. Abbas looked up from his reading. Footsteps. Then the sitting-room door opened, and through it stepped Professor Max T. Epper and Captain Jack West, Jr. Epper wore a classic academic's tweed coat. His beard back then was just as white and long as it would be 10 years later. West wore his miner's jacket and some brand-new steel-soled boots. His ice-blue eyes scanned the room, sharp as lasers, ever watchful. And his left arm ended at the elbow. Everyone noticed it. Whispers rippled across the room. "The ones who found the scrolls of the museum," one of the Arabs whispered. "Epper is a professor of archaeology at Trinity College in Dublin, a brilliant fellow, but he also has doctorates in physics and electromagnetics." "And Huntsman?" "He was military, but not anymore. Worked alongside the Americans in Iraq in '91, but after what the Americans did to him there, well, what on earth has happened to his arm?" Abbas stood up. "Where is the girl, Maximilian? I thought you were bringing her." "We left her at a secure location," Epper said. "Her safety at this juncture is of paramount importance. Her actual presence at this meeting, my old friend Ansar, is not." Epper and West sat down at the table, joining the 7 delegations. Epper sat with the Canadians. West sat alone, attaching himself to none of the 7 countries at the table. He was the 8th delegation. His home nation had sent no other representative, having decided that his presence at this meeting was sufficient. That nation? Australia. The host, the leader of the Irish delegation, General Colin O'Hara, formally opened the meeting. "My friends, welcome to Ireland and to a meeting of tremendous significance. I will get directly to the point. 6 months ago, members of a European military archaeological team found the pregnant wife of the Oracle of Siwa in her hideaway in Uganda. It is not known how they found her, but we do know that the leader of the European expedition was the eminent Vatican historian Father Francisco del Piero. Del Piero's specialty is ancient Egyptian religious practices, particularly sun worship. In accordance with the dictates of an ancient Egyptian sun cult, Del Piero and his team took the pregnant woman to a remote volcano in Uganda on the day of the vernal equinox, March 20th. At noon on the day of the equinox, by the so-called pure light of the sun, in a chamber cut into the flank of the volcano, the oracle's wife gave birth to a son, whom Del Piero immediately abducted. Del Piero and his military escorts then left, leaving the mother to die inside the chamber. But then something most unexpected occurred. After Del Piero's team had departed, the oracle's wife gave birth to another child, a girl. Through the extraordinary efforts of Professor Epper and Captain West, this baby was recovered, alive and well. There was, of course, more to it than that, West thought as he listened. He and Epper had actually found the oracle's wife a day before the Europeans. Her name was Malena Okombo, and she had been living in hiding, in fear of her abusive husband, the present-day Oracle of Siwa. Pregnant with the Oracle's heir, or heirs, she had fled from his fists and rages, the petulant rages of a spoiled man. West had sympathized with Malena immediately, promised to look after her. But then the Europeans had arrived the following day in great numbers and abducted her, leading to the incident at the volcano. O'Hara was still talking.
It is this extremely fortunate occurrence, the birth of a second oracle, that brings us together today. Professor Epper, if you will.
Epper stood up. Thank you, Colin. He addressed the assembled delegates. Miss Cassane, gentlemen, our 8 small nations come together today at a pivotal moment in history. The actions of Father Del Piero and his men in Uganda can mean only one thing, a most dangerous thing. The Europeans are making their move. After 2,000 years of searching, they have just secured the key to discovering the greatest, most sought-after treasure in human history, the Golden Capstone of the Great Pyramid. Allow me to elaborate, Epper said. As you will have read in your briefing materials, there was once a magnificent golden capstone that sat atop the Great Pyramid. It, however, was removed from the apex of the structure soon after the Great Pyramid was completed, staying there for less than a year. It is not mentioned in any Egyptian records after that time, nor is its final resting place known. Over the ages since then, the Golden Capstone has been the subject of countless myths and legends. The Persian king Cambyses tried to find it at the Siwa oasis in the western desert, only to lose 50,000 men in the attempt, consumed in a sandstorm of unusual ferocity. Julius Caesar tried to locate it, but failed. Napoleon brought an entire army to Egypt to find it, and failed. The tale of Jason and the Argonauts and their attempt to acquire a mystical, all-powerful golden fleece, written by Apollonius of Rhodes, is widely believed to be a thinly veiled allegory for the search for the Golden Capstone. But all the legends have one thing in common. In all of them the capstone is said to possess unusual properties. It is said to be a source of immense power. It is said to contain the secret to perpetual motion. It is said to be a solar polarizer, capable of absorbing the rays of the sun. And then, of course, there are the occult myths. That the capstone is a talisman of evil, forged in a bloody ceremony by occultist priests. That the nation that claims it as its own and keeps it in its lands will be unconquerable in battle. That it is a piece of alien technology brought to Earth thousands of years ago as a gift from a higher civilization. The representative of New Zealand said, "And now the European Union wants it."
Ahem, O'Hara said. These nations do not represent the European Union. Ireland and Spain are members of the EU, and Father Del Piero does not act in our name. While it calls itself an EU mission, it is really a coalition of 4 old European states: France, Germany, Italy, and the Vatican.
At the mention of France, the New Zealander visibly stiffened. Relations between New Zealand and France had been tense ever since the bombing by French agents of the Greenpeace boat, the Rainbow Warrior, in Auckland Harbour in 1985. Old Europe, then. My point is, if old Europe wants the capstone, you can be assured that her enemies are aware of this.
They are,
Abbas said firmly.
The Americans are already putting together a rival expedition.
Wait a second,
the head of the Jamaican delegation said.
America and Europe are enemies.
As only ex-friends can be, Epper said. Through the vehicle of the EU, old Europe has been waging economic warfare on the United States for the last 5 years. It began when America started unfairly subsidizing its steel industry, shutting more efficient European producers out of its market.
Spain said, "The U.S. pressures other nations to open their markets, but then it closes off its own home market to them, protecting its own weak industries with tariffs like the steel one."
Canada nodded. And ex-friends, like ex-wives and ex-husbands, make for the bitterest of foes. Europe and America despise each other, and their enmity will only get worse over time. Epper said, "Which is why we are all here today. Our 8 small nations are not the enemies of the United States or old Europe.
Indeed, we have fought by their side on many previous occasions, but on this matter we have decided that we cannot sit idly by while the so-called great powers engage in a battle for the most powerful artifact known to humankind. No, we are gathered here today because we believe that the capstone should not belong to any one superpower. Its power is simply too great. In short, we are here to save the world."
"So what about the baby girl?"
Abbas asked. Epper held up his hand.
"In a moment, Ansar, in a moment. Just a little more background first. Throughout history, the capstone has been sought by many powerful individuals: Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar, Richard the Lionheart, Napoleon, Lord Kitchener, and most recently by Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. It is worshipped by organizations such as the Templars and the Freemasons, and this will surprise some, the Catholic Church. All of them believe the same thing. Whosoever finds the capstone and performs an ancient ritual with it will rule the earth for 1,000 years.
This is the end of Disc 2. Disc 3.
The room was silent. Epper went on.
Only one man in history is believed to have actually held the capstone in his possession and harnessed its great power. He is also the one who, according to legend, broke the capstone into 7 pieces, so that no one man could ever have it whole again. He then had those pieces spread to the distant corners of the world, to be buried within 7 colossal monuments, the 7 greatest structures of his age.
"Who?" Abbas said, leaning forward.
"The only man ever to rule the entire world of his era," Epper said. "Alexander the Great."
7 colossal monuments?"
Abbas said suspiciously.
"You're talking about the 7 wonders of the ancient world? Alexander had the 7 pieces of the capstone buried within the 7 wonders?"
"Yes," Epper said, "although in his lifetime they weren't known as the 7 ancient wonders. That label was coined later in the year 250 B.C. by Callimachus of Cyrene, the chief librarian of the library at Alexandria. Why, at the time of Alexander's death in 323 B.C., only 5 of the 7 wonders had actually been built."
"My ancient history is a little rusty," Abbas said. "Can you remind me of the 7 wonders, please?"
It was the young Irish woman who answered him quickly and expertly. "In order of construction, they are the Great Pyramid at Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Lighthouse at Alexandria, and the Colossus of Rhodes."
"Thank you, Zoe," Epper said.
"I thought the Hanging Gardens were a myth,"
Abbas said. Epper said, "Just because something has not been found yet does not make it a myth, Ansar. But we digress. In his lifetime, Alexander visited all 5 of the existing wonders. The last 2 wonders, the lighthouse and the Colossus, would be built by his closest friend and general, Ptolemy I, who would himself later become Pharaoh of Egypt. This creates a curious coincidence. Taken together, these 2 titans of their age visited all 7 of the sites that would subsequently be called the 7 ancient wonders of the world. Sure enough, soon after their deaths, the concept of 7 great structures came into being. But don't be fooled. This was no coincidence at all. As I've said, the idea of the 7 wonders of the world was first espoused by Callimachus of Cyrene in 250 B.C. He did this in a text called A Collection of Wonders Around the World, now known simply as the Callimachus text. Callimachus, however, was not publishing some idle list. He was a man who knew everything about Alexander, Ptolemy, and the Golden Capstone. By pinpointing these 7 structures, and let's be honest, there were other just as impressive monuments in existence at the time that were not included, Callimachus was drawing a map, a clear and specific map to the location of the pieces of the Golden Capstone. According to the Callimachus text, the capstone was cut into pieces like so. Epper drew a pyramid on the whiteboard and cut across it horizontally, dividing it into 7 bands. 7 pieces, 1 pyramidal tip, 6 trapezoidal base pieces, all of varying sizes, which we number from the top down, 1 through 7. Then they were hidden in each of the 7 wonders.
"Wait," Abbas said. "The 7 wonders of the ancient world have long since fallen, been disassembled, or simply disappeared. How can we find these pieces in structures that no longer exist?"
Epper nodded. "This is a good point. Apart from the Great Pyramid, none of the 7 wonders has survived to the present day. The Callimachus text, however, has. And let me make something else clear. While it bears his name, Callimachus was not the only person to write it. His text is a compendium of writings from many writers, all of them members of a secret cult who updated it and revised it over the course of 1,500 years. They did keep track of every wonder even after they fell, and by extension they kept track of every piece of the capstone. Allow me to explain. There is a well-known story about Alexander the Great. Before he embarked on his campaign in Persia, Alexander visited an oracle at the desert oasis of Siwa in Egypt. During this visit, the oracle confirmed Alexander's belief that he was a god, no less than the son of Zeus. Less well-known, however, is the gift that the oracle is said to have given Alexander when he departed Siwa. It was never seen, but according to the historian Callisthenes, it occupied a whole covered wagon that required 8 donkeys to draw it. Whatever this gift was, it was heavy, very heavy. Alexander would take it in its shrouded wagon with him on his all-conquering campaign across Persia.
"You believe the oracle gave the capstone to Alexander?"
Abbas said. "I do. I further believe that during that campaign Alexander systematically hid those pieces at the 5 then existing wonders. He then left the last 2 pieces with his trusted friend Ptolemy I, who, as we know, would go on to build the last 2 ancient wonders. For you see, this oracle at Siwa was more than just a seer. The oracle was, and is to this day, the high priest of an ancient sun cult known as the cult of Amun-Ra. Interestingly, Egyptian records knew this cult by another name, the priests of the capstone. That's right. They are the ones who placed the Golden Capstone on the apex of the Great Pyramid. They are also the ones who took it down. This cult of Amun-Ra has endured to the present day under many guises. For instance, the Knights of St. John of Malta and some sections of the Catholic Church. The Freemasons, too, have long attached great significance to the Great Pyramid, and are often accused of being a thinly veiled reincarnation of the cult of Amun-Ra. Indeed, one very famous Freemason, Napoleon Bonaparte, was initiated into the order's highest ranks inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Other famous individuals who have been associated with the cult of Amun-Ra include Thomas Jefferson, Frederick August Bartholdi, the designer of the Statue of Liberty, Dr. Hans Koenig, the famous Nazi archaeologist, and the American Vice President Henry Wallace, the man behind the now infamous inclusion of a capstone-bearing pyramid on the U.S. $1 bill. For our purposes, it should be noted that all of the chief librarians of the library at Alexandria were key members of the cult, among them Apollonius of Rhodes and Callimachus of Cyrene. Epper continued. As time passed and each wonder fell, Callimachus's successors in the cult of Amun-Ra kept careful watch over the pieces of the capstone,
recording their resting places in the Callimachus text. For example, when the Colossus of Rhodes was toppled by an earthquake, Egyptian cultists spirited away its head, rescuing the capstone piece on its neckpiece. The Colossus's new resting place was then noted in the Callimachus text, but in a secret language. And here, Ansar, lies the importance of the little girl. You see, Callimachus and his successors wrote all of their entries in an ancient language, a language unlike any other in the history of man, a language that has defied translation for over 4,500 years, even by modern supercomputers. It is a mysterious language known as the Word of Thoth. Now, we believe that Father Del Piero possesses a Vatican copy of the Callimachus text, copied in secret by a Vatican spy in the 13th century, but he cannot translate it. And so he went in search of the one person in the world capable of reading the Word of Thoth, the Oracle of Siwa. For while Alexander has come and gone, the Oracle of Siwa lives to this very day, albeit in hiding somewhere in Africa. In a single unbroken line spanning more than 4,500 years, the oracle, male or female, the oracle can be either, has always spawned one child. And the oracle's offspring have inherited the preternatural sight associated with the oracle, thus becoming the next one. The extent of this sight has been debated over the years, but one talent peculiar to the oracle has been documented by Egyptian, Greek, and Roman writers alike. The Oracle of Siwa is the only person alive who is born with the ability to read the Word of Thoth. Since Callimachus's followers died out sometime in the 14th century, the oracle is now the only person on earth who can decode the Callimachus text, and thus reveal the locations of the 7 ancient wonders. As we have just heard, led by Francisco del Piero, the European coalition did not locate the oracle himself, but they did find his pregnant wife, which is just as well. The oracle, a foul, distasteful man by all accounts, was killed 2 months later in a drunken accident. Had he been located sooner, this mission would have been significantly easier and could have started immediately. In any case, now the Europeans have a new-born oracle, a boy, which means that when he reaches sufficient age he will be able to decode the text. According to ancient sources, a new oracle begins to command his or her abilities around the age of 10. Once Del Piero has the ability to decode the Callimachus text, his European force will commence upon the greatest treasure hunt in history, a search for the 7 pieces of the Golden Capstone. The Irish woman, Zoe Cassane, leaned forward. Only on this occasion, by some fluke, the oracle's wife gave birth to twins, and we have the other child, a girl. Correct, Epper said. And now it becomes a race based solely on the maturation of 2 children. As they grow, they will learn to command their abilities, and when they are able to read the Word of Thoth, they will be able to decipher the Callimachus text.
Which means the girl's well-being is of the utmost importance, O'Hara said. She is to be guarded around the clock, nurtured and brought to maturity, so that when the time comes, she can translate the text and guide us to the wonders before the Europeans or the Americans can get them.
Epper nodded in agreement. Make no mistake, people. The odds are against us. Our rivals from America and old Europe are already employing hundreds of scientists in pursuit of this goal. When the time comes, they will send entire armies after those 7 pieces. We do not have their resources or their numbers, but, having said that, we are not entirely without advantages. First, aiding our quest, is the fact that the 2 superpowers do not know we are embarking on it. They don't know we have the girl. And second, we are not after the entire capstone. We only need to get 1 piece. If we do that, we deprive our adversaries of the power of the entire capstone. Granted, getting just one piece will be a titanic task. Epper scanned the room. This is a weighty responsibility, too weighty for one nation alone to bear, which is why we have all come together today, a group of small nations who are prepared to join forces to combat the great powers of our time. And so the following course of action is proposed. Each member of this group of nations will provide one soldier to share in the guardianship of the girl, both in her growth and in our ultimate quest to find one piece of the capstone. But I warn you, this will be a long mission, a mission of years, not months. It will also be one of constant vigilance, self-sacrifice, and discipline. The group of chosen soldiers will accompany Captain West and me to the safe house where the girl is now being kept. There we shall guard her and raise her in absolute secrecy, until she is ready to fulfill her destiny. The 7 delegations formed into huddles, whispered among themselves. Since he was his own delegation, West didn't need to discuss anything with anyone. At length they reconvened, each nation presenting its selected guardian. Canada already had Max Epper. Sheikh Abbas said, "On behalf of the United Arab Emirates, I offer the services of my second son, Captain Zarir al-Ansar al-Abbas." The trooper, who had been sitting beside Abbas for the duration of the meeting, stood. He was a rotund fellow, short and round, some would say chubby, with a bushy black beard and turban. He stood.
Captain Zarir al-Ansar al-Abbas, Heavy Arms Explosives, 1st Commando Squadron at your command. Call sign, Saladin.
Then the Spaniards' representative stood. Tall, handsome, and athletic, he looked like Ricky Martin, only tougher. Lieutenant Enrique Vallecruz, Unidad de Operaciones Especiales, Spanish Marines, Underwater Destruction and Demolition. Call sign, Marador. The Jamaicans introduced a tall, dreadlocked fellow named Sergeant V.J. Weatherly. Call sign, Witch Doctor. The New Zealanders offered a big, hairy-faced NZAF pilot nicknamed Sky Monster. Last of all, the Irish proffered 2 representatives, one of whom was the only woman to join this special multinational unit. They sent Zoe Cassane and the giant fellow who sat at her side, her brother Liam. Both hailed from the famed Irish commando unit, the Scihaun Finogloch Onarm. She introduced herself. Sergeant Zoe Cassane, Hostage Rescue, Advanced Medical, call sign Bloody Mary. He did too.
Corporal Liam Cassane, also Hostage Rescue, Bomb Disposal, Heavy Arms, call sign Gunman.
And there they stood, around the wide table, the 9 chosen representatives of 8 small nations who were about to embark on the mission of their lives. They would acquire a 10th member soon, Stretch from Israel, but he would not be a member of their choosing. They prepared to leave. A plane was waiting to take them out of Ireland and to the secret safe house. At the door Abbas spoke to his nephew Saladin in Arabic. One word kept arising. Bint. The short, fat trooper nodded. As he did so, West stepped past them, walking out the door. "If you're going to talk about her," he said, "please stop calling her the girl. She has a name, you know."
"You named her?"
Saladin said, surprised. "Yeah," West said. "I named her Lily." They commenced their journey to the safe house. It was in Africa, in Kenya, but for secrecy's sake, they took a long, circuitous route to get there, taking several flights over several days. On one of these flights, Saladin said to Epper,
"At the meeting we were given an extract from a book. It told of the capstone and the Tartarus sunspot. What is this Tartarus sunspot, and what relationship does it bear to the Great Pyramid and its capstone?"
Epper nodded. "Good question.
It is a most curious relationship, but one that takes on a new level of importance at this time.
Why?
Because in 10 years' time, in March 2006, we will see the second great turning of the sun, a solar event that has not occurred in over 4,500 years.
The big bearded Arab frowned.
The second great turning of the sun? What is that?
Now, although you can't see it, our sun actually spins on its own axis, much as the Earth does. Only it doesn't turn in a flat, even rotation as we do. Rather, it rocks slowly up and down as it spins. As such, every 4,000 to 5,000 years, a certain section of the sun, a sunspot known as the Tartarus sunspot, comes into direct alignment with our planet. This is a bad thing.
Why?
Because the Tartar sunspot is the single hottest point on the surface of the sun, Zoe Cassane said, coming over and sitting down. The ancient Greeks named it after one of the two realms of their underworld. The nicer realm was Elysian Fields. It was a place of eternal happiness. The nasty one, a cursed land of screaming, flames, and punishment, was known as the Tartarus Plains.
Global temperatures have been rising steadily for 20 years now, Epper said, because the Tartarus sunspot is approaching. When it shines directly upon the Earth, as it has done before, for about 2 weeks, temperatures will rise to unbearably high levels, around 110 degrees Celsius. Rainforests will shrivel. Rivers will boil. Humankind will have to move indoors for that time. It will be a literal scorching of the Earth, but it is survivable. The problem is, the polar ice caps will melt, causing massive global floods. The oceans will rise by perhaps 50 feet. Many coastal cities worldwide will be severely damaged. But, as I say, all that is survivable, given due warning.
Okay,
Saladin said. Epper wasn't finished. Now, we have geological records of similar mass global water risings in the past, specifically in the years 15,000 BC, 10,500 BC, and 6,500 BC. The flood of 15,000 BC is believed to have been the giant oceanic movement that flooded the Persian Gulf, while the flood of 10,500 BC is widely acknowledged as the Great Flood mentioned in religious texts worldwide. Noah's flood in the Bible, the floods mentioned in ancient Sumerian texts. Even the Australian Aborigines refer to a great flood in their Dreamtime folklore. The most recent global flood, that of 6,500 BC, broadly correlates with the worldwide episode of water rise known as the Flandrian Transgression, where entire coastlines were submerged by about 70 feet. Epper leaned forward to make his point. All 3 of these major global floods occurred during a Tartarus rotation. The thing is, he raised a finger, in 2570 BC, during the most recent Tartarus rotation, no such mass global flooding took place. Saladin frowned.
You're saying that something stopped the cataclysm? Something to do with the pyramids?
Yes, Epper said. It's complicated, but, you see, prior to King Djoser in 2660 BC, the Egyptians never built pyramids. And after Menkaure in 2503 BC, they stopped building giant ones. The fact is, for a period of 160 years, the Egyptians went on an absolute frenzy of pyramid building, the high point of which was the Great Pyramid. And then they never did it again. They just stopped. Immediately after the Tartarus rotation of 2570 BC. Later Egyptian architecture was certainly impressive and colossal, but it didn't involve pyramids.
So you think the Egyptians knew something about the coming of this Tartarus sunspot?
Saladin said.
What, were they visited by aliens or something, and told to build the Great Pyramid and put this special capstone on it?
Epper just raised his bushy eyebrows theatrically.
I don't know why the Egyptians started building pyramids, but they did. in a rush and on a scale never seen before then and not seen since. And for some reason, the Tartarus sunspot had no effect on planet Earth in the year 2570 BC. The Great Pyramid was built, the sunspot passed, harmlessly, and the Egyptians took down the Golden Capstone, hid it, and stopped building pyramids.
So how do you explain it?
Saladin asked. Well, putting aside for the moment all the occultist literature, I believe the crystals in the capstone are the key. I think the capstone is a polarizer, a crystal array that absorbs the super-hot rays of the Tartarus sunspot, rendering them harmless.
And the occultist literature? These tales about obtaining global power for 1,000 years?
Epper's face became grave. The scientist in me scoffs at them, but something else gives me pause before discarding them completely. I've seen enough in my life to know that some things defy scientific explanation. The inscription on the summit of the Great Pyramid tells of placing the Ben at sacred site on sacred ground at sacred height within 7 days of the arrival of the minor sunspot Ra's prophet. This is a reference to an ancient ritual, a ritual passed down through the cult of Amun-Ra, a ritual to be performed at the arrival of the Tartarus sunspot. This ritual involves the intoning of a sacred incantation, the words of which are carved into the very pieces of the capstone. But this ritual can be performed in 2 ways, one for good, the other for ill. With the capstone in place atop the Great Pyramid, if you utter the noble incantation known as the Ritual of Peace, the world will be spared the wrath of Tartarus and life will go on. This is also to our advantage. If we fail in our quest to obtain a piece of the capstone, we could yet be able to utter the good incantation over the replaced capstone.
And the evil spell?
Saladin asked hesitantly. Epper's face went grim. The evil incantation, the ritual of power, will also spare the world from the blaze of Tartarus by capturing the sun's rays in the capstone's crystal array, but at a terrible price. For, according to the ancient texts, when the entire capstone is placed on the summit of the Great Pyramid at noon on the 7th day, and a designated amount of pure soil from one nation is placed in a crucible inside it, and the ritual of power is uttered, all earthly power will be invested in that nation for 1,000 years. Epper stared at Saladin. The capstone is the ultimate test of mankind's mettle. In the face of cataclysm, it can be used selflessly for the universal good, or it can be used selfishly to attain absolute power.
Or there is the third option,
Saladin said.
our option. If we obtain a single piece of this capstone and withhold it, we condemn the world to 2 weeks of catastrophic weather and floods, but not 1,000 years of slavery. A lesser of 2 evils argument, Dr. Epper?
Something like that, Epper said quietly. Either way, my Arab friend, the fate of the world now depends on our efforts. A Girl Named Lily. Victoria Station, Southern Kenya, 1996 to 2006. Within days of the historic meeting, the team was in Kenya, living and working and training at a remote farm station near the Tanzanian border. On a clear day to the south, they could see the mighty cone of Kilimanjaro peaking above the horizon. Far from the Western world, far from their enemies. The farm, very deliberately, had wide, flat, treeless pastures stretching for 2 miles in every direction from the central farmhouse. There would be no unexpected visitors to this place. The team raised few eyebrows among the locals. To the Kenyans, Victoria Station was just another working farm,
populated by a few foreigners, all working for the old man Epper and his lovely wife Doris. Gray-haired, patient, and kind, she had come from Canada to join her husband on this mission and provide a much-needed grandmotherly figure on the farm. Of course, the locals soon became aware of a baby girl on the property. Every now and then Doris or a worker from the farm would come into town to buy baby food, formula milk, diapers, and sometimes toys. But the Kenyans simply assumed that the olive-skinned girl was the daughter of the young blonde woman at the farm, who in turn was presumably the wife of one of the men. The locals, however, never noticed that every single night there were always 2 members of the team patrolling the perimeter of the property. Lily grew up quickly. Indeed, she transformed rapidly from a happy, gurgling baby into an inquisitive toddler who, on taking her first steps, became an absolute security nightmare. It was not uncommon to see 7 crack commandos frantically upturning chairs, couches, or hay bales trying to find a giggling little girl who could disappear seemingly at will. Then she began to talk and read. Inevitably, she was the product of many influences. When she saw Saladin kneeling toward Mecca, she asked him what he was doing. It was he who taught her about Islam, only growing tongue-tied once when, as a 4-year-old, she asked him why Islamic women had to wear head-covering burqas.
If they do not wear the burqa, men will not, respect them,
Saladin said, clearing his throat.
Zoe doesn't wear a burqa,
Lily said. Several members of the team were eating nearby at the time. Zoe, Epper, and West. Smiling, Zoe looked expectantly at Saladin, waiting for his answer.
Well, no, she doesn't, because she is not a Muslim.
But you can see her face, right?
Lily asked.
Yes.
Which means, according to Islam, you mustn't respect her.
Aziz blushed bright pink.
Well, no, I do respect Miss Zoe very much.
Then why do all Muslim women have to wear these burqa things?
Aziz was helpless. It was Zoe who saved him. Not all men are as gentlemanly as Aziz, Lily. They can't control their urges as well as he can.
Urges?
Lily asked, zeroing in on the new word. Zoe said, "And that is a topic we will address when you're a little older." All this time a sheet of paper hung in the kitchen, attached by a magnet to the refrigerator. On it were 7 boxes, filled with a strange kind of writing, reproductions of the 7 main verses in the Callimachus text. It was positioned so that Lily saw it every day when she went to get her morning juice. When she asked what it said, Doris Epper answered,
"We don't know. We're hoping that one day you'll be able to tell us."
When she hit 5 years of age, Max Epper took charge of her schooling, teaching her math, science, ancient history, and languages, with an emphasis on Latin, Greek, and the ancient form of writing, cuneiform. It turned out she had a singular aptitude for languages, learning them quickly and fluidly, with almost unnatural ease. By age 7, she had mastered Latin and Greek. By 8, she was deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics. By 9, she had outstripped Epper in his knowledge of cuneiform, translating all 3 of the ancient languages from the Bisitin monument. Not to mention the modern languages she was learning just by speaking with her multinational guardians. She particularly loved the difficult Gaelic tongue spoken by her Irish protectors, Zoe and Liam Cassane. Epper was a wonderful teacher. Lily just adored him, loved his wise old face, his kind blue eyes, and the gentle yet clever way he taught. And so she renamed him Wizard. Every day she would race to his schoolroom in the east wing of the farmhouse to learn new and interesting things. Poems like The Charge of the Light Brigade were acted out with verve and energy. Simple arithmetic was illustrated with farming examples. And science was a blast, literally. For Wizard had all manner of crazy homemade inventions in his workshop at the farm. Gadgets and tools that emerged from his dabblings in electromagnetism and foam poxies. He once told Lily that a long time ago he had worked at a laboratory called Sandia in the United States, and that it was a secret place where they made secret things. She liked that. Secret things. She got along with the team members in different ways. Although she herself wasn't a very girly girl, Zoe taught Lily some necessary girly things, like brushing her hair, filing her nails, and how to make boys do her bidding. Matador, the Spanish trooper, spent a lot of time in the gym they'd set up in the smaller barn. At first, he let Lily watch him work out. Then, as she grew bigger, he let her sit on one end of a plank of wood while he bench-pressed it, balancing her mass with lead weights at the other end, lifting her high into the air. She loved that. Witch Doctor, the Jamaican commando, taught her how to tread in silence. They would terrorize Doris Epper, sneaking up on her when she dozed on the veranda in the afternoon sun. But the soldier she bonded with most was Zoe's brother, Liam, call sign Gunman. Gunman was a big guy, broad and tall, easily 6'3", with a wide, honest face, a fully shaven head, and large jug ears. He wasn't all that smart, but he was a great commando. With Lily, though, he just clicked, perhaps because they were of an equal intelligence level, even though he was 24 and she was just a kid. They watched movies and read books together. They played the video game Splinter Cell endlessly in dual-player mode, killing baddies left, right, and center, coordinating their moves with loud shouts and commands. They actually made a good team, winning the inaugural Victoria Station dual-player Splinter Cell competition, defeating Wizard and Zoe in a hard-fought final. They went on adventures around the station, including one visit to a giant hangar concealed in the western hills of the property, inside of which they found the towering Halicarnassus. Lily gazed in awe at the great 747, and felt a thrill of excitement when she walked up to it, touched it, and read a peculiar inscription on its underbelly. President 1, Air Force of Iraq. But most of all, no one would ever forget the famous tea party held on the front lawn one summer, with Mr. Bear, Little Dog, Big Dog, Barbie, Lily, and Gunman. Huge Gunman, all 6 feet of him, hunched over on a tiny plastic chair, sipping from a plastic teacup, allowing Lily to pour him another cup of imaginary tea. Everyone on the team saw it, watching from inside the farmhouse, alerted by a whisper from Doris. The thing was, no one ever teased Gunman about the incident. This was unusual. They were soldiers. They could and did make fun of each other on a regular basis, but for some reason, Gunman's relationship with Lily was off-limits. Well, except for the time he and Lily broke into Aziz's workshop in the big barn, took a plasticine-like substance from his lockbox and used it to blow up Barbie's camper van. Both Gunman and Lily caught hell for that. And so, gradually, the team became a family centered around the protection and nurturing of one little girl. Of course, Lily loved the attention, like when she discovered ballet and put on a one-girl show to a cheering audience of 7 commandos and 2 grandparent-like figures. And still, every day when she appeared in the kitchen for breakfast, whoever happened to be there at the time would turn to see if she noticed the sheet of paper magnetized to the fridge. But then one day, when she was 7, there was a commotion. As the team had been eating breakfast, a radio squawked,
"All units, this is Sentry 1. I have an intruder coming in through the main gate."
Everyone leaped up, alarmed at the presence of an outsider, worried that other nations might know of their mission. The intruder turned out to be a lone man, tall and thin, with a sanguine face, walking casually down the dirt road from the main gate. 3 hidden guns were trained on him as he rang the doorbell. Wizard answered the door.
"Can I help you, young man?"
"Indeed you can, Professor Epper," the thin man said. He had a dry, pale face with high cheekbones and deep, hollow eye sockets. Wizard blanched, did a double-take. The intruder's gray eyes never blinked. He knew that he had just chilled Wizard to the very bone. "Professor Max T. Epper," he said, "Professor of Archaeology at Trinity College, Dublin, and the representative of Canada on a secret 8-nation task force, protecting the daughter of the Oracle at Siwa, with a view to obtaining the lost capstone of the Great Pyramid. My name is Lieutenant Benjamin Cohen, call sign Archer, formerly of the Sayeret Matkal, now of the Israeli Mossad. I've been sent by my government to join your task force." West stepped out from behind Wizard. "Why, hello, Jack," Archer said familiarly. "Haven't seen you since Desert Storm. Heard about what you did at that Scud base outside Basra. Very nice. And Israel appreciated your efforts. Although we still don't know how you got out. My bosses said you were involved in this, which was why they sent me. They thought you would accept me more than you would a total stranger." "Well, they were right, Ben," West said. "It's the only thing keeping you alive right now. Don't shoot the messenger." "Oh, why not?" West said. And for the briefest of moments, Archer's confident air faltered. West said, "I don't like having my hand forced, Ben, and you've got us over a barrel here." Archer said seriously, "This is big, Jack. Affairs of state, fate of the world and all that. This confrontation between Europe and the U.S. has been coming for a long time. Let's just say Israel always likes to be involved. If it makes you feel better, I have orders to place myself under your direct command." West pondered this a moment. Then he said, "No contact with home. No reporting back to Mossad until the mission is achieved." "I have to report back sometime. No reporting back to Mossad until the mission is achieved, or I blow your brains out right now, Ben." Archer held up his hands, smiled. "Can't argue with that. You've got a deal." The team was stunned, but they knew they didn't have any choice in the matter. Either they allowed Archer to join their team, or the Israelis would just advise the Americans of their mission. How the Israelis had discovered them, they didn't know. But then Mossad is the most ruthless and efficient intelligence service in the world. It knows everything. What was also apparent, however, was that Israel did not want to see the capstone fall into the hands of either America or Europe, which meant Israel had an interest in the mission succeeding. That was good. The big question, however, was what Israel planned to do at the end of the mission. Could Archer and Israel be trusted then? At first, hardly anyone even spoke to Archer, which the ever-cool Israeli didn't seem to mind at all. But no man is an island, and one day he joined West as he carried out some repairs on the station, and so began the process of becoming part of the team. And slowly, over the course of many months, by working and sweating and training with the others, he became accepted as one of them. One member of their little community, however, always regarded Archer with great suspicion. Saladin. As an Arab and a Muslim, he distrusted the Israeli intensely, but he also knew that Archer's presence in Kenya was now a given. He would often say that while he had to accept Archer's presence, he didn't have to like it. As all this was happening, Lily's development was proceeding apace. She was always inquisitive, always watching Saladin go off into the big barn and disappear inside his explosives workshop. He was so sweet and cuddly she renamed him Pooh Bear. Watching the new man Archer go out to the western paddock and practice firing his ultra-long Barrett sniper rifle at far-off targets, and hitting the target every single time. She watched him closely, even when he disassembled his rifle. He was so tall and thin, she started calling him Stretch. She also noticed that Pooh Bear and Stretch hardly ever even spoke. She did not know why. Watching Witch Doctor do chin-ups. From an early age, she had loved his wild, dreadlocked hair. He became fuzzy. Watching the two youngest troopers, Matador and Gunman, jog together, train together, and drink together, this earned them their new call signs, Naughty and Big Ears. And, of course, watching Zoe. Idolizing Zoe. Being the only 20-something female Lily knew, it wasn't unexpected that Zoe would become her feminine role model. And Zoe Cassane was a good role model. She could outlast the men in fitness tests, outwit most of them at dinner-table discussions, and she could often be found studying history books deep into the night. It was not uncommon to find Lily sitting in an armchair late at night beside Zoe, fast asleep with a book open, trying to imitate the pretty Irish woman. Naturally, Lily called her Princess Zoe. But above all, the one person Lily enjoyed watching most was Jack West, Jr. She would never forget the day in 2000 when Wizard had presented West with a shiny new silver arm. With Zoe assisting, Wizard spent the whole day attaching the high-tech arm to West's left elbow, pausing every now and then to frown and say something like, "The arm's CPU is experiencing interference from somewhere. Aziz, would you turn off the television set, please?" Eventually, he changed some frequencies on the arm's central processing unit, and it worked to his satisfaction. The 4-year-old Lily had watched them keenly as they worked. She was aware that West had lost his arm on the day she was born, in the process of saving her life, so she really wanted his new arm to work. At the end of the day, the arm was on, and West flexed his new metal fingers. His new hand could actually grip things far more tightly and firmly than his natural right hand could. True to his word, Wizard had built West an arm that was better than the one he'd been born with. Other things about West intrigued Lily. For one thing, of all the team at the farm, he hung out with her the least. He didn't play with her. He didn't teach her any special subject. He would spend most days in his study poring over old books, really old books with titles like Ancient Egyptian Building Methods, Imhotep and the Architects of Amun-Ra, and one really old scroll titled in Greek, A Collection of Wonders from Around the World. Lily loved his study. It had lots of cool stuff arrayed around its walls, sandstone tablets, a crocodile skull, the skeleton of some ape-like creature Lily couldn't recognize, and hidden in one corner a glass jar filled with a very strange kind of rusty red sand. On a secret mission of her own late one night, she discovered that the jar's lid was sealed tight, too tightly for her to open. It remained a mystery. There was also a medium-sized whiteboard attached to the far wall, on which West had scribbled all sorts of notes and pictures. Things like, Howard Carter, 1874-1939. Found Tutankhamun's tomb. Also discovered Queen Hatshepsut's unused tomb, KV-20, in Valley of the Kings in 1903. Empty tomb, never used. unfinished carving on tomb's east wall is only known picture of capstone atop Great Pyramid receiving vertical shaft of sunlight. After this, West had noted, Queen Hatshepsut, only female pharaoh, prolific obelisk builder. One note on the board, however, caught Lily's eye. It was at the very bottom corner of the whiteboard, under all the others, almost deliberately out of the way. It read simply, 4 missing days of my life. Coronado? Once, late at night, she had seen West staring at those words, tapping his pencil against his teeth, lost in thought. Whenever West worked in his study, his falcon always sat loyally on his shoulder, alerting him with a squawk when anyone approached. Lily was intrigued by Horace. She was an absolutely stunning bird, proud in her bearing and laser-like in her intensity. She didn't play with Lily, despite Lily's continued efforts to coax her. Bouncing balls, fake mice, nothing Lily used could draw the falcon out into play. Now, whatever silly thing Lily did to get her attention, Horace would just stare back at her with total disdain. Horace, it seemed, cared for only one person, Jack West. This was a fact Lily would confirm through experimentation. One day, when once again Horace would not be drawn from West's shoulder, Lily threw her rubber mouse at West. The falcon moved with striking speed. She intercepted the tossed mouse easily, in midair halfway between Lily and West, her talons clutching the toy rodent in twin vice-like grips. Dead mouse. Lesson learned. But research was not the only thing West did. It didn't escape Lily's notice that while she was busy studying in her classroom, Huntsman would often disappear into the old abandoned mine in the hills beyond the western paddock, not far from the airplane hangar. Strangely, he would wear an odd uniform, a fireman's helmet, and his canvas jacket, and Horace always went with him. Lily was strictly forbidden from going into those caves. Apparently, Wizard had built a series of traps in the mine tunnels, traps based on those in the ancient books that he and West studied, and Huntsman would go in there to test himself against the traps. Lily found Jack West, Jr. to be a bit of a mystery, and she wondered at times, as children do, if he even liked her at all. But one thing Lily didn't know was just how closely she herself was being observed. Her progress with languages was being carefully monitored. She continues to excel, Wizard reported just after she turned 9. Her transliteration skills are like nothing I have ever seen, and she doesn't even know how good she is. She plays with languages the way Serena Williams plays with spin on a tennis ball. She can do things with it, twist it this way and that in ways you or I can't even begin to imagine. Big Ears reported, She's physically fit, good endurance. If it ever becomes necessary, she can run 6 miles without breaking a sweat. And she knows every inch of my study, West said. She sneaks in there once a week. Zoe said, I know it isn't mission-related, but she's actually becoming quite good at something else. Ballet. Watches it on cable. Now, I know lots of little girls dream of becoming prima ballerinas, but Lily is actually very good at it, especially considering she's self-taught. She can hold a toe pose unaided for close to 20 seconds, which is exceptional. The kid just loves ballet, can't get enough of it. It's a girl thing. Think you can get some ballet DVDs the next time you go to Nairobi, Wizard? Well, certainly. Ballet, you say? West said. It then came as a surprise to Lily when she arrived at breakfast one day, again ignoring the sheet on the fridge, and found West waiting for her in the kitchen, alone, dressed and ready to go somewhere. Hey, kiddo, want to go out for a surprise? Sure. The surprise was a private plane trip to Cape Town, and a visit to a performance of the Nutcracker by the South African Royal Ballet. Lily sat through the entire performance with her mouth agape, her eyes wide with wonder, entranced. West just looked at her the whole time, and maybe once, just once, he even smiled. Years went by. In 2001, she saw the first Lord of the Rings movie. That Christmas, Sky Monster, proud of the New Zealand-born team behind the film, gave her the 3 books by Tolkien and read them with her. By the time the third film had come and gone in 2003, Lily and Sky Monster had reread the books to within an inch of their lives. And from those readings of The Lord of the Rings, Lily got her own call sign. Sky Monster bestowed it on her, naming her after her favorite character in the epic, Eowyn, the feisty shield maiden from Rohan, who kills the witch king of Angmar, the ringwraith whom no man can kill. Lily loved her call sign. And still, every day she would enter the kitchen and get her juice and see the sheet of paper with the strange writing on it stuck to the fridge door. Then one morning, a few days before her 10th birthday, she looked at the uppermost box on it and said,
"Huh, I get it now. I know what that says."
Everyone in the kitchen at the time, Doris, Wizard, Zoe, and Pooh Bear, whirled around instantly. "What does it say, Lily?" Wizard said, gulping, trying not to show his excitement.
"It's a funny language. Uses letters and pictures to create sounds. It says, Colossus, 2 entrances, 1 plain, 1 knot, carved by the 5th great architect, out of great Soder's 10th mine. The easier route lies below the old mouth, yet in the Nubian swamp to the south of Soder's mine, among Sobek's minions, find the 4 symbols of the lower kingdom. Therein lies the portal to the harder route."
The next day, the entire team left Victoria Station on board the Halicarnassus, bound for the Sudan. That same day, the sun rotated on its axis, and the small sunspot that the Egyptians called Ra's prophet appeared on its surface. In 7 days, on March 20, the Tartarus rotation would occur. Second mission, The Lighthouse. Tunisia, March 15, 2006. 5 days to Tartarus. The Pharos. As a wonder of the world, the lighthouse at Alexandria has always been, terribly unfairly, the perennial runner-up. It is second in height to the Great Pyramid of Giza by a mere 95 feet. It stood intact and functioning for 1,600 years, until it was hit by a pair of devastating earthquakes in AD 1300. Only the Great Pyramid survived for longer. But ultimately, it would defeat the pyramid on one important count. It was useful. And because it survived for so long, we have many descriptions of it: Greek, Roman, Islamic. By today's standards, it was a skyscraper. Built on 3 colossal levels, it stood 384 feet high, the equivalent of a 40-story building. The first level was square, broad, solid, and powerful, the foundation level. The second level was octagonal and hollow. The third and uppermost level was cylindrical and also hollow, to allow for the raising of fuel to the peak. At the summit of the tower stood its crowning glory, Sostratus's masterpiece, the mirror. 10 feet high and shaped like a modern satellite dish, the mirror was mounted on a sturdy base and could rotate 360 degrees. Its concave bronze shape reflected the rays of the sun to warn approaching ships of the dangerous shoals and submerged rocks just off Alexandria. By night, A huge bonfire was lit in front of the mirror, allowing the great lighthouse to send its beam 12 miles out into the darkened sea. Interestingly, like the Colossus of Rhodes a few years later, it was built at the request of Ptolemy I of Egypt, Alexander the Great's close friend and general. Airspace over Africa, March 15, 2006, 2:00 a.m., 5 days before the arrival of Tartarus. The Halicarnassus roared toward Kenya. The huge black 747, with its bristling array of missiles and gun turrets, cut a mean figure in the sky. It looked like a gigantic bird of prey, death on wings. Inside it, West's multinational team was still recovering from their disastrous mission in the Sudan. In the main cabin of the jumbo, West, Wizard, Lily, and Pooh Bear all sat in contemplative silence. The cabin was fitted with couches, some tables, and wall consoles for radio and communications gear. Wizard stood.
"I'd better call the Spanish Army attaché. Tell them about Naughty."
He went to a nearby wall console, grabbed the secure sat phone there, started dialing. West just stared into space, replaying in his mind everything that had gone wrong in the Sudan. Lily sat with Pooh Bear, gazing at the team's original copy of the Callimachus text. As for the others, Fuzzy and Big Ears were in the infirmary in the rear of the plane, being treated by Zoe, and Sky Monster was up in the cockpit, flying the plane, with Stretch keeping him company. In the main cabin, Lily scanned another entry of the Callimachus text. The symbols on the page were ancient, alien. Then suddenly she squealed. "Hey!" West snapped up. Wizard also spun.
"This entry here, I couldn't understand it before, but for some reason I can now. It's more complex than the last one. Uses new symbols, but I can read it now."
"What's it say?" West leaped to her side. Lily read it aloud.
"The Pharos, look for the base that was once the peak of the great tower, in the deepest crypt of Iskender's highest temple, Soter's illustrious house to the Muses, among the works of Eratosthenes the Measurer, Hipparchus the Stargazer, and Archimedes and Heron the Machine-makers. There you will find Euclid's instructions, surrounded by death."
Lily frowned.
"The word 'it' has been crossed out and replaced with Euclid's instructions. I don't know what they are."
"I do," Wizard said, reaching for a high-tech stainless steel trunk behind him. It opened with a vacuum-sealed hiss. The trunk was fitted with many pigeonholes, each pigeonhole containing an ancient scroll. Wizard's collection was huge. There were at least 200 tightly rolled scrolls.
"Now, where is that index? Yeah, here it is."
Wizard pulled a computer printout from a sleeve in the trunk's lid. On it was a very long typewritten list.
Now, Euclid's instructions. I'm sure I saw that title once before. Good. There we are. Just a moment.
Wizard proceeded to rummage through his scrolls. As he did so, West typed out Lily's translation of the text. Stretch entered the main cabin, noticed the activity immediately. "What's going on?" "We may have had a development," West said. He read one line from the translation. "Soter's illustrious house to the Muses." A house to the Muses is a museum or museum. Soter was Ptolemy I. Soter's house to the Muses is the library at Alexandria, otherwise known as the Museum.
"So,"
Pooh Bear said,
"in the deepest crypt of the Alexandria library, among those works mentioned, we'll find the base that was once the peak of the lighthouse, whatever that is. I thought the library was destroyed in antiquity."
"It was," Zoe said, coming into the lounge. "By the Romans in 48 BC. The Bibliotheca Alexandrina was the center of all learning in the ancient world, possessed of over 700,000 scrolls and the writings of some of the greatest thinkers in human history, and the Romans razed it to the ground. She saw West's translation. God, look at those names. It's like a who's who of history's greatest minds. Eratosthenes. He calculated the circumference of the earth. Hipparchus mapped the constellations. Archimedes figured out volume and was a prolific inventor. And Heron, well, Heron invented geared cogwheels and a primitive steam engine 2,000 years before James Watt was even born. Pooh Bear asked, "And now?" Zoe sighed. The library is gone, long since buried underneath modern-day Alexandria. They know where it stood, and the Egyptian government recently built a new library not far from the old site, but the Romans did their work well. Just as they had done with Carthage 100 years previously, the library was removed from existence. Not a single brick, text, or crypt remains.
So all his scrolls were destroyed then?
Many were, but a large portion of them were spirited away from the library in the days before the Roman invasion. The scrolls were reputedly taken to a secret location, deep in the Atlas Mountains, and to date have never been officially found. When Zoe said this last sentence, she threw West and Wizard a sideways look.
Well, not everyone announces it to the world when they find something important, West said. What?
Pooh Bear said, whirling to face the scrolls Wizard was rummaging through.
Are you telling me that those scrolls are—
Aha! Here it is! Wizard exclaimed. He extracted an ancient scroll from a pigeonhole. It was beautifully made, with ornate rollers at each end and thick cream-colored parchment. Wizard unrolled it, read it. Greek text. Handwriting matches that of other known Euclidean texts. One of the greatest mathematicians in history, Euclid. He created plane geometry, you know, a grid with an x and y axis which we now call Euclidean geometry. This scroll is undoubtedly written by him, and its title is simply Instructions, which makes it Euclid's Instructions, I suppose.
What does it say?
Pooh Bear asked. Wizard scanned the scroll. It just seems to restate some of Euclid's more mundane discoveries. No reference to any ancient wonder or golden capstone. Damn, West said. Bugger, Zoe said. Wait a second. Wizard held up his hand. Look at this. He had unfurled the scroll to its edges, revealing a small, handwritten notation at the extreme bottom of the parchment, right where it met the lower roller. Written across the bottom of the scroll were a few lines of text, not in classical Greek, but in another language, the cuneiform-like strokes of the Word of Thoth. "Lily?" Wizard said. Lily scanned the ancient document for a moment, then read it aloud. Base removed before the Roman invasion, taken to Hamilcar's forgotten refuge, follow the deadly coast of the Phoenicians to the inlet of the Two Tridents, where you will behold the easier entrance to the sixth great architect's masterwork. The seventh has lain there ever since.
Ah, there's that word again, Pooh Bear said. Base. Why do they call it a base?
But West wasn't listening. He turned to Wizard, his face alive with excitement. The Callimachus text doesn't give the location of the Pharos piece. No, Wizard said. This scroll does, and this is the only copy, which means neither the Europeans nor the Americans can possibly know where this piece rests. Max, we've got a clear run at this one. They stared at each other in amazement. Holy shit, West said, smiling. We might just have a chance in this race. The helicanarses zoomed through the dawn, arriving at the northern coast of Libya, soaring over the frothy white line, where the waters of the Mediterranean meet the shores of the North African desert. Inside it, West, Wizard, and Zoe were making swift progress on Euclid's instructions.
Now, the Phoenicians was another name for the people of Carthage, the trading state annihilated by Rome in the Third and last Punic War. The state of Carthage approximated modern-day Tunisia directly south of Italy across the Mediterranean, Wizard said.
And Hamilcar is Hamilcar Barca, West said, father of Hannibal and commander of the Carthaginian forces in the First Punic War. I didn't know he had a refuge, let alone a forgotten one. Zoe commented, Hamilcar died in Spain in 228 BC, between the First and Second Punic Wars. He must have ordered the construction of a faraway fortress and never lived to see it. Wizard was on his computer.
I'm checking my database for any references to Hamilcar's refuge, but I've already found this. The Deadly Coast was a name used by Alexandrian sailors to describe the coast of modern-day Tunisia. For 100 miles, the shore is all cliffs, 400 feet high and plunging vertically into the sea. Major shipwreck area even in the 20th century. Oh, dear. If your ship goes down close to the shore, you can't climb out of the water because of the cliffs. People have been known to die within an arm's length of dry land. Oh, no wonder the ancient sailors feared it.
West added, and the sixth great architect is Imhotep VI. He lived about 100 years after Imhotep V. Clever trap builder. Fortified the island temple of Philae near Aswan. Known for his predilection for concealed underwater entrances. There are 6 at Philae alone. Stretch said, Wait a moment. I thought the Egyptian civilization was finished by the time of the Punic Wars.
A common misconception, Wizard said. People tend to think that the ancient Greek, Roman, and Egyptian civilizations existed separately, one after the other, but that's not true, not at all. They coexisted. While Rome was fighting Carthage in the Punic Wars, Egypt was still flourishing under the Ptolemies. In fact, an independent Egypt would continue to exist right up until Cleopatra VII, the famous one, was defeated by the Romans in 30 BC.
So what are these 2 tridents?
Pooh Bear asked. Well, my guess is they are rock formations just out from the coastal cliffs, Wizard said. Markers. Triple-pointed rock formations that look like tridents, marking the location of the refuge.
100 miles of sheer cliffed coast?
Pooh Bear groaned.
It could take days to patrol that kind of terrain by boat, and we don't have days.
Nah, West said. We don't. But I'm not planning on using a boat to scan that coastline. An hour later, the Halicarnassus was soaring high above the Tunisian coast, traveling parallel to it, heading westward, when suddenly its rear loading ramp opened, and a tiny winged figure leaped out of the plane and plummeted down through the sky. It was a man. West. Shooming headfirst down through the air, his face covered by a wickedly aerodynamic, oxygen-supplying full-face helmet. But it was the object on his back that demanded attention. A pair of lightweight carbon composite wings. They had a span of 8.5 feet, upturned wingtips, and in their bulky center, which covered a parachute, they possessed 6 compressed air thrusters that could be used to sustain a gliding pattern when natural glide failed. West rocketed down through the sky at a 45-degree angle, his bullet-shaped slice through the air. The deadly coast came to view. Towering yellow cliffs fronted onto the flat blue sea. Giant, immovable. Waves crashed against them relentlessly, exploding in gigantic showers of spray. West zoomed lower, hitting 110 miles per hour. Before, around 800 feet, he whooped up and entered a slower, more serene glider. He now soared 3 feet of the waves of the Mediterranean, parallel to the massive cold cliffs. He was flying near the Tunisian Libyan, a particularly deep stretch of the North African line. Broad, flat sand plains stretched from the sheer cliffs of the coast. About and those plains were against mountain range, made up of a few volcanoes that parallel the shore. It was a land devoid of life, desolate, depressing, a place where nothing rose. Sea flew, the searching for any formation on them that resembled Arab. After 10 minutes of gliding, he lost natural pattern, so he ignited a compressed air starter. With a sharp hiss, it lifted to a higher altitude, allowing him to glide for longer. And after about 40 minutes and 3 more compressed air assists, he saw them. 2 islands positioned about steamy outfitters on the cliff. Their shapes resembling 3-fingered human hand and pointing toward the sky. Or a trot. 2 tridents. Section of cliff behind the 2 tridents looked particularly forbidding. Vol and rough, with the up section of the great cliff partially overhanging its base. Very scale. Is it? Come in. West called his radio mic. I found him. An hour later, the Halicarnassus had landed on a flat sandy plain, dropped off a over 4-wheel drive from its belt, lifted to take up a holding pattern 100 miles to the south. About a long Land Rover that joined, now standing on the wind swept overlooking 2 trucks. The team numbered 7. Since the injured Fuzzy had stood in the Halicarnassus with Scuster, along with Horace. Big Ears everywhere was there and still mobile, thanks to a talk of painkillers. Technically, they were in Asia. The landscape and by. There was a village or huge or settlement 50 miles in any direction. In fact, the landscape better be described as a moonscape. The flat sand plain, occasional meteorite crater, and of course the chain mountains gonna land approach about half mile inland. Oh, Big Ear said. Star Wars in Tunisia. The Tatooine scenes. See why? West said, not turning from the view of it's the alien. Wizard came alongside West, handed him a printout. Well, this is the only reference my database had for Hamilcar's refuge. It's a drawn schematic found in a worker's hut in Alexandria, Egyptian worker who must reconfigure 6 of Hamilcar's refuge. The papyrus sheet bore a carefully crafted and drawn schematic. It was hard to exactly what the image depicted. Off at the top, and it seemed to show the entire structure. The entire structure, West said. Filled in with excavation touch. Jesus, please be huge. He must be scanned tape all but him. He scanned nothing all around, nothing hard coast, nothing but deso hard fist huge so his print is it. Check his print the checked his Gideon blue. His print the definition inlet wills to the follow inlet to coder and the nation all to the linear and you the 6th is your lane text the mass rate as rate the same verse in there ever says loud trust and verse the two rattles to try in we see this one that he found in rattles I don't suppose listen suppose all just one listen true there was no bay in no post where no in there post I
End. 3. The Disc. Disc 4.
Just hold on a moment, Epper said. He dug into his rucksack and extracted a tripod-mounted device.
Sonic resonance imager,
he said, erecting the tripod on the sand. He then aimed it downward and hit a switch.
It'll show us the density of the earth beneath our feet.
The sonic resonance imager pinged slowly. Ping, ping, ping.
Now, solid sandstone, all the way to the imager's depth limit, Wizard said. As you'd expect.
Then he swiveled the imager on its tripod and aimed it at the ground a few yards to the west, the section of coastline directly in line with the two tridents. Ping, 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 ping. The imager's pinging went bananas. West turned to Wizard. Explain? The old man looked at his display. It read, total depth, 26.2 feet. Substance analysis, silicon overlay, 18 feet. Granite underlay, 8.2 feet. Wizard said,
Oh, depth here is 26 feet. Mix of hard-packed sand and granite.
26 feet?
Pooh Bear said.
How can that be? We're at 300 feet above sea level. That would mean there's 280 feet of empty air beneath that section of ground.
Oh, no way, West said, understanding.
Yes way,
Wizard said, also seeing it. West looked back inland at the sand plain stretching to the nearest mountain a half-mile away. The sand appeared to be seamless. Amazing the things you can do with a workforce of 10,000 men, he said.
What?
Pooh Bear said, exasperated.
Would you two mind telling the rest of us mere mortals what in the blazes you're talking about?
West smiled. Pooh, there was once an inlet here. I imagine it was a narrow crevice in the coastal cliffs that cut inland.
But it's not here now,
Pooh said.
How does an entire inlet disappear?
Simple, West said. It doesn't. It's still here. It's just been hidden, concealed by the labor of 10,000 workers. The keepers of the capstone put a roof over the inlet, bricked in the entrance, and then covered it all over with sand. 5 minutes later, Jack West, Jr. hung from the Land Rover's winch cable 50 feet down the face of the coastal cliff, suspended high above the waves of the Mediterranean Sea. He probably could have blasted through the 8 meters of sand and granite with conventional explosives, but using explosives was risky when you did not know what lay beneath you. It could close off tunnels or passageways in the system below. It could even bring down the entire structure. And West's team didn't have the time or the manpower to sift through 1,000 tons of rubble for months. West now aimed Wizard's sonic resonance imager at the vertical cliff face in front of him. Bing, 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 bing. Once again, the imager's pinging went wild. The display read, total thickness, 13.5 feet. Substance analysis, sandstone overlay, 5.25 feet. Granite underlay, 8.2 feet. West gazed at the cliff face in wonder. It looked exactly like the rest of the coastline. Same color, same texture, rough and weather-worn. But it was a hoax, a ruse, an entirely artificial cliff. A false wall. West smiled, called up, It's a false wall, only 13 feet thick, granite with a sandstone outer layer.
So where's the entrance?
Zoe asked over West's radio. West gazed straight down the sheer cliff face, at the waves crashing at its base. Imhotep VI reconfigured this one. Remember what I said before? He was known for his concealed underwater entrances. Haul me up and prep the scuba gear. Minutes later, West again hung suspended from the Land Rover's super-long winch cable, only now he had been lowered all the way down the false cliff face. He dangled just a few meters above the waves crashing at its base. He was wearing a wetsuit, full face mask, and a lightweight scuba tank on his back. His caving gear, fireman's helmet, X-bars, flares, ropes, rock screw drill, and guns, hung from his belt. "Okay, lower me in, and do it fast," he called into his throat mic. The others obeyed and released the cable spooler, lowering West into the churning sea at the base of the cliff. West plunged underwater, and he saw it immediately. The vertical cliff continued on under the surface, but about 6 meters below the surface, it stopped at a distinctly man-made opening, an enormous square doorway. It was huge. With its bricked frame, the doorway looked like a great airplane hangar door carved into the submerged rock face. And engraved in its upper lintel was a familiar symbol. West spoke into his face mask's radio. "Folks, I found an opening. I'm going in to see what's on the other side." Guided by his Princeton Tech underwater flashlight, West swam through the doorway and into an underwater passage that was bounded by walls of granite bricks. It was a short swim. About 30 feet in, he emerged into a much wider area, and instantly felt the tug of unusually strong tidal motion. He surfaced in darkness. While he couldn't see beyond the range of his flashlight, he sensed that he was at one end of a vast internal space. He swam to the left, across the swirling tide, to a small stone ledge. Once he was out of the water and on the ledge, he fired a flare into the air. The dazzling incandescent flare shot high into the air, higher and higher and higher, until it hovered nearly 250 feet above him and illuminated the great space. "Mother of God!" he breathed. At that very same moment, the others were peering down the cliff face outside, waiting for word from West. Suddenly his crackly voice came in over their radios.
"Guys, I'm in. Come on down and prepare to be amazed."
"Copy that, Huntsman," Zoe said. "We're on our way." Lily stood a short distance from the group, staring inland, out across the plain. As the others started shouldering into their scuba gear, she said, "What's that?" They all turned, in time to see a C-130 Hercules cargo plane bank lazily around in the sky high above them and release about a dozen small objects from its rear. The objects sailed down through the air in coordinated spiraling motions. Parachutes. Soldiers on parachutes, heading straight for their position on the cliff top. The Hercules continued on, touching down on the plain several clicks to the east, stopping near one of the larger meteor craters over there. Wizard whipped a pair of high-powered binoculars to his eyes, zoomed in on the plane. "American markings. Oh, Christ, it's Judah!" Then he tilted his binoculars upward to see the incoming strike team directly above him. He didn't need much zoom to see the Colt Commando assault rifles held across their chests and the black hockey helmets they wore on their heads. "It's Collis and his SEAF team. Oh, I can't imagine how, but the Americans have found us. Everybody move! Down the cable! Into the cave! Now!" Exactly 6 minutes later, a pair of American combat boots stomped onto the spot where Wizard had just been standing. Cal Collis. In front of him stood the abandoned Land Rover with its winch cable stretched out over the edge of the cliff face and down to the waves 400 feet below. Collis looked out over the edge just in time to see the last two members of West's team vanish under the waves with scuba gear on. He keyed his radio mic. "Colonel Judah,
This is Collis. We've just missed them at the sea entrance. Immediate pursuit is a viable option. Repeat, immediate pursuit is viable. Instructions?
Engage in pursuit.
The cold voice at the other end said.
Instructions are as before. You may kill any of the others, but not West or the girl. Go. We'll enter via the second entrance.
West's team surfaced inside the dark cave behind the false cliff. As soon as his head broke the surface, Wizard called,
"Jack, we've got trouble. The Americans are right behind us."
One by one, West hauled the others out of the water and onto the small stone ledge to the left.
"How?"
he said to Wizard.
"I don't know. I just don't know."
West scowled. "We'll figure it out later. Come on. I hate having to rush through uncharted trap systems, and now we've got to. Get a look at this place." Wizard looked up at the cavern around them. "Oh, my," he gasped. Wizard stared in wonder at the sight. So did the others. Through sheer force of will, Imhotep VI had indeed constructed a ceiling over the natural inlet, turning it into a most unique cavern. It wasn't wide, maybe 20 meters on average, 50 at the widest, but it was long, super long. Now lit by many flares, it was revealed to be a narrow, twisting chasm that stretched away into darkness for several hundred meters. Its side walls were sheer and vertical, plunging into the water. Spanning the upper heights of these walls, however, were massive beams of granite, each the size of a California redwood, laid horizontally side by side across the width of the inlet, resting in perfectly fitted notches dug just below ground level. At some time in the distant past, this granite ceiling had been covered over with sand, concealing the entire inlet. Behind West's team stood the great wall that sealed the inlet off from the sea. 400 feet tall, it was a colossal structure, strong and proud, and on this side its giant granite bricks had not been camouflaged to match the coastline. It looked like a massive brick wall. Of immediate importance to West and his team, however, was what lay behind this wall. The roofed chasm. Cut into the sheer cliffs on either side of the chasm's central waterway were a pair of narrow ledge-like paths. The two paths ran in identical manner on either side of the twisting, bending chasm, perfect mirror images of each other. They variously rose to dizzying heights as long, bending stairways, or descended below the waterline. They even delved momentarily into the walls themselves before emerging again farther on. At many points along the way, the paths and staircases had crumbled, leaving voids to be jumped. The waterway itself was also deadly. Fed by the surging tide outside, small whirlpools dotted its length, ready to suck down the unwary adventurer who fell in, while two lines of tooth-like boulders blocked the way for any kind of boat. Spanning the watercourse was a beautiful, multi-arched aqueduct bridge, built in the Carthaginian style, but sadly it was horribly broken in the middle. As a final touch, vents in the walls spewed forth plumes of steam, casting an ominous haze over the entire scene. Wizard raised a pair of night vision binoculars to his eyes and peered down the length of the great chasm. The world went luminescent green. In deep shadow at the far end of the cavern, only partially visible beyond its twists and turns, he saw a structure. It was clearly huge, a fortress of some kind, with 2 high-spired towers and a great arched entrance. But because of the bends in the chasm and the haze, he couldn't see it in its entirety. "Hamilcar's refuge," he breathed. "Untouched for over 2,000 years. "Maybe not," West said. "Look over there." Wizard did, and his jaw dropped. My goodness! There, wrecked against some rocks in the middle of the waterway, lying half in, half out of the water, was the great rusted hulk of a World War II-era submarine. Emblazoned on its conning tower, corroded by time and salt, was the Nazi swastika and the gigantic number U-342. "That's a Nazi U-boat," Big Ears breathed. Zoe said, "Hessler and Koenig." "Probably," Wizard agreed. "Who?" Big Ears asked.
"The famous Nazi archaeological team, Hermann Hetzler and Hans Koenig. They were experts on the Capstone, and also founding members of the Nazi Party, so they were buddies of Hitler himself. In fact, with Hitler's blessing, they commanded a top-secret scientific expedition to North Africa in 1941, accompanied by Rommel's Afrika Korps."
Big Ears said. "Let me guess. They were after the Capstone. They disappeared and were never heard from again?"
"Yes and no,"
Zoe answered.
"Yes, they were after the Capstone, and yes, Hessler never returned, but Koenig did, only to be caught by the British when he arrived on foot in Tobruk, staggering out of the desert, starving and almost dead from thirst. I believe he was ultimately handed over to the Americans, who asked to interrogate him. Koenig would ultimately be taken back to the States with a bunch of other German scientists, where I believe he still lives."
West turned to Wizard. "How far behind us is Calais?"
5 minutes at the most,"
Wizard said.
"Probably less."
"Then we have to get cracking. Sorry, Zoe, but you'll have to continue the history lesson on the way. Come on, people. Dump your bigger scuba tanks, but keep your pony bottles in your masks. We might need them." A pony bottle was a small handheld scuba tank with a mouthpiece. "Wizard, fire up a warbler or two." The first staircase, ascending. West and his team took the left-hand cliff path. It quickly became a staircase that rose and twisted up the left-hand wall like a slithering snake. After a minute of climbing, West was 80 feet above the swirling waterway below. At 2 points along the ascending stone staircase, there were 4-foot gaps that preceded stepping-stone-like ledges. And facing onto those ledges were wall holes, just like the one that Fuzzy had neutralized at the base of the quarry in Sudan. West didn't know what deadly fluid these wall holes spewed forth, for the Nazis had, very conveniently, neutralized them long ago, riveting sheets of plate steel over the holes, then laying steel catwalk gangways over the gaps in the stairs. West danced across the first catwalk bridge and past the sealed wall hole. Whomp! A great weight of some unseen liquid banged against the other side of the steel plate, trying to burst its way through. But the plate held, and West and his team ran by it. No sooner were they past the second plugged-up wall hole than zing, smack! A bullet sizzled past their heads and ricocheted off the wall above them. Everyone spun. To see a member of Calais' SEAF team hovering in the water at the base of the great wall, his Colt rifle raised and aimed. The SEAF man let fly with a spray on full auto. But Wizard had initiated a warbler in Big Ears' backpack, and the bullets fanned outward, away from the fleeing group. More SEAF men surfaced at the base of the false wall, until there were 3, 6, 10, 12 of them gathered there. West saw them. And once all his people were past the 2 gaps in the rising staircase, he jimmied the 2 Nazi gangways free, sending them free-falling into the water 80 feet below. Then he used his X-bar like a crowbar to lever off the Nazi plate covering the second wall hole. The plate came free, exposing the wall hole. Then West took off after the others. The crucifixes. Up they ran, following the narrow, winding staircase that hugged the left-hand cliff. About 150 feet up, they came to a wider void in the stairs about 20 feet across. Some handholds had been gouged out of the cliff face, allowing one to climb sideways across the void, resting one's feet on a 2-inch wide mini-ledge. Strange X-shaped hollows, each the size of a man, lined the wall of the void, curiously in sync with the handholds.
"Crucifixes,"
Wizard said, as West caught up.
"Oh, nasty. Another of Imhotep VI's favorites."
"No choice, then. I'll go up and over," West said. Within seconds, he was free climbing up the cliff face, gripping cracks in its surface with only his fingertips, crossing it sideways above the trap-laden void. As he climbed, Wizard peered anxiously at the pursuing Seif team. They were themselves trying to negotiate the 2 stepping-stone ledges 50 yards below. West landed on the other side and quickly strung a rope, with a flying fox attached to it, across the void. The Seif team got past the first stepping-stone ledge. West pulled the others across the void on the flying fox. First Lily, then Zoe, Big Ears, and Wizard. One of the Delta men leaped onto the second stepping-stone ledge, and a gush of superheated mud came blasting out of the now exposed wall hole there and enveloped him. The mud was a deep, dark brown, thick, viscous, and heavy. It was volcanic mud. It seared the skin from the man's body in an instant before its immense weight hurled him down to the water 80 feet below. Wizard's eyes goggled. "Oh, my!" The remaining Seif men were more cautious, and they skirted the wall hole carefully. In the meantime, Stretch and, last of all, Pooh Bear were hauled across the wider void on the flying fox. No sooner had Pooh Bear's feet touched solid ground than the first member of the pursuing Seif team arrived at the other side of the void, only 20 feet away. West immediately cut his team's rope, letting it fall into the abyss, and took off around the next bend. The first Seif man, energized by how close he was to his enemy, immediately set about using the handholds gouged into the wall of the void. It happened when his hands hit the second and third handholds. Like slithering tentacles, 2 bronze manacles came springing out of the wall and clasped tightly around his wrists. Then a great man-sized bronze cross fell out of the X-shaped recess in the wall right in front of the hapless Seif man. And the operation of the crucifix trap suddenly became apparent to the Seif trooper. The manacles were attached to the big, heavy cross, and he was now held tight by them. He shrieked as the cross tipped out of its recess and fell 150 feet straight down the sheer cliff face, plunging into the water at the bottom with a gigantic splash, where it sank, taking the Seif man with it. He screamed the whole time, right up to the point where the weight of the cross took him under. West and his team ran on. The Sinkhole Cave. It was probably the first time in history someone could claim to have been helped by Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime, but it was largely the Nazis' bridge-building efforts from 60 years previously that kept West and his team ahead of Collis's men. At the next bend in the chasm, halfway up the high vertical wall, the ledge path bored into the cliff face, cutting the corner. The short tunnel there took them to a square diorite-walled sinkhole cave, 20 feet across and 30 feet deep. Steaming, bubbling volcanic mud, heated by a subterranean thermal source, filled the entire base of the sinkhole. The tunnel continued on the opposite side of the cave. But the Nazis had once again bridged this gap, so West's crew ran across the bridge, then promptly kicked it into the sinkhole behind them. The second staircase, descending. They emerged on the other side of the bend, where they fired some new flares, and beheld a steep staircase that plunged down the curving wall of the chasm before them, hugging it all the way down to the water at its base. Indeed, the staircase seemed to continue into the water, right into the mouth of a swirling whirlpool. But yet again, the Nazis had bridged this peril with a gangway. West flew down the stairs, running beneath a large and rather ominous wall hole mounted above the tunnel's doorway.
"Jack," Wizard called. "Trigger stones. Find them and point them out for the rest of us, will you?"
West did so, avoiding any step that was askew or suspicious, and identifying it for the next person in their line. Their progress was slowed at 2 places along the staircase, where the stairs had decayed and fallen away, meaning they had to make precarious jumps over the voids. It was just as the last man in their line, Pooh Bear, was leaping over the second void that another Seif trooper appeared at the top of the staircase. Pooh Bear jumped. The Seif man charged. And, in his hurry, Pooh Bear landed awkwardly and slipped, and fell, dropping clumsily onto his butt and landing squarely on a trigger stone.
"Oh, blast!"
Pooh Bear swore. Everyone froze and turned.
"You stupid Arab,"
Stretch muttered. "Stretch, not now," West snapped. An ominous rumbling came from the wall hole at the top of the long, curving staircase.
"Let me guess," Stretch said. "A big round boulder is going to roll out of that hole and chase us down the stairs, just like in Raiders of the Lost Ark."
Not exactly. 3 wooden boulders, each 3 feet in diameter and clearly heavy, came rushing out of the hole in quick succession, and each was fitted with hundreds of outward-pointed bronze nails. They must have weighed 200 pounds each, and they bounded down the stairway, booming with every impact, bearing down on the team. West scooped up Lily. "Go, go, go!" The team bolted down the stairs, chased by the nail-ridden boulders. So did the lone Seif trooper. West came to the base of the stairs, to the Nazi gangway balanced across the whirlpool there at an odd angle. He sprang across it, leading Lily by the hand, followed by Zoe and Big Ears, then Wizard and Stretch. But the Seif man was also fleet-footed, and chased by the nail boulders, he hurdled the 2 voids easily and almost caught up with Pooh Bear, running last of all, red-faced and breathless. But at the final moment, Pooh dived forward, leaping full stretch onto the gangway. The Seif man did the same, but in the instant he leaped into the air, the first of the nail boulders slammed into him, piercing his body with at least 20 jagged nails, and swept him into the whirlpool at the base of the stairs, closely followed by the other 2 boulders, which bounced off the gangway's handrails and away into the water.
"Ouch,"
said Pooh Bear, lying on the gangway.
"Come on, Pooh," West called. "No time for resting now."
"Resting? Resting? Pity those of us who don't have your energy, Captain West."
And so, with a groan, Pooh Bear hauled himself up and took off after the others. the drowning cage. Crossing the Nazi gangway, they arrived at a sizable stone platform separated from the next large stepping stone by a 5-foot-wide gap of water. A further 5 feet beyond that stepping stone was another staircase going upward. However, this staircase was difficult to access. Its first step lay 7 feet above the swirling water. An impossible leap. The biggest problem, however, lay above the stepping stone itself. A great cube-shaped cage was suspended above it, ready to drop the moment someone landed on it.
"It's a drowning cage," Wizard said. "We jump onto the stepping stone and the cage traps us. Then the whole platform lowers into the water, cage and all, drowning us."
"But it's the only way across,"
Zoe said. Stretch was covering the rear.
"Figure something out, people, because Carlos is here."
West spun to see Carlos emerge from the sinkhole cave at the top of the staircase behind them.
"What do you think, Jack?"
Wizard asked. West bit his lip.
Can't swim around it because of the whirlpools, and we can't climb up and around it. The wall here is polished smooth. There just doesn't seem to be any way to avoid it."
Then West looked over at the ascending staircase beyond the drowning cage's stepping stone. 3 Nazi skeletons lay on it, all headless. But beyond them, he saw something else. A square doorway sunk into the wall, covered in cobwebs.
"There is no way to avoid it," he said aloud. "So don't avoid it. Wizard, the Templar pit in Malta, where we found the museum scrolls, it's just like that. You have to enter the trap in order to pass it."
Stretch urged.
"Some action, people. Carlos is halfway down the stairs."
Zoe said to West,
"Enter the trap in order to pass it? What do you mean?"
"Hurry up, people,"
Stretch said.
"Warblers don't work at point-blank range."
West spun to see Carlos gaining on them, still with 9 more men, only 30 yards away and closing.
"Okay, everyone," he said. "You have to trust me on this one. No time to go in groups. We have to do this together."
"A bit all or nothing, isn't it, Jack?" Zoe said.
"No other choice. People, get your pony bottles ready. Then we all jump onto that stepping stone. Ready? Go!"
And they all jumped together. The 8 of them landed as one on the wide stepping stone. And immediately the great cage above it dropped, clanging down around them like a giant mousetrap, trapping them under its immense weight. And the entire 10-foot-wide stepping stone began to sink into the swirling depths of the waterway.
"I hope you're right, Jack,"
Zoe yelled. She grabbed the pony bottle from her belt, put its mouthpiece to her mouth. Breathing from a pony bottle is just like breathing from a regular scuba tank, except it only has enough air for about 3 minutes. The cage went knee-deep in water. West didn't answer her, just waded over to the wall side of the cage and checked its great bronze bars. And there he found it. A small archway cut into the cage's wall-side bars, maybe 3 feet high, large enough for a man to crawl through. But the stone wall abutting that side of the cage was solid rock. The little arch led nowhere. The cage sank farther into the swirling water, and the little arch went under. Waist deep. Big Ears lifted Lily into his arms, above the swirling waterline. On the stairway behind them, Cal Collis paused, grinned at their predicament.
"Jack,"
Zoe called, concerned.
"Jack?"
Wizard called, concerned.
"It has to come,"
West whispered to himself.
"It has to."
The cage went 2/3 under, and as it did so, West cracked a glow stick, put his pony bottle to his mouth, and ducked under the choppy surface. Underwater. By the light of his glow stick, West watched the cage's bars slide past the stone wall. Solid rock. Nothing but solid rock flanked the cage on that side. It can't be, his mind screamed. There has to be something down here. But there wasn't. There wasn't anything down there. West's heart began to beat faster. He had just made the biggest mistake of his life, a mistake that would kill them all. He resurfaced inside the swirling cage. The water was chest-deep now, the cage 3/4 under. "Anything down there?" Zoe called. West frowned, stumped. "No, but there should be." Stretch shouted. "You've killed us all!" Neck deep. "Just grab your pony bottles," West said grimly. He looked to Lily, held high in Big Ears' arms. "Hey, kiddo, you still with me?" She nodded vigorously, scared out of her wits. "Uh-huh." "Just breathe through your pony bottle like we practiced at home," he said gently, "and you'll be all right." "Did you mess up?" she whispered. "I might have," he said. As he did so, he locked eyes with Wizard. The old man just nodded. "Hold your nerve, Jack. I trust you." "Good. Because right now, I don't," West said. And with that, the great bronze cage, with its 7 trapped occupants, went completely under. With a muffled clunk, the cage came to a halt, its barred ceiling stopping exactly 3 feet below the surface. The underwater currents were extremely strong. On the cage's outermost side, the silhouette of a whirlpool could be seen, a huge inverted cone of downward spiraling liquid. Pony bottle to his mouth, West swam down to check the little arch one final time, where he found something startling. The little arch had stopped perfectly in line with a small dark opening in the stone wall. Shape for shape, the arch matched the opening exactly, so that if you crawled through the arch, you escaped into the submerged wall. West's eyes came alive. He spun to face the others, all trapped in the submerged cage with pony bottles held to their mouths, even Lily. He signaled with his hands. Wizard would go first, then Big Ears with Lily, Zoe, Stretch, Pooh Bear, and West last of all. Wizard swam through the arch, holding a glow stick in front of him, and disappeared into the dark opening in the wall. West signaled for Big Ears to wait for Wizard to give them all clear. A moment later, Wizard reappeared and gave an enthusiastic OK sign. So through the little arch they went, out of the cage and into the wall, until finally only Jack West, Jr. remained in the cage. No one saw the relief on his face. He had made the call and almost killed them all. But he'd been right. Kicking hard, he swam out of the cage, his boots disappearing into the tiny opening. The opening in the wall quickly turned upward, becoming a vertical shaft, complete with ladder handholds. This shaft rose up and out of the sloshing water before opening onto a horizontal passage that led back to the main chasm, emerging, unsurprisingly, at the cobweb-covered doorway a few steps up the ascending staircase, the same doorway West had observed earlier. As they stepped out from the passage, West saw Collis and his men arriving at the base of the previous staircase, stopped there by the now resetting cage. Lying on the steps in front of West were the 3 headless Nazi skeletons he had spied before.
Wizard said, "Headless bodies at the bottom of a stairway mean only one thing. Blades at the top somewhere. Be careful."
Retaking the lead, West gazed up this new stairway. Whoa! Would you look at that? At the top of the stairs was a truly impressive structure. A great fortified guard tower, leaning out from the vertical cliff 200 feet above the watery chasm. The ancient guard tower was strategically positioned on the main bend of the chasm. Directly opposite it, on the other side of the roofed chasm, was its identical twin, another guard tower, also jutting out from its wall and also possessing a stairway rising up from a drowning cage down at water level. West had taken one step up this stairway when,
"Is that you, Jack?"
a voice called. West spun. It hadn't come from Collis. It had come from farther away, from the other side of the chasm. West snapped around and saw a second American Special Forces team standing on the path on the other side of the chasm, on the platform preceding the drowning cage on that side. They had emerged from a side doorway in the rock wall opposite, 24 men in total. At their head stood a man of about 50, with steely black eyes and, gruesomely, no nose. It had been cut off some time in the distant past, leaving this fellow with a grotesque misshapen stump where his nose should have been. Yet even with this glaring facial disfigurement, it was the man's clothing that was his most striking feature right now. He wore steel-soled boots, just like West did. He wore a canvas jacket, just like West did. He wore a belt equipped with pony bottles, pitons, and X-bars, just like West did. The only difference was his helmet. He wore a lightweight caver's helmet, as opposed to West's fireman's helmet. He was also older than West, calmer, more confident. His small black eyes radiated experience. He was the one man West feared more than any other on Earth. The man who had been West's last field commander in the military. The man who had once left West for dead on the plains outside Basra in Iraq. He was a former commander of Delta Team 6, the best within Delta, but was now the commanding officer of the SEAF, the very best Special Forces unit in the world. He was Colonel Marshal Judah. In their current positions, West and his team were marginally ahead of Judah. Given that the paths running on either side of the chasm were identical, West's team was one trap ahead. Judah had yet to pass the drowning cage on his side, and had just stepped out onto the base of the descending stairway over there, in doing so setting off 3 nail-studded boulders. The 3 boulders tumbled down the stairway toward Judah and his men. Judah couldn't have cared less. He just nodded to 3 of his men, who quickly and competently erected a sturdy tripod-like barricade between their team and the oncoming nail boulders. The titanium alloy barricade blocked the entire width of the stairway, and the boulders slammed into it one after the other, each one being deflected by the sturdy barricade and bouncing harmlessly away into the water. Judah never took his eyes off West.
"How are those dreams going, Jack? Still trapped in that volcano?" he called. "Still haunted by the chants and the drums?"
On his side of the chasm, West was stunned. How could Judah know that? It was exactly the response Judah had wanted. He smiled a thin, cold smile.
I know even more than that, Jack. More than you can possibly suspect."
West was rattled, but he tried not to show it. It didn't work. Judah nodded at the fireman's helmet now back on West's head.
"Still using that fireman's hat, Jack? You know I never agreed with that. Too cumbersome in tight places. It always pains a teacher to see a talented student employing foolish methods."
West couldn't help himself. He glanced up at his helmet. Judah followed through, driving home his edge.
"Looks like we've got something of a race on our hands here, Jack. Think you can outrun me? Do you seriously think you can outrun me?"
"Everybody," West said quietly to his people, not taking his eyes off Judah. "We have to run. Fast. Now. Go!" West's team bolted up the stairs, heading for the guard tower at its peak. Judah just nodded calmly to his men, who immediately began erecting a long gangway to bypass their drowning cage and reach the ascending stairway on their side of the chasm. The race was on. The guard tower and the gorge. West and his team ran up their stairway. Just before the guard tower, a narrow gorge cut across their path. It was maybe 15 feet across with sheer vertical sides. This little gorge actually sliced all the way across the main chasm, and as such had a twin over on the other side. And once again, the Nazis had been helpful. It seemed that the ancient Carthaginians had built a complex chain-lowered drawbridge to span the gorge, a drawbridge that the Nazis had managed to lower into place, spanning the void. Taking any luck they could get, West and his team sprinted across the ancient drawbridge and arrived at the guard tower high up on the next bend in the chasm. There was a ladder hewn into the guard tower's curved flank, a ladder that wound around the outside of the structure, meaning they had to free climb 200 feet above nothing but the swirling waters below. 2 head-chopping blades sprang out from slits in the wall ladder, but West neutralized them with sticky foam, and his team, roped together, successfully climbed around the gravity-defying guard tower. On the other side of the chasm, Judah's long, lightweight bridge fell into place, and his men ran across it, completely avoiding their drowning cage, reaching the base of their ascending staircase. The wall ladder on the outside of West's guard tower brought his team up onto its balcony. A tight tunnel in the back of the balcony delved into the chasm wall itself and emerged on the other side of the bend where West fired off 3 self-hovering flares, to gloriously reveal the far end of the chasm and their goal. "Holy shit," Big Ears gasped.
"Swear jar,"
Lily said instantly. Standing there before them in all its splendor, towering above the waterway, lording over it, easily 15 stories tall and jutting out from the far-facing rock wall, was a gigantic ancient fortress. The steaming vents of the chasm gave the fortress a grim, haunting look. A super-solid box-shaped keep formed the core of the structure, with a giant gaping archway in its exact center. This central section was flanked by 2 soaring defensive towers, high-spired pinnacles in the darkness. The style of these towers matched that of the guard tower that West had just passed through, only these were taller, stretching all the way up from the water. Stretching downward from the great arch in the center of the keep was a wide, guttered rampway that lanced all the way down to the waterway, ending at a flat stone jetty. At least 130 feet in length, with stairs nestled in its center, the rampway resembled the step ramps on Hatshepsut's mortuary temple near the Valley of the Kings. Never finished and never used for its intended purpose, and long since concealed by an ingenious Egyptian architect, this was Hamilcar's refuge. West snatched his printout from his pouch, examined it. Just like on the ancient drawing, the chasm before him ended at a Y junction, splitting into two diverging channels. The refuge sat nestled in the V at the top of the Y, facing the long upright stem. Two more spire-like sentry towers sat on either side of the stem, facing the two towers of the refuge itself. As if all this weren't colossal enough, the refuge featured two more soaring aqueduct bridges to add to the broken one in the main chasm, 200 feet high, and made of many bricked arches. These two new bridges spanned the Y channels of the waterway, but unlike the one crossing the main chasm, they were whole and intact. It was Zoe who noticed the rock wall behind the refuge.
"It slopes backward," she said, "like the cone of a—"
"Come on, we don't have time," West urged them on. The final stretch of the chasm featured a descending stairway followed by an ascending ramp. The ramp slithered up the left-hand wall of the chasm, bending with every curve. Curiously, it bore a low, upraised gutter on its outer edge, the purpose of which was not readily apparent. Of course, this stairway-ramp combination was mirrored on Judah's side of the chasm. West and his team charged down their descending stairway, avoiding a couple of blasting steam vents on the way. In the meantime, Judah's team had just crossed their little gorge and arrived at their guard tower. They started climbing around it. The ascending ramp. An unusually high stepping stone separated the base of the descending stairway from the base of the ascending ramp. It jutted out from the wall about 30 feet above the waterway. The guttered ascending ramp rose above West and his team, stretching upward for 100 yards, ending at the left-hand sentry tower. It was 4 feet wide, enough for single file only, and a sheer drop to the right of it fell away to the swirling waters below. The ramp featured two openings along its length, one 2/3 of the way up that looked like a doorway, the second all the way at the very top of the ramp that looked more like a pipe. Ominously, a wispy thread of steam issued out from the pipe, dissipating as it spread into the chasm. Wizard was enthralled.
"Oh, it's a single-exit convergence trap."
"A what?" Pooh Bear said. West said, "He means it's a race between us and whatever liquid comes out of that pipe. We have to get to the doorway before the liquid does. I assume the high stepping stone triggers the contest." "What kind of liquid?" Big Ears asked.
Wizard said, "Well, I've seen crude oil versions, heated quicksand, liquid tan."
As Wizard spoke, West stole a glance back at Judah's men. They were climbing around the outside of their guard tower, high above the waterway, moving in a highly coordinated way, far faster than his team had. The first Seif man climbed over the balcony and disappeared inside the tower. "Now time to ponder the issue," he said. "Let's take the challenge." And with that, he jumped onto the stepping stone and bounced over onto the ascending ramp. No sooner had his foot hit the stepping stone than a blast of super-hot volcanic mud vomited out from the pipe at the top of the ramp. black and thick. The mud was so hot it bore thin streaks of golden red magma in its oozing mass. The ramp's gutter instantly came into effect. It funneled the fast oozing body of superheated mud down the ramp toward West's team.
"This is why we train every day," West said. "Run!"
Up the ramp the 7 of them ran. Down the ramp the red-hot mud flowed. It was going to be close. The ramp was obviously constructed in favor of the mud. But West and his team were fit, prepared. They bounded up the slope, heaving with every stride, and they came to the doorway set into the wall just as the mud did, and they charged in through it one after the other. West shepherding them through, diving in himself just as the volcanic mud slid by him, pouring down the ramp, where it ultimately tipped into the waterway at the bottom, sending up a great hissing plume of steam. Judah's team, close behind West's, handled their ramp in a different way. They sent only one man up it, a specialist wearing a large silver canister on his back and holding a device that looked like a big-barreled leaf blower. The specialist raced up the ramp and beat the flowing mud to his doorway, where, instead of disappearing inside the doorway, he fired his big leaf blower at the ramp. Only instead of hot air, the device he held spewed forth a billowing cloud of supercooled liquid nitrogen, which instantly turned the leading edge of the mud flow into a solid crust that acted like a dam of sorts, funneling the rest of the oncoming mud off and over the outer edge of the ramp. This allowed Judah and his team to just stride up their ramp in complete safety, heading for the sentry tower on their side, moving ever forward. In stark contrast, West and his team arrived in their sentry tower breathless and on the run.
"Even if we get this piece of the capstone," Stretch said, "how can we possibly get it out? How can we get it past the Americans? And if it's a large piece, it'll be 9 feet square of near solid gold."
Pooh Bear scowled.
"Always argue the negative, don't you, Reilly? Sometimes I wonder why you even bothered to come on this mission."
"I came to keep an eye on all of you," Stretch retorted. Wizard said,
"If we can't get the piece, we at least need to see the piece. Lily has to see the positive incantation carved into its upper side."
West ignored them all. He just peered out from the balcony of the sentry tower down at the great arch of the refuge. He eyed the jetty at the bottom end of the guttered rampway stretching down from the great arch. The jetty stood at a point exactly halfway between the 2 sentry towers, and it was covered by a small 4-pillared marble gazebo. The vertical distance from West's balcony to the little gazebo, 150 feet.
"Big Ears, I need a flying fox to that gazebo."
"Got it." Big Ears whipped out his M16, loaded a grappling hook into its underslung grenade launcher, aimed, and fired. The hook whizzed out across the chasm, arcing high through the air, its rope wobbling through the air behind it. Then it shot downward, toward the marble gazebo on the jetty until, thwack, the hook whiplashed around one of the gazebo's pillars and took hold. "Nice shot, brother," Zoe said, genuinely impressed. Big Ears looped his end of the hook's rope around a pillar in the sentry tower's window, and the rope went taut, creating a long, steep zip line that stretched down and across the chasm from the high sentry tower down to the low jetty.
"Lily," West said, "you're with me from here. Grab on. We go first."
Lily leaped into West's arms, wrapped her hands around his neck. West then slung a compact handlebar-like flying fox over the rope and pushed off, and the 2 of them sailed out over the immense chasm, across the face of Hamilcar's refuge, tiny dots against the great ancient fortress, before they slid to a perfect halt on the surface of the little jetty that lay before the dark, looming structure.
"Okay, Zoe, come on down,"
West said into his radio. Zoe whizzed down the rope on her own flying fox, landing deftly next to West and Lily. "Wizard, you're next," West said. Bam! Gunshot. It echoed loudly across the great chasm. West spun, saw one of Judah's snipers aiming a long-barreled Barrett rifle out from their sentry tower's balcony, and suddenly realized that he was no longer within the protective range of the warbler. But strangely, no bullet impact hit near him, Zoe, or Lily. And then the realization hit West. The sniper wasn't aiming for them. He was aiming at the... Damn it, no! Bam! Another shot. Bing! Schwack! The Flying Fox's rope was severed right in its middle, and went instantly slack, cut clean in two. It dropped, limp, into the water. And suddenly West, Zoe, and Lily were out on the jetty, all on their own, completely separated from the rest of their team. "No choice now," West said grimly. Then, into his radio, "Big Ears, Pooh Bear, Stretch, give us some cover fire, because in 4 seconds we're gonna need it." Exactly 4 seconds later, right on cue, a withering barrage of gunfire blazed out from Judah's sentry tower. A wave of bullets hammered the marble gazebo where West, Zoe, and Lily were taking cover. Impact sparks exploded all around them. But then the reply came from West's team on their tower. Roaring fire, aimed at the opposite sentry tower. Bullets zinged back and forth across the main chasm between the two towers. The cover fire had its intended effect. It forced Judah's men to cease firing briefly, and thus gave West the opening he needed. "Okay, now," he yelled to Zoe and Lily. Out of the gazebo they ran, up the wide guttered rampway that gave access to the fortress, tiny figures against the enormous ancient citadel. They flew up the stairs to the sound of gunfire outside, disappearing inside the dark, yawning entrance to Hamilcar Barca's long-abandoned refuge. They entered a high-ceilinged, many-pillared hall. The pillars ran in long sideways lines, so that the hall was exceedingly wide, but not very deep. It was absolutely beautiful. Every column was ornately decorated, every ghost-like statue perfectly cut. It was also curiously Roman in its styling. The heavy trading Carthaginians had been incredibly similar to their Roman rivals. Perhaps that was why they had been such bitter enemies over 3 bloody Punic wars. But this hall was long deserted. Its floor lay bare, covered in a layer of gray ash. It had also been modified by the Ptolemaic Egyptian engineers. A wide ascending tunnel bored into the earth behind the fortress, continuing in a straight line from the great arch's entry rampway. Indeed, this tunnel and the rampway were connected by a flat path that crossed the pillared hall and also featured raised gutters on its edges. Zoe said, "Looks like these gutters are designed to funnel some kind of liquid that flows out from the tunnel's core, through this hall and down the front ramp." "No time to stop and stare," West said. "Keep moving." They ran across the stupendous hall, dwarfed by its immense pillars, and entered the gently sloping tunnel, sunk into its innermost wall. At the same time, outside in the chasm, Big Ears, Stretch, Wizard, and Pooh Bear were engaged in their fierce gun battle with the Seif unit over in the other sentry tower. "Keep firing!" Wizard yelled above the din. "Every moment we keep Judah pinned down is another moment Huntsman has inside the refuge." He was abruptly cut off as, all of a sudden, the entire chasm shook and shuddered. For a moment, he and the others stopped firing. So did Judah's men. In fact, they started to abandon their position on their sentry tower. "What is this?" Big Ears eyed the cavern around him.
"It feels like an earthquake,"
Pooh Bear said.
"It's not an earthquake,"
Wizard said, realizing. The next instant, The source of the great rumbling burst out of the wall at the base of Judah's sentry tower, just above the waterline of the main chasm itself. It was an M113 TBV MV, tunnel boring vehicle, medium volume. The military equivalent of a commercial tunnel boring engine, it was in truth an M113A2 bridge-laying vehicle that had been adapted for tunnel making. The size of a tank, it had a huge pointed nose that whizzed around and around, screw-like, obliterating everything in its path. Chewed-up rock and dirt was digested through the center of the vehicle and disposed out the rear. It also bore on its roof a foldable mechanical bridge. The tunnel-boring vehicle poked out through the wall at the base of the sentry tower and stopped, its drill bit still spinning, only 20 horizontal meters from the jetty that West had zip-lined down to.
"They drilled through the filled-in excavation tunnel," Wizard breathed in awe. "How clever! It wouldn't have given a modern tunnel borer much resistance."
"It helps if you have the logistics," Stretch said.
"Which they do,"
Pooh Bear said. At that moment, the tunnel-boring vehicle engaged its internal engines to fold forward the steel bridge on its roof. The mechanical bridge unfolded slowly, stretching out in front of the tunnel borer until it was fully flat and extended, at which point it touched down lightly against the jetty 20 meters away. The American tunnel and the jetty were now connected.
"Man, they're good," Big Ear said.
A second later, Judah's team rushed across the bridge, guns up, having raced down the internal stairs of the sentry tower. They fired up at Wizard's men as they crossed the metal bridge. Big Ears and the others tried to halt them with more cover fire, but it was no use. Judah's men were across the waterway and racing up the rampway into Hamilcar's refuge. They were going in, only a minute behind West, Zoe, and Lily. West, Zoe, and Lily raced up the ascending tunnel behind the fortress, guided by glow sticks. As he ran, West noticed large clumps of dried, solidified mud clinging to the edges of the rampway. He frowned inwardly. Dried mud? How had it come to be here?
"Jack, Zoe!"
Wizard's voice called in their earpieces.
"Judah's crossed over the waterway. I repeat, Judah has crossed the waterway. He's right behind you."
After about 100 meters of dead straight, steadily rising tunnel, they emerged in a high, dome-ceilinged chamber and froze. "What the—" Zoe breathed. "There are two of them." The chamber was perfectly circular, and it reeked of gaseous sulfur, the smell of volcanoes. It was also distinctly holy, reverential, a shrine. Alcoves lined its curved walls, housing broken and decayed Carthaginian statues, while on the chamber's far side rose a wide granite dam, behind which simmered a wide pool of bubbling volcanic mud, the source of the foul, sulphurous odor. And lying on the floor before West, Lily, and Zoe were 6 skeletons of long-dead Nazi soldiers. All were hideously deformed. The bottom half of each man was missing, their legs simply gone. Indeed, the lower ends of their spinal columns seemed to have melted. Beyond the grisly skeletons, however, was the main feature of the holy chamber. Rising in the chamber's exact center, 10 feet above the floor of the perfectly round room, was an elevated platform, fitted with a flight of wide, rising steps, and on it, to West's surprise, lay not one, but 2 ancient wonders. Mounted atop the island-like platform, aimed upward like a satellite dish, stood the fabled mirror of the lighthouse of Alexandria. It was completely covered in gray volcanic ash, but its outline was unmistakable. With its wide 15-foot dish, it was simply astonishing in its beauty. West's eyes, however, fell immediately to its base. its solid trapezoidal base also covered in a layer of gray ash. Suddenly something made sense. The continual use of the word base in the texts he had followed to get here. He recalled the original clue to the location of the Pharos piece. Look for the base that was once the peak of the great tower. And Euclid's instructions. Base removed before the Roman invasion, taken to Hamilcar's forgotten refuge. The mirror of the lighthouse was a wonder unto itself, but its base, its plain trapezoidal base, was of immensely greater value. Its base was the 7th piece of the Golden Capstone. But there was a second monument standing proudly atop the platform, next to the mirror on the right-hand side. It was a huge octagonal marble pillar, standing upright, 8 feet in height and 7 feet in circumference. Its upper portions had long since been hacked away, but its lower section was perfectly intact. And, just like the mirror, its base was trapezoidal. It was another piece of the capstone. "Oversized octagonal pillar," Zoe said, her mind racing. "Only one ancient structure was known to possess oversized octagonal pillars." "The mausoleum at Halicarnassus," West said. "Lily hasn't been able to read its entry yet, but I bet when she does the Callimachus text will say that its piece is with the Pharos piece. When you find one, you find the other. Zoe, we just hit the jackpot. We just found 2 pieces of the capstone."
"We have to do something," Pooh Bear growled.
"What can we do?" Stretch sighed. "They're done for. This mission is over. I say we save ourselves." They were still in their sentry tower, having watched Judah's force enter the refuge.
"Typical of you, Israeli," Pooh said. "Your first instinct is always self-preservation. I don't give up so easily, or give up on my friends so easily."
"Then what do you suggest, you stupid, stubborn Arab?" But Pooh Bear had gone silent. He was staring out to the left of the fortress, out toward the high, multi-arched aqueduct that spanned the channel on that side of the Y junction.
"We cross that,"
he said determinedly. In the holy chamber, West approached the central island. In addition to the 2 priceless treasures standing on it, one other thing was visible atop the raised island. A 7th Nazi skeleton, lying all on its own, curled in the fetal position on the topmost step. Unlike the others, this skeleton was not deformed in any way. It was whole and intact, still wearing its black SS uniform. Indeed, its bones were still covered in decaying flesh. West approached the island and its flight of steps cautiously. The whole flight was probably just one great big trigger stone. He scanned the skeleton. Saw a pair of spindly wire-framed glass still sitting on its nose, saw the red swastika armband, saw the purple amethyst ring on its bony right hand, the ring of a Nazi Party founding member. "Hessler!" he gasped in recognition. It was Hermann Hessler, the Nazi archaeologist, one half of the famed Hessler-Koenig team. Oddly, the skeleton's right hand was outstretched, seemingly reaching down the steps, as if it had been Hessler's last earthly movement, grasping for a battered, leather-bound notebook that lay on the bottom step. West grabbed the notebook, flipped it open. Pages of diagrams, lists, and drawings of each of the ancient wonders stared back at him, interspersed with German notes written in Hermann Hessler's neat handwriting. Suddenly his earpiece roared to life.
"Jack, Zoe!"
Wizard's voice called.
"You have to hide. Judah's going to be there any moment now."
West spun, just as a bullet sizzled out of the entry tunnel behind him and whizzed over his head, missing his scalp by inches. "You two, that way!" He ordered Zoe and Lily to the left side of the doorway, while he himself scampered to the right of the stone doorframe, peered back, and saw dark shadows rising up the tunnel, approaching fast. Decision time. There was no way he could get to the podium containing the lighthouse's mirror and the mausoleum's pillar before Judah's force arrived. No way to allow Lily to glimpse their carved incantations. His eyes scanned the chamber for an escape. There was some open space on the far side of the island, but it offered no escape. Only the wide granite dam that held back the pool of super-hot mud lay over there, presumably waiting to be set off by the Triggerstone steps. And in an instant, it all made sense. The rising tunnel with the clumps of dried mud at its edges, the guttered path in the hall below, and the similarly gutter-lined stairs down at the great arch. This molten mud, when released from its dam, would flow around the raised island containing the mirror and pillar, and then down through the refuge, all the way to the water in the chasm, killing any crypt raiders in the process and protecting the two pieces. The half-bodied Nazi skeletons melted at the waist now also made sense. They had been killed trying to outrun the mud. Hessler himself must have been trapped atop the podium, as it had been surrounded by this stuff. He had then died in perhaps the worst way of all, of starvation, in the dark, alone. His buddy, Koenig, must have escaped somehow and trekked across the desert to Tobruk. Among the many statue alcoves that lined the circular wall of the chamber, West also saw two smaller openings on either side of the main entry doorway. They were low arched tunnels, maybe 3 feet high, and elevated slightly above the floor of the chamber by about 2 feet. West didn't know what they were, and right now he didn't care. "Zoe, that little tunnel! Get Lily out of here!" Zoe swept Lily into the low-arched tunnel on their side of the doorway, while West himself charged over to the right-hand one and peered down it. The low tunnel disappeared downward in a long, dead-straight line. "No choice," he said aloud. He ducked inside the little arched tunnel, just as Zoe and Lily did the same on the other side of the chamber, a bare second before Judah's force swept into the holy chamber. At that exact same moment, 4 tiny figures were hustling across the super-high aqueduct bridge that spanned the left arm of the Y-junction. Led by the frumpy but determined Pooh Bear, they looked like a team of tightrope walkers. But they made it across and disappeared into the small yard-high arched tunnel on the far side.
This is the end of Disc 4. Disc 5.
Marshal Judah stepped into the domed chamber and gazed up at the mirror and the pillar. He grinned, satisfied. His eyes searched the area for West, scanning the many alcoves, nooks, and crannies. No sign of him. Yet. He called, "I know you're in here, Jack. My, twice in 2 days. Looks like you failed again." His men fanned out, searching the chamber, guns up. West backed down his little arched tunnel, praying that the darkness concealed him. As he moved, he drew his H&K pistol from his thigh holster and aimed it up the tunnel, when, with startling suddenness, a Seif trooper appeared at the top of the tunnel, gun up. West's finger balanced on his trigger. Firing might save him momentarily, but it would also give away his position. But the trooper didn't fire. He just peered down the tunnel, squinting, searching. He couldn't see West. But then the Seif trooper reached for the pair of night vision goggles hanging from his belt. At the same time, in the domed chamber itself, Marshal Judah was evaluating the podium island in the middle of the room with a portable X-ray scanner. The staircase giving access to the island was indeed one great big trigger stone, and the domed roof was solid diorite, offering no purchase for drilled handholds. The situation was clear and typical of Imhotep VI. To get onto the raised island, you had to trigger the trap, which meant Judah and his men would have to be quick.
"Gentlemen," he said, "it is an Imhotep VI Type 4 trap. Time will be short. Prepare the rollers. I want an 8-man lifting team for the mirror piece and a 4-man team for the pillar piece."
"Do you want us to take the mirror and the pillar themselves?"
one lieutenant asked.
"I don't give a shit about the mirror and the pillar. All I want are the pieces,"
Judah snapped. The Sif men got into position. They brought forward 2 6-wheeled roller units to convey the heavy pieces out.
"Okay, here we go,"
Judah said. And with those words, he trod on the first step of the staircase, setting off the deadly trap mechanism. At that moment, several things happened. The trooper who had been peering down West's tunnel placed his night vision goggles to his eyes and immediately saw West crouched in the tunnel like a trapped animal. The trooper whipped up his Colt Commando, pulled the trigger. Bam! Gunshot. From West. The trooper dropped dead, hit right between the eyes. In the chamber, 3 other Sif men saw their comrade go down, and they charged for the right-hand arched tunnel, leading with their guns. But at the exact moment the Sif trooper fell, Judah had stepped on the stairway, setting off its trap mechanism. And the mighty nature of the trap meant he didn't see the Sif trooper behind him fall. For as Judah stepped onto the trigger stone, the great granite dam at the far end of the chamber instantly began to lower, releasing the pool of boiling volcanic mud behind it into the chamber. With a titanic whoosh, the foul, stinking body of mud oozed over the lowering dam and began to fan out slowly into the round chamber. Judah's men rushed forward, clambering up onto the central island, where they pushed the mirror and pillar from their bases. The spreading body of mud split into 2 fat fingers that oozed around both sides of the island. A quick wipe to each base revealed its glittering golden surface beneath the layer of ash. Then the 2 Sif teams grabbed the 2 bases, moving fast. The 2 fingers of mud were 2/3 of the way around the island now, and moving quickly, ready to devour anything that lay in their paths. Leaving the Ferris's mirror and the mausoleum's pillar lying pathetically on their sides on the island, Judah's team bounded off the raised platform, returning to the chamber's main doorway just as the 2 creeping fingers of molten mud enveloped the base of the island and touched, surrounding the island completely, sealing it off. But the mud continued to flow, spreading ever outward. Judah's 8-man A-team loaded the mirror's base onto one of the 6-wheeled rollers, a couple of them noting that unlike the other piece, the Pharos piece had a human-shaped indentation carved into its underside. Curious, but they didn't have time to examine it now. The B-team loaded the mausoleum piece onto their roller. And then they were off, led by Judah, racing back down the entry tunnel with the 2 large golden trapezoids in their midst. By this time, the 3 Sif men who had seen West's victim fall arrived at the right-hand arched tunnel, but with the spreading mud closing in behind them. Guns up, they peered down the tunnel, saw West, trapped, dead to rights, and pulled their triggers, only to be assailed by a withering volley of gunfire from somewhere behind them. The 3 Sif men convulsed in grotesque spasms, erupting in 1,000 blood spurts, peppered by automatic gunfire. The volley of gunfire had come from the left-hand arched tunnel, on the other side of the main entrance, where Pooh Bear and Big Ears now stood, their Steyr AUG and MP7 submachine guns still smoking. Guided only by Wizard's incomplete sketch of the refuge, they had guessed, correctly, that their aqueduct's tunnel led to the same place the fortress's main ascending tunnel led to. West ran to the top of his tunnel, peered out, saw his life-saving teammates on the other side of the lava-filled chamber, saw Lily and Zoe safely in their midst. He would have yelled his thanks, but he arrived there just in time to see the spreading body of mud reach his tunnel's raised entrance and swallow the corpses of the 4 Seafmen as it went by. The molten mud seared right through their bodies, liquefying them in an instant, before oozing over them, absorbing them into its mass. It was the same on the other side of the chamber. The creeping body of mud had just flowed across the entrance to Pooh Bear's little tunnel and was now heading quickly toward the main doorway of the domed chamber. The effect was simple. West was now cut off from both his comrades on the far side of the chamber and from the main entrance, and the level of the flowing mud river was rising. Any second now it would rise up over the lips of the 2 arched aqueduct tunnels and flow down them. From the look on his face, Pooh Bear had seen this too. "Pooh Bear, get out of here!" West called.
What about you?
Pooh Bear yelled back. West nodded back down his aqueduct tunnel. "No other option. I have to go this way." "Jack!" Wizard called. "What?" "Judah used a tunnel-boring vehicle to drill through the old filled-in excavation tunnel. They must be planning to take the pieces out that way. Check your sketch. You may still be able to get a look at the pieces. All may not be lost." "I'll do my best." West nodded at the expanding mud pool. "Now get out of here. Call Sky Monster. Get to the Halicarnassus. I'll catch up somehow." And with that, West's team split, went their separate ways, disappearing into the 2 arched tunnels on either side of the domed chamber. The chamber whose perfectly round floor was now little more than a lake of stinking dark mud, a lake that surrounded a raised island containing the only existing remains of 2 ancient wonders, now lying discarded and broken on their sides. West bolted down his aqueduct tunnel as fast as his legs could carry him. It was long and tight and dead straight. In the main tunnel of the fortress, Marshal Judah and his 2 teams were also hustling, pushing their 6-wheeled rollers, bearing the 2 pieces of the capstone, down the slope. They rushed through the many-pillared hall of the fortress before they emerged in the chasm and raced down the guttered rampway that stretched down from the front of the refuge. While in the left-hand aqueduct tunnel, Pooh Bear, Big Ears, Stretch, Wizard, Zoe, and Lily also rushed headlong through their own tight, dark passageway. All 3 groups ran for good reason, for in the domed chamber high behind them, the radially expanding mud lake finally reached the edge of the round room and began to rise up and over the lips of the 3 tunnels, at which point it flooded rapidly down each of them. 3 surging fingers of mud roared down the 3 sloping tunnels. Since they were tight and small, the 2 rivers of mud flowing down the aqueduct tunnels moved faster than the one flowing down the wider main tunnel. As he ran, West turned to see the glowing orange-red liquid pouring down the tunnel behind him. It moved powerfully, relentlessly, as if it had a will of its own, a will bent on destroying any living thing in its path. Then, abruptly, West burst out into open space and found himself standing on the high aqueduct bridge that spanned the right-hand arm of the Y-junction. The bridge was very high, at least 200 feet, long and very narrow, barely wide enough for one person to stand on. For it was not made for human crossing. Its surface wasn't even flat. Rather, it contained a sunken 2-foot-wide channel for mud to flow across. "Oh, man," he breathed. He stepped out onto the high aqueduct bridge and suddenly saw Judah's men appear on the jetty far below him, pushing their pair of 6-wheeled rollers across their fold-out metal bridge. In the recently bored tunnel on the other side of their bridge, the big tunnel-boring vehicle's front screw was now folded open, waiting to be loaded. Judah was going to use the tunnel-boring vehicle to carry the pieces out. West remembered Wizard's newsflash from before. "Check the sketch," he said. With a glance back at the oncoming mud, he snatched his printout of the ancient sketch. "Okay, I'm here." He saw the right-hand aqueduct, labeled Aqueduct 2. Max was right. This aqueduct bridge linked up with the excavation tunnel, the same tunnel that Judah had reopened with his tunnel borer and was now using to get the pieces out. West looked up. If he hurried, he might be able to... He bolted, raced out across the high aqueduct bridge, while far below him Judah's SEAF team loaded their tunnel-boring vehicle with the 2 golden trapezoids. On the other side of the Y junction, Pooh Bear emerged from his aqueduct tunnel just in time to see the aqueduct bridge in front of him get hit, spectacularly, by a rocket-propelled grenade, right in the middle. One of Judah's men had been waiting for them, keeping an eye on the bridge through the crosshairs of an RPG launcher. The RPG hit the multi-arched bridge in the exact center. A huge explosion billowed outwards, hurling bricks and blasted rock in every direction. When the cloud dissipated, it revealed that the aqueduct bridge was in 2 pieces, with a gaping void in its middle. Pooh Bear spun, saw the long finger of dark mud stretching down the tunnel behind him, coming inexorably closer. And now he and his team had nowhere to go, no bridge to escape across.
"This is terrible,"
he breathed. West dashed across his aqueduct bridge unseen, but still pursued by the elongated finger of mud behind him. He reached the little tunnel on the other side of the chasm and disappeared into it at speed, just as Judah's people clamped shut the folding front section of their M113 tunnel borer and withdrew the temporary bridge. Judah shouted,
"SEAF units, fall in! We're leaving!"
The tunnel-boring vehicle was like a tank, with tracked wheels and a box-shaped armored body. The main hold of the body was hollow, since it usually held troops. When used as a tunnel borer, however, it conveyed crushed rock through its body and disposed of it out the rear, laying it against the walls of the tunnel as hard-packed dirt. Now that the tunnel had been bored, the hold of the M113 was being used to house the 2 pieces of the capstone. 4 armed SEAFmen sat in there, guarding the pieces. The rest of Judah's force leaped into 4 cage-framed light strike vehicles, dune buggies essentially, to escort their prize out of the excavation tunnel. By this time, Cal Collis and his team, who had been on West's side of the main chasm, had crossed the main chasm via the broken aqueduct and joined Judah. "Mr. Collis," Judah said, pointing up at Pooh Bear's team, trapped up on the partially destroyed left-hand aqueduct. "West's people do not leave this place alive. I want snipers taking them down one at a time if necessary. Join us when you're done." Then Judah turned and jumped into one of the chase cars. The SEAF convoy fired up their engines and moved off into the tunnel, 2 of the small LSVs in front, followed by the big M113 tunnel borer, then the other 2 LSVs behind. They left Cal Collis and his men at the mouth of the tunnel, standing at the waterline, eyeing Pooh Bear's trapped team. Pooh Bear spun to check the mud behind him. It was close now, only 30 feet away and approaching fast. The aqueduct bridge before him offered no escape. But about 20 meters across the cliff face from him was one of the refuge's high-spired towers, and it was connected to Pooh Bear's bridge by an inch-thin ledge.
"This way,"
he ordered the others. And so they raced out across the ledge, standing on their tiptoes, Wizard, Zoe, and Lily, Stretch, and Big Ears, and finally Pooh Bear, who stepped off the remains of the aqueduct bridge a bare second before the stream of mud shot past him, flowed out over the bridge, and fell, gloriously, as a waterfall of thick dark mud, off the newly formed void in its middle, down to the waterway 200 feet below. Moments later, an even larger body of mud came roaring out of the main entry of Hamilcar's refuge. It moved fast, pouring down the rampway and out over the jetty before it tipped out into the waterway, kicking up a hissing geyser of steam. The huge geyser shot up into the air, its cloudy haze positioned directly between Pooh Bear and Collis, giving Pooh Bear several valuable seconds of movement. But then the haze from the geyser began to dissipate, and Collis's snipers opened fire with a vengeance. West ran through the darkness, alone, guided only by the light of a single glow stick. His little tunnel was tight, only big enough for him to run through bent over. After about 100 yards, however, he heard engine noises up ahead, and suddenly he burst out into a wider tunnel, with hard-packed walls of dirt and wide enough for a tank to pass through. Low mounds of dirt lay at regular intervals along the center of the roadway, mounds left behind by the tunnel borer. A long line of fading American glow sticks had been left along its length to illuminate the way back. It was the excavation tunnel. The engine noises came from his right, from over a crest in the sloping roadway, the sound of light car engines and the deep-throated diesel roar of the tunnel-boring vehicle. Judah and his SEAF team, approaching fast. West chucked his glow stick, and thinking fast, quickly rolled out onto the roadway. He rolled into the middle of the tunnel, lying lengthways in a dark, shadowy spot, pressing himself close to one of the dirt mounds in the center of the road, half burying himself in the dirt. Judah's convoy rose above the crest, headlights blazing. The lead light strike cars whizzed by West on either side, avoiding the dirt mound by inches, before the great M113 tunnel-boring vehicle thundered over the crest and rumbled right over the top of West, its huge tracked wheels clanking by on either side of his body. No sooner was it over him than West quickly whipped out his MP7 submachine gun and, using its grip as a hook, latched it over a pipe on the underbody of the TBV, and suddenly he was swept along with it, hanging from the huge vehicle's underbelly. He had to work fast. He guessed that he had about 30 seconds till they came to the gorge, the narrow gorge that cut across the excavation tunnel, his escape route. Vastly outnumbered and outgunned, he could never hope to beat all of Judah's sea force and take the pieces. Working alone, there was no way he could carry the two huge pieces anyway. The thing was, he didn't want to carry them. He just needed to see them and take a couple of quick photos of the carvings on their upper sides. West clambered forward along the underside of the moving tunnel borer, pulling himself forward hand over hand until he came to the front of the great lumbering vehicle, where he climbed up and over its bow and commenced his one-man war against the SEAF. Marshal Judah sat in the passenger seat of one of the rear LSVs, keeping an eye on his tunnel borer up ahead. He never saw West disappear under it, nor did he see West climb forward along its underbelly to its front bumper, nor did he see West shoot its driver right between the eyes and leap inside the driver's hatch. No, all Judah saw was several sudden lightning flashes of gunfire flaring within the big tunnel borer, before he saw it veer out of control to the left and grind horribly against the left-hand wall of the tunnel. The big vehicle crunched against the wall, still moving forward, but losing speed, and as it did so, more flashes could be seen flaring within it, only these weren't muzzle flashes from guns. They were different, almost like camera flashes. Then the big tunnel borer regained its alignment and pulled away from the wall, continuing on down the tunnel, where it rumbled across a sturdy, ancient stone bridge that spanned a 30-foot-wide cross-gorge. The drop to the watery floor of the gorge was about 80 feet. Judah couldn't be sure, but as he watched the tunnel borer race across the bridge, he could have sworn he saw a figure leap off its roof and drop into the narrow black gorge, splashing into the water below. Either way, as soon as it was across the ancient bridge, the tunnel borer again lurched leftward, crunching against the wall, before grinding to a slow, labored halt about 90 yards down the tunnel. The escort cars converged on it, unloaded their men, guns up, and found the 2 golden pieces still in it, safe and sound. The driver of the M113 and the 4 safeguards in it were all dead, shot to bits. Their blood covered the walls of the hold. All had got their guns out, but not a single one of them had got a round off. Judah just gazed at the human wreckage inside the tunnel-boring vehicle, the work of Jack West, Jr. "West, west, west," he said to the air. "You always were good, perhaps the best pupil I ever had." Then he reorganized his men, and the convoy shot off down the tunnel again, safe and away. Sniper rounds slammed into the cliff all around Pooh Bear's team as they tiptoed across the cliff face to the fortress's left-hand tower. The warbler in Big Ears's backpack was working admirably, bending the bullets away, and one by one, Pooh's team made it to the high-spired tower attached to the fortress. Far below them, superheated mud continued to flow out the mouth of the great citadel, while above them, the dark ceiling of the chasm was close, barely 20 feet above the peak of their tower. Then, abruptly, Collis's men stopped firing. Pooh Bear exchanged a worried look with Wizard. Change of tactics. A brutal change of tactics. Frustrated by the electromagnetic field of the warbler, Collis and his team started firing RPGs at the tower. It looked like a fireworks display. Long, hyper-extending fingers of smoke lanced upward from their tunnel, streaking up toward the mighty ancient citadel. "Oh, my lord," Wizard breathed. "The warbler won't work against RPGs. RPGs are too heavy to divert magnetically. Somebody do something!" It was Stretch who came up with the answer. Quick as a flash, he unslung his sniper rifle, aimed, and fired at the first oncoming RPG. The bullet hit the RPG a bare 30 feet from the tower, and the RPG detonated in mid-flight, exploding just out of reach of the tower. It was an incredible shot. A single shot fired under pressure, hitting a high-velocity target in mid-flight. Even Pooh Bear was impressed.
"Nice shot, Israeli. How many times can you do that?"
"As long as it takes for you to figure a way out of here, Arab," Stretch said, eyeing a second incoming RPG through his sights. Pooh Bear evaluated their position. Their aqueduct was shattered, uncrossable. The main entrance to the fortress was filled with flowing mud. No dice there. And the main chasm, with its traps and deadly whirlpools, was guarded by Collis's Seif team. "Trapped," he said, grimacing in thought. "Isn't there any way out of here?" Big Ears asked. "This place was sealed long ago," Wizard said. They all stood in silence.
"Why not go up?"
a small voice suggested. Everyone turned. It was Lily. She shrugged, pointed at the planked granite ceiling not far above the pinnacle of their tower.
"Can't we go out that way? Maybe with one of Pooh Bear's demolition charges?"
Pooh Bear's frown became a grin.
"Young lady, I like your style."
A minute later, as Stretch kept the incoming RPGs at bay, Pooh Bear fired a grappling hook up at the high ceiling of the chasm, almost directly above his tower. The hook he fired was a rock-penetrating climbing hook, but instead of rope, attached to it was a Semtex 4 demolition charge. The climbing hook slammed into the granite ceiling, embedded itself in it. 1,000, 2,000, 3. The Semtex charge went off. fireball, explosion, dust cloud. And then, with an almighty crack, one of the granite planks that formed the chasm ceiling broke in two and fell from its place, tumbling out of the ceiling formation. It was easily as big as a California redwood tree, and the great granite plank created a huge splash as it hit the waterway far below. A cascade of sand streamed in through the newly formed rectangular opening in the ceiling, followed by a blazing beam of sunlight that illuminated the tower and lit up the chasm in an entirely new way. Pooh Bear and the others had completely lost track of time, of how long they'd been in the chasm system. It was actually just after noon. Collis's men were still firing RPGs, and Stretch was still picking them off shot for shot. Once the Semtex charge had created its opening in the ceiling, Big Ears fired a second grappling hook. Only this one did have a rope attached to it. The hook flew up through the big rectangular hole in the ceiling, disappearing up into the daylight, where it landed and caught hold of something.
"Up we go,"
Pooh Bear called.
"Big Ears, you first. Stretch, you're last."
"As always," Stretch muttered.
"Wizard, call the helicanarsis. Send them a pickup signal."
What about Huntsman?
Lily asked.
I'll catch up with you all later.
A voice said in their earpieces. West's voice.
I've got pictures of the pieces,
he said,
but I can't get back to you guys at the fortress. I'll have to get out another way. I'll call you later.
And so up the rope they went, climbing into the blinding daylight, all the while protected by Stretch's incredible sniping skills. When at last Stretch himself had to go, he bolted for the rope, latched onto it, and started climbing. Almost immediately, an RPG slammed into the tower beneath him, and with an awesome boom, the left-hand tower of Hamilcar's refuge burst outward in a star-shaped spray of giant bricks and shattered rock. Bricks and rock that sailed far out into the chasm before plunging down into the waterway below. And when the smoke cleared, the tower stood deprived of its pinnacle, its upper reaches charred and broken, its high-spired balcony simply gone. The great tower had been decapitated. All that remained in its place was a rectangular hole in the ceiling, through which glorious sunshine now streamed. Pooh Bear and his team had escaped. The helicanarsis would pick them up 10 minutes later, swooping down to the desert plain for a rapid extraction. There was, however, no further word from West. Indeed, as the helicanarsis soared away from the American forces massed around a crater 2 miles west of the covered refuge, all contact with West appeared lost. For the remainder of that day, no one would hear a word from Jack West, Jr. At 2:55 a.m. the next morning, West finally sent a pickup signal from a position 60 miles north of the concealed inlet that housed Hamilcar's refuge, a position that put him out in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. It was a small Italian resort island, conveniently possessing its own airstrip. The staff at the resort would long recall the night a dark 747 jumbo jet touched down unannounced on their airstrip and performed a brilliant short runway landing procedure. They didn't know what the plane was or why it had landed briefly on their island. 2 days later, one of their diving expeditions would find a 60-year-old World War II-era Nazi U-boat lying aground on a rocky reef just off the southern tip of the island, a submarine that had not been there 2 days previously. Its conning tower blazed with the number U-342. It would become one of the resort's favorite dive spots from then on. His face dark and grim, West strode into the Halicarnass's main cabin, and without stopping or speaking to any of the assembled team, including Lily, he grabbed Wizard by the arm and hauled him into the back office of the plane with the words, "You, me, office, now." West slammed the door and whirled around. "Wizard, we've got a mole in our team." "What?" "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me," West said. "Twice now, Judah and his Americans have arrived at our location only hours after we got there. The Sudan wasn't conclusive since they could have tracked the Europeans there, but Tunisia was different. First, the Europeans weren't in Tunisia. Second, even if Judah has a copy of the Callimachus text, he couldn't have found Hamilcar's refuge. He needed Euclid's instructions to find it, and we have the only copy in existence. They followed us there. Someone on our team led them there, sent up a tracing signal, or somehow got a message out to Judah." Wizard's face fell. The thought of a rat in their ranks actually pained him. He felt like they had all become something of a family.
"Jack, we've been working with these people for 10 years. How could any of them undermine our mission now?"
"Stretch hasn't been with us for 10 years. He's only been with us for 3, and he wasn't a part of the original team. He crashed the party, remember? And he represents Israel, not the coalition of the minnows."
Wizard said, "But he's really become a part of the team. I know he and Pooh Bear have Arab-Israeli issues, but I'd say he's blended in rather well."
"And if he hasn't been making secret reports to the Mossad, I'll eat my own helmet," West said.
True."
West threw out another option. "Pooh Bear? The Arab world is 500 years behind the West. They'd love to get their hands on the capstone, and Pooh's uncle, the Sheik, was unusually keen for the United Arab Emirates to be involved in this mission."
"Come on, Jack. Pooh Bear would step in front of a runaway bus to save Lily. Next theory."
Big Ears trained with Judah at Coronado in the States a few months before our mission began.
"Freight train,"
Wizard said simply. "What does that mean?"
"If Pooh Bear would step in front of a bus to protect Lily, then Big Ears would step in front of a freight train to save her. And as I recall, you yourself also went to a U.S.-sponsored training course at Coronado Naval Base in the States, a course conducted by Marshal Judah and the Seif. That's not even mentioning your mysterious work with him in Desert Storm."
West slumped back in his chair, thought about it all. The problem with a multinational team like theirs was the motivations of its members. You just never knew if members had the team's interests at heart or their own.
"Max, this is not what we need. We're going up against the 2 biggest fish in the world and getting our asses kicked. We're hanging on by our fingertips."
He took a deep breath.
"I can't believe I'm going to do this. Conduct surveillance on my own team. Max, set up a microwave communications net around this plane. A net that will catch all incoming and outgoing signals. If someone's communicating with the outside world, I want to know about it when it happens. We got to plug this leak. Can you do that?"
"I will."
We keep this to ourselves for the time being, and we watch everyone.
Wizard nodded.
"I've got another issue for you."
West rubbed his brow.
"Yes?"
"While you were getting away from Tunisia on that U-boat, I set Lily to work on the Callimachus text again. It's odd. She says that the language of the text gets more and more difficult. But at the same time, she herself is progressing in skill. Sections that she couldn't read yesterday she can suddenly comprehend today. It's as if the very language of the text is determining the order in which we can find the pieces."
And?
She's read the next 3 entries. The mausoleum one came next, and it just said, "I lie with the Pharaohs." The next 2 entries concern the statue of Zeus at Olympia and the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Following on from the ones we've already translated, these new entries confirm a curious pattern. The text is guiding us through the 7 wonders of the ancient world, from the youngest wonder to the oldest. The Colossus, the most recently built, came first, then the Pharos, then the mausoleum. The next 2, those of the statue of Zeus and the temple of Artemis, are the next oldest wonders in the progression.
The middle wonders, West said, nodding. And you say Lily has now read the entries for them?
Yes, and in doing so she has revealed some very serious problems.
Wizard told West the situation. After he'd done so, West sat back in his chair and frowned, deep in thought.
"Damn,"
he said. Then he looked up. "Assemble everyone in the main cabin. It's time to make a tough decision." The entire team gathered in the main cabin of the Halicarnassus. They sat in a wide circle, variously sitting on couches or at the desk-like consoles that lined the walls. Even Sky Monster was there, leaving the plane to fly on autopilot for a while. West spoke. "Okay, here's the state of play. We're 0 for 2 after 2 efforts at the plate. In those 2 missions, 3 pieces of the capstone have been unearthed, and we have none of them. But we're not completely dead yet. We may not have gotten any of the pieces, but so long as we keep seeing the pieces and accumulating the lines of the positive incantation carved into them, we still have a chance, albeit a very slim one."
"Very, very slim,"
Stretch said. West threw Stretch a look that would have frozen water. Stretch retreated immediately.
"Sorry, go on."
West did. "So far, the Callimachus text has been an excellent guide. It has led us accurately to the Colossus and to the Pharos pieces, and the mausoleum piece. But now," West said seriously, "now Lily has managed to translate the next 2 entries, and we have a problem." "What?" Zoe asked, worried. "Our enemies may already have the next 2 pieces." West projected Lily's translation of the next 2 entries of the Callimachus text onto a pull-down screen. They read, "The statue of cuckolded Zeus, Cronus' son, the false deity. While his statue was immense, his power was illusory. No thunderbolts did he wield, no wrath did he bear, no victory did he achieve. Indeed, it was only the victory in his right hand that made him great. O winged woman, whither didst thou fly? The temple of the huntress in heavenly Ephesus, the sister of Apollo, Ra's charioteer, has never let go of her peace, even when her temple burned on the night of Iskander's birth. Through the exertions of our brave brothers, it has never left the possession of our order. Nay, it is worshipped every day in our highest temple." Zoe saw the first problem immediately. "There are no clues in these verses," she said with dismay.
"'Tis nothing for us to go on,"
Fuzzy said.
"More than that,"
Stretch said.
"The writers of the first verse didn't even know where the statue of Zeus went. This is a total dead end."
"You always argue the negative, don't you, Israeli?"
Pooh Bear scowled.
"After all they've done, have you no faith in wizard and huntsman?"
"I believe in what is achievable," Stretch shot back.
"Gentlemen, please,"
Wizard cut in. He turned to Stretch.
"It's not a total dead end, Benjamin. Close, but not total. The Zeus verse is indeed disappointing, as it offers no clues at all to the location of its piece. But the verse about the temple of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and, in Greek lore, Apollo's sister, is actually quite clear about the location of its piece of the capstone. It states that, through the efforts of its priests over the ages, the Artemis piece has never left the possession of the cult of Amun-Ra.
It even gives us an exact location, the highest temple of the cult of Amun-Ra. Unfortunately, this means that the piece is almost certainly already in the hands of our European competitors.
What do you mean?
Sky Monster asked.
I didn't realize that the cult of Amun-Ra was still around. I thought it died out. What is it? And where is its highest temple?
Why, Sky Monster, Wizard said, the cult of Amun-Ra is most certainly alive and well. Indeed, it is one of the most widespread religions in the world today.
A religion? Big Ears asked. Which one?
Wizard said simply. The cult of Amun-Ra, my friend, is the Roman Catholic Church.
Are you saying that the Catholic Church, my Catholic Church, the church I have attended all my life, is a sun cult? Big Ears asked in disbelief.
Very Irish, and hence very Catholic, he spun to face West, who just nodded silently, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world.
Come on, Big Ears said. I read the Da Vinci Code, too. It was a fun book with a great conspiracy theory, but this is something else.
Wizard shrugged. Although its everyday followers don't know it, the Catholic Church is indeed a thinly veiled reincarnation of a very ancient sun cult. Wizard counted the points off his fingers. The virgin birth of the Christ character is a direct retelling of the Egyptian legend of Horus, only the names have been changed. Look at the vestments Catholic priests wear, emblazoned with the Coptic cross. But 2,000 years before that symbol was the Coptic cross, it was the Egyptian symbol Ankh, meaning life. Look at the Eucharistic chamber on any altar. It is in the shape of a dazzling golden sun. And what is a halo? A sun disk. Go to Rome and look around. Look at all the obelisks, the ultimate symbols of sun worship pointing up at their deity. They are all genuine Egyptian obelisks, transported from Egypt to Rome by Pope Sixtus V and erected in front of every major church in the city, including St. Peter's Basilica. There are more obelisks in Rome than any other city in the world, including any Egyptian city. Why, Liam, you tell me, what word do you say at the end of every single Catholic prayer you utter?
Amen, Big Ears said.
The ancient Egyptians had no vowels in their writing. Amen is simply another way of spelling Amun. Every time you pray, Liam, you intone the most powerful god of ancient Egypt, Amun.
Big Ears's eyes went wide.
No way.
Zoe brought the conversation back to the point. But the Artemis verse says that its piece is worshipped every day in the cult of Amun-Ra's highest temple. If what you say is true, then the highest temple of the Roman Catholic Church would be St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican in Rome.
That is my conclusion, too, Wizard said.
Welcome to problem number 1, West said. If the Artemis piece is in St. Peter's Basilica, it could be anywhere in there. The cathedral itself is a behemoth, the size of about 7 football fields, and beneath it is a labyrinth of tombs, crypts, chambers, and tunnels. For all we know, it could be on display in a crypt worshipped every day by only the most senior cardinals, or it could be embedded in the floor of the main cathedral 20 feet underground. Searching for a golden trapezoid in there would be like searching for a needle in a mountain of haystacks. It could take years, and we don't have years. On problem number 2, Zoe asked.
Wizard said, The Zeus piece. As you said before, this verse gives us absolutely nothing. Beyond the usual legends, we have no way of knowing where it is.
A silence fell on the room. This situation had not been anticipated. The Callimachus text had served them well so far. None of them had thought that it would completely fail them on the later pieces.
So what do we do?
Zoe asked. There is one option, West said solemnly, but it's not one that I'd take lightly.
And that is?
We get outside help, West said. Help from an expert on the capstone, perhaps the greatest living expert on it, a man who has devoted his life to pursuing it, a man who knows more about the 7 ancient wonders than anyone else alive.
Sounds like a guy we should have consulted 10 years ago,
Fuzzy said. We would have if we could have, Wizard said. But this man is, elusive. He is also psychotic. Who is he? Sky Monster asked. His name is Mullah Mustafa Zaid, West said. Oh no, this is outrageous. Stretch sat upright. The Black Priest of Kabul, Pooh Bear breathed. West explained for the others. Zaid is Saudi by birth, but he's been linked to dozens of Islamic fundamentalist terrorist groups as far afield as Pakistan, Sudan, and Afghanistan, where he was sheltered by the Taliban until September 11, 2001. A qualified mullah, he's a teacher of fundamentalist Islam. He's an assassin. Stretch spat. Responsible for the deaths of at least 12 Mossad agents. Zaid's been on the Red List for 15 years. The Mossad Red List was a list of terrorists whom any Mossad agent was permitted to shoot on sight anywhere around the world.
If the Mossad can't find him, how on earth are we going to find him at such short notice?
Zoe asked. West looked to Stretch as he spoke. The Mossad knows where he is. They just can't get to him. The tight-lipped expression of Stretch's face said this was true. So where is he then? Pooh Bear asked. West turned to Stretch. Stretch practically growled as he spoke. Mustafa Zaid was picked up by U.S. forces during Operation Enduring Freedom, the invasion of Afghanistan after 9/11, the one that toppled the Taliban regime. In early 2002, Mustafa Zaid was taken to Camp X-Ray, the temporary terrorist prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. He's been there ever since.
Guantanamo Bay, Zoe repeated. Cuba, the most heavily guarded, most secure military compound in the world. And what? We're just going to stroll in there and walk out with a known terrorist?
West said, Naval Station Guantanamo Bay is designed for 2 things, to keep the Cubans from retaking it and to keep prisoners in. Its guns are pointed landward and inward. That leaves us one open flank, the sea side.
Zoe said, I'm sorry, but are you seriously thinking of sneaking into Guantanamo Bay and busting out one of its inmates?
Nah, West said, standing. I'm not planning on sneaking in at all. Now I suggest we do the one thing the Americans least expect. I suggest we launch a frontal assault on Guantanamo Bay. Third mission. The Battle of Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, March 17, 2006. 3 days before Tartarus. Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, southeastern Cuba, March 17, 2006, 3:35 a.m. 3 days before the arrival of Tartarus. Naval Station Guantanamo Bay is a true historical oddity. Born out of 2 treaties between the United States and Cuba made in the early 20th century, when the U.S. had Cuba over a barrel, Cuba essentially leases a small chunk of its southeastern coast to America at the obscenely low rent of $4,085 a year. The actual price mentioned in the treaty is $2,000 in gold per year. Since the treaty can only be terminated by the agreement of both parties, and since the U.S. has no intention of agreeing to such a termination, what it amounts to is a permanent military outpost on Cuban soil. The bay is situated at the extreme southern tip of Cuba, opening onto the Caribbean Sea, facing away from America. Occupying both of its promontories is the U.S. base, and it is very small, maybe deep by 6 miles long, its twisting and turning landside fence line barely 15 miles in length. After all that, its most well-known feature, apart from appearing in the Tom Cruise movie A Few Good Men, is its status in international law. For as far as international law is concerned, Guantanamo Bay does not exist. It floats in a kind of legal limbo, free of the constraints of the Geneva Convention and other troublesome treaties. Which was exactly why the United States chose it as a prison for the 700 stateless combatants that it captured in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom. The bay itself bends northward like a fat, slithering snake, bounded by dozens of inlets and marshy coves. Its western side is known as Leeward, and it contains little of interest except for the base's airstrip, Leeward Point Field. It is on the eastern side of the bay, windward, where all the real activity takes place. This is where the various marine barracks and prison complexes are situated. An inactive airfield, McCalla Field, occupies the eastern side of the harbor entrance. Farther inland, there are administrative buildings, a school, shops, and a housing estate for the Marines who live on base. Further inland still, at radio range in the dead heart of Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, you will find Camp Delta. Camp X-Ray, with its notorious open-air chain-link cages, was always intended to be temporary. In April 2002, all of its detainees were shipped to the newly constructed Camp Delta, a more permanent complex. Camp Delta is made up of 6 detention camps. Camps 1, 2, 3, 4, Echo, and Iguana. Camp 3 is the Super Max facility. Only the most dangerous prisoners live in Camp 3. Prisoners like Mullah Mustafa Zaid. In short, Camp Delta, nestled in the center of the world's most heavily fortified base, is a maze of cinder block buildings and chain-link fences, all topped with razor wire and guarded by stony-faced U.S. Army military police. It is a forbidding installation, one of the bleakest places on earth. And yet, after all that, only a quarter of a mile from the camp's outermost razor wire fence, is something you would find only in an American military base: a golf course. With 2 heavily defended airfields to choose from, naturally West aimed for the golf course. "I know Gitmo," he said, standing in the cockpit of the Halicarnassus as it roared down through the night sky, descending on Guantanamo Bay. After a quick refueling in friendly Spain, they had soared off over the Atlantic, commencing the 5-hour flight to Cuba. "I went there once after some war games Australia did with the Seaf. Believe it or not, I actually played on the golf course. Christ, a golf course on a military base. Thing is, there aren't many trees, and the last few holes, the 16th, 17th, and 18th, run end to end, separated only by low bushes. They're wide and straight and long, about 500 yards each, about runway length. What do you say, Sky Monster? Think you can do it?"
"Can I?"
Sky Monster scoffed.
"My friend, give me something harder next time."
"Great." West turned to leave the cockpit.
"See you down on the ground."
10 minutes later, West strode into the lower hold of the Halicarnassus, dressed entirely in black and wearing his back-mounted carbon fiber wings. Zoe was waiting for him, also dressed in black, also wearing a wing set. The tight, form-fitting bodysuit brought out the best in her slender figure. Lean and shapely, Zoe Cassane was beautiful and fit. "I hope you're right about this," she said. "Surprise is the key. Their guns are pointed at the Cubans and at their 700 prisoners. The Americans don't think anyone is stupid enough to take Guantanamo Bay head on." "Nope, only us," Zoe said. "Have you checked out Stretch's satellite image of Camp Delta?" 3 times, Zoe said. "The intel from Mossad says that Zaid is in a hut of Camp 3, solitary confinement. Hope we can spot it in the dark. Is there anything Mossad doesn't know?" "Mossad doesn't know what my Aunt Judy eats for breakfast." West checked his watch. "We're 8 minutes out. Time to fly." Moments later, the rear ramp of the 747 rumbled open, and they leaped out of it together, disappearing into the night sky. Inside the Halicarnassus itself, every battle station was manned. Big Ears, Fuzzy, Pooh Bear, and Stretch all sat in the great black plane's 4 gun turrets, Big Ears and Pooh Bear on the wing-mounted turrets, Fuzzy on the underbelly, and Stretch up on the 747's domed roof. Their 6-barreled miniguns were currently loaded with super-lethal 7.62mm armor-piercing tracer rounds, but they had special instructions from West as to what to use later when the battle got really hot. Wizard, Lily, and Horace had been dropped off at a safe island location nearby. It was far too dangerous to bring Lily on this mission. The Halicarnassus thundered through the night sky. It flew without lights, so it was little more than a dark shadow against the clouds. And it had long ago been stripped of its transponder, so it gave off no electronic signal. And its black radar-absorbent paint, the same as that used on the B-2 stealth bomber, deflected any radar scans the Americans projected from Gitmo. It was a ghost. A ghost the American forces at Guantanamo Bay would not know existed until it was right on top of them. In the end, it was a pair of night sentries who saw it, or rather heard it, first. They were posted on one of the most far-flung sentry towers on the base, on a remote headland overlooking the ocean about 2 clicks east of Windward Point, near the Cusco Hills. They saw the huge black shadow come roaring in low over their heads, zooming in from the south, from over the Caribbean Sea. They called it in immediately. And so the alert went out, and the 3,000-strong American force at Guantanamo Bay declared war on Jack West, Jr. and his team. The Halicarnassus shot low over the Cusco Hills, bearing down on the rumpled moonlit landscape of Guantanamo Bay. It was 3:45 in the morning. Then the big 747 banked sharply to the left and disappeared below the tree line, landing right on the fairway of the 16th hole of the Guantanamo Bay golf course, its wing lights blazing to life as it did so. The plane's massive tires ripped up the pristine fairway, churning up great ragged chunks of grass, its glaring wing lights lighting up the way. It romped down the 16th fairway, rumbled onto the 17th. The stand of bushes separating the 17th from the 18th hole loomed in front of them, and Sky Monster called out on his radio, "Gunners, mow 'em down!" All 4 of his gunners responded immediately, and they let fly with a blazing barrage of tracer fire, a barrage that ripped mercilessly through the stand of trees, cutting through each at the base, so that just as the last bush fell, the Halicarnassus blasted over the top of its stump and rumbled down the 18th fairway. Klaxons and alarms wailed all over Guantanamo Bay. Flashing lights erupted everywhere. Marines leaped out of their beds. Guard tower sentries scanned the perimeter down the barrels of their M16s. Spotlights searched the sky for more aircraft. The word went out. They were being attacked. From the golf course. 2 crack teams of recon Marines were dispatched to the golf course, while Black Hawk helicopters and a much larger force was assembled to follow up behind them. And every single jail on the base was instantly placed into lockdown. Every gate was double-locked via computer. Every guard post sentry team was doubled. It was chaos. Pandemonium. And in all the chaos and confusion that had followed the Halicarnass's spectacular landing on the golf course, no one noticed the 2 black-winged figures that descended over Gitmo with graceful, silent swoops, landing lightly and silently on the flat concrete roof of Hut C-12 in Camp 3 of Camp Delta. West detonated a Semtex charge on the roof of the cinderblock cabin, blasting a hole in it big enough for him to fit through. He jumped down through the hole and landed in darkness on the roof of a cube-shaped wire mesh cage. A blowtorch made short work of the cage's roof, and West leaped down into it to see a skeletal wraith-like figure come rushing out of the darkness at him, arms outstretched. West pivoted quickly and sent Zaid thudding into the wall, where he pinioned the terrorist and shone his barrel-mounted flashlight right into the man's eyes. By the light of the flashlight, Zaid looked positively scary. The terrorist's beard and hair had been shaved off, leaving him with a crude stubble on both his angular chin and his scalp. He was thin, malnourished, and his eyes, those eyes, they were hollow, sunken into his skull, accentuating his overall appearance of a living skeleton. They blazed with madness. "Mustafa Zaid?"
Yes.
"My name is West, Jack West, Jr. I'm here to offer you a one-time deal. We get you out of here and you help us find the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and from them, the Golden Capstone of the Great Pyramid. What do you say?" Any resistance Zaid still harbored disappeared in an instant at the mention of the wonders. In his wild eyes, West saw several things at once: recognition, comprehension, and naked, ravenous ambition.
"I will go with you,"
Zaid said. "Then let's move."
"Wait!"
Zaid shouted.
"They implanted a microchip in my neck. A locator. You have to extract it, or they'll know where you've taken me."
"We'll do it on the plane. Come on, we've got to run." West called above the sirens.
"Zoe, rope!"
A rope was hurled into the hut from the hole in the roof, and together West and Mustafa Zaid scrambled up it, out of the cell. Over at the golf course, the 2 teams of recon Marines arrived to behold the Halicarnasses standing on the ruins of the shed that had once been their clubhouse, illuminating the area for a full 500 yards with a dozen outward-pointed floodlights. Blinded by the dazzling lights, the Marines spread out around the big black 747, raised their guns, just as a withering volley of gunfire erupted from the Halicarnass's 4 revolving gun turrets. The volley of bullets slammed into the recon Marines, sent them flying backward through the air, slamming them into trees and vehicles. But they weren't dead. The bullets were rubber bullets, like those West and his team had used in the quarry in Sudan. West's instructions to his team had been simple. You only kill someone who wants to kill you. You never, ever kill men who are just doing their job. And as far as West was concerned, he had no quarrel with the Marine Guards at Guantanamo Bay, only with their government and its backers. The rubber bullets, however, had another effect on the recon Marines. It made them think this was an exercise, an elaborate surprise in the dead of night, designed by their superiors to test their response. and so they actually became less lethal. They concentrated on surrounding and containing the plane, rather than destroying it. But then, to their surprise, the big black 747 started moving again, rolling around in a tight circle until it was pointed back up the 18th fairway. Then, with its guns still blazing, the big plane's engines fired up. The roar they made was absolutely deafening in the night. Then the great plane started rumbling back up the fairway, having unloaded not a single trooper, having done, seemingly, absolutely nothing. But then came the most amazing sight. 2 winged figures came shooting over the treetops from behind the recon Marines, black-clad figures wearing carbon fiber wing sets, chasing after the fleeing 747, firing compressed air thrusters on their backs. They flew in a series of long swoops, like hang gliders, powered by the odd thrust of compressed air. And as the Marines saw the winged figures more closely, their hearts sank, for they now understood that this hadn't been an exercise at all. For one of the low-flying winged intruders carried a man harnessed to his chest, a shaven-headed man still dressed in the bright orange coveralls of a Camp 3 detainee. This was a jailbreak. The 2 winged figures swooped in low over the right-hand wing of the rolling helicanarsis, where they landed deftly and ran inside an emergency door which swung shut behind them. Then the helicanarsis picked up speed and thundered down the 2 fairways, and, just before it hit the woods at the far end, it lifted off, taking to the air. 3 Black Hawk choppers followed for a short while, firing after it in vain, but they could never hope to keep up with the fleeing 747. A couple of F-15 strike fighters would be dispatched 10 minutes later, but by the time they were in the air and on the right heading, the ghostly 747, defying their radar scans and transponder searches, was gone. It was last seen heading south, disappearing somewhere over Cuba's nearest neighbor to the south, Jamaica. An hour later, in another part of the world, a digital teleprinter printed out an intercepted radio transmission. Trans-intercept. SAT BT-1009. 3/17/06. 1399. A40 text transmission. From USAF Secure Frequency, Aswan Military Airfield, Egypt. To Unspecified Destination, Maryland, USA. Voice 1, USA. President is becoming increasingly anxious, Colonel, and his mood was not lifted by a report that just came in from Gitmo. Someone just broke a terrorist out of Camp Delta, a Saudi named Zaid, who we've discovered has connections with the Capstone project. Voice 2, Egypt. It was West. He's bold. I'll give him that. He must have hit a snag and decided he needed Zaid. Voice 1, USA. Does he? Do we need this Zaid? Voice 2, Egypt. No. We got all we needed from Mustafa Zaid while he was under. Long pause. Voice 1, USA. Colonel Judah, should we be nervous? The President has ordered that a draft address to the nation be written concerning the evacuation of the coastal cities, just in case you don't succeed. Voice 2, Egypt. Tell him we will succeed. To date, everything has gone according to plan. West is containable at any time we choose. But it's also very useful to have him running around, and the Europeans have acted just as we anticipated. Tell the president to go ahead and write his speech, but he'll never have to use it. Judah, out. Part 2. A Girl Named Lily. Victoria Station, Southern Kenya, 2003 to 2006. Throughout the team's time in Kenya, a large glass jar sat on top of the kitchen bench. It was the swear jar. Every time a member of the team was caught swearing or cursing in front of Lily, they had to put $1 in it. And since they were soldiers, it was nearly always full. The proceeds of the swear jar went toward toys or books or ballet clothes for Lily. Naturally, since it was she who would ultimately benefit from their indiscretion, Lily loved catching team members swearing. It became commonplace for any curse heard around the station to be followed by her voice chiming, "Swear jar!" She was also given pocket money in return for doing chores around the farm. It was West's and Wizard's idea. They wanted her upbringing, already highly unusual, to appear, at least to her, as normal as possible. Doing chores with the other team members, gathering wood with Big Ears, helping Pooh Bear clean his tools, and, in a very momentous occasion, feeding Horace for West, made her feel like she was contributing, made her feel like she was part of a family. It also just made her a nice kid. As she grew older, however, she grew increasingly curious, and she began to learn more about the team around her. She learned, for example, that Pooh Bear was the second son of the most powerful sheik in the United Arab Emirates, and that Wizard had once studied to be a Catholic priest, but never went through with it. She also discovered that Zoe had once been reassigned from the armed forces to study archaeology under Wizard at Trinity College, Dublin. Apparently Jack West had studied there with her, having also been sent by his home country to learn from the Canadian professor. West's home country. Lily was ever curious about Australia. It was a curious notion, full of contradictions. 80% of its enormous landmass was made up of desert, yet it also possessed super-modern cities like Sydney, famous beaches like Bells and Bondi, and superb natural formations like Ayers Rock and the Great Barrier Reef, which, she discovered, had been named as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. As she grew older, however, Lily developed more sophisticated questions about Australia, including its place in international relations. Australia only had a population of 20 million people, so despite its physical size, globally speaking, it was a small country. And yet, while its military was equally small, one particular part of it was world-renowned. Australia was the home of what was widely acknowledged to be the best Special Forces unit in the world, the SAS, West's former regiment. Another thing piqued her interest. During the 20th century, Australia had been one of America's closest and most loyal allies. In World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Kuwait, Australia had always been the first country to stand beside the United States. And yet, not now. This perplexed Lily, so she decided to ask West about it. One rainy day she went into his study and found him working in darkness and silence, with Horace perched on his chairback, staring at his computer screen, chewing on a pen, deep in thought. Lily strolled around his office, idly touching the books on the shelves. She saw his whiteboard with the words, 4 missing days of my life, Coronado, still written on it. She also noticed that the sealed glass jar with the rusty red dirt in it had been removed. He didn't acknowledge her presence, kept staring at his computer monitor. She came round behind him, saw the image on his screen. It was a digital photo of some giant hieroglyphics carved into a wall somewhere. Lily translated them quickly in her head. Enter the embrace of Anubis willingly, and you shall live beyond the coming of Ra. Enter against your will, and your people shall rule for but 1 eon. But you shall live no more. Enter not at all, and the world shall be no more. "What do you reckon?" West asked suddenly, not turning to face her. Lily froze, put on the spot.
I don't know.
West swiveled. "I'm thinking it's about death and the afterlife, in the form of an address from Amun to the Jesus-like character Horus. The embrace of Anubis is death. If Horus accepts his death willingly, he will rise again and confer a benefit on his people, a bit like Christ dying on the cross. But enough of that. What brings you here today, kiddo?" A vigorous discussion followed about Australian-American relations, about the rise of America as a sole superpower, and the concerns of Australia that its friend was becoming something of a global bully. "Sometimes a good friend," West said, "has to show tough love. It's also much better to get taught a difficult lesson from your friend than from your enemy."
This is the end of Disc 5. Disc 6.
West then abruptly changed the subject. "Lily, there's something I have to tell you. When all this comes to a head, if it turns out as I hope it will, I'm probably going to have to go away for a while."
Go away?
Lily said, alarmed. "Yes, lie low for a while. Go someplace where no one can find me. Disappear."
Disappear?
Lily gulped. "But I want you to be able to find me, Lily," West said, smiling. "Now, I can't tell you where I'm going, but I can point you in the right direction. If you can solve this riddle, you'll find me." He handed her a slip of paper on which was written, "My new home is home to both tigers and crocodiles. To find it, pay the boatman, take your chances, and journey into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell. There you will find me, protected by a great villain." And that, kiddo, is all I'll say. Now scram. Lily scampered out of the study, gripping the slip of paper. She would pore over West's riddle for months, even going so far as to punch every word of it into Google, trying to figure it out. She had other questions, however, which were answered, such as where West had acquired Horus. "Horus's former owner was once Huntsman's teacher," Wizard said, as the two of them sat outside in the brilliant African sunshine. "He was a nasty man named Marshal Judah. Judah was an American colonel who taught Jack how to be a better soldier at a place called Coronado. Judah would walk around the Coronado base with Horus on his shoulder, yelling at the troops, and as an example to them he would beat Horus if she didn't perform as she had been trained. He would say, 'The only way to get obedience is through discipline and brute force.' Well, Huntsman didn't like this, didn't like seeing Judah being so cruel to the falcon, so when West left Coronado he stole the bird from her cage in Judah's office. Ever since, Jack has treated Horus with kindness and love, and she returns his affection tenfold. Well, Lily, as you grow up, you'll find that some people in this world are not very nice at all. They favor cruelty over kindness, power over sharing, anger over understanding. These people think only of themselves. They seek to rule over others, not for others' sakes, but for their own desire for power. Well, Lily, one day you are going to be very powerful, and I hope that if you learn nothing else from us here,
You learn that the truly great people think of others first and themselves last. For an example of this, look no further than Huntsman and Horace. A beaten bird will obey a cruel master out of fear, but a kind master it will die for.
One day Lily was helping Wizard organize some of his ancient scrolls. She loved all his old stuff, the parchments, the tablets. To her they held within them all the mysteries of ancient faraway times. On that particular day, Wizard was collating everything he had on a series of Egyptian architects, all named Imhotep. Lily noticed some design plans for a quarry mine in a place called Nubia, with 4 rising levels and lots of water-driven booby traps. Marked on the plans were descriptions of all the traps, and in the case of a set of concealed stepping stones, 5 numbers written in Egyptian hieroglyphics, 13413. Wizard placed those plans in a file marked Imhotep V. She also saw a really old drawing that looked like an ancient game of snakes and ladders. It was titled Waterfall Entrance, Refortification by Imhotep III in the time of Ptolemy Soter. Wizard noticed Lily's interest, so he taught her things about the various Imhoteps. Imhotep III, for instance, lived during the time of Alexander the Great and his friend Ptolemy I, and he was known as the Master Moat Builder. He had been known to divert entire rivers in order to provide his structures with uncrossable moats. "This waterfall entrance," Wizard said, "must have been a beautiful decorative cascade at a palace in ancient Babylon, near modern-day Baghdad in Iraq. The lines dictate the course of the flowing water. Sadly, in all the excavations of Babylon over the years, it has never been found. Oh, such a shame." Lily spent the rest of that day curled up behind some boxes in the corner of Wizard's study, reading all manner of parchments, absolutely rapt. She hardly even noticed when Zoe came in and started chatting with Wizard. It was only when West's name came up that she started listening more closely. Zoe said, "It's been good to see him again, although he seems to have changed since we studied together in Dublin. He's become even quieter than he already was. I also hear he's quit the army." Lily listened, although she never looked up from the parchment she appeared to be reading. Wizard leaned back. "Gosh, Dublin. Oh, when was that? 1989? Oh, you two were so young. Jack's been down a long road since then." "Tell me." "Well, he quit the army soon after Desert Storm. But to understand why, you have to understand why he joined the army in the first place. Both to please and to spite his father. Jack's father was a great soldier in his time, but Jack was better. His father had wanted him to join the military straight after high school, but Jack wanted to study, to go to university. But he acquiesced to his father's wishes and quickly became a much more formidable soldier than his father had ever been. And Jack rose through the ranks, was fast-tracked to the SAS regiment. He particularly excelled at desert missions. He even set a new record on the desert survival course, lasting 44 days without being captured. But, unlike his father, Jack didn't like what they were turning him into. A killing machine. An exceptionally good killing machine. His superiors knew this, and they were worried that he'd quit. That was when they sent him to study with me in Dublin. They hoped it would satisfy his intellectual needs for the time being, and he'd stay on with the regiment. And I suppose it did satisfy him, for a time."
"Hold on a minute," Zoe said. "I need to backtrack for a moment. Jack told me once that his father was American, but he joined the Australian army?"
"That's right," Wizard said. "The thing is, Jack's mother is not American.
To please his father, he joined the military, but to spite his father, he joined the military of his mother's birth nation, Australia.
Ah, Zoe said. Go on. Wizard said,
Well, anyway, as you know, Jack's always had a sharp mind, and he started to look at Army life critically. Personally, I believe he just enjoyed studying ancient history and archaeology more. In any case, things started to go downhill when Jack's superiors sent him to a series of multinational special forces exercises at Coronado in 1990. Exercises hosted by the Americans at their SEAL base, where they invited crack teams from all their allies to take part in high-end war games. It's a huge opportunity for smaller nations, so the Australians sent west. In 1990, the exercises were hosted by none other than Marshal Judah, who instantly saw Jack's potential. But something happened at Coronado that I don't know about fully. Jack was injured in a helicopter accident and lay unconscious in the base hospital for 4 days. The 4 missing days of Jack West's life. When he woke up, he was sent back home, no serious damage done, and after a few months he was back on active duty, just in time for Desert Storm in 1991. Jack West was one of the first men on the ground in Iraq in 1991, blowing up communications towers. After 2 weeks, however, he found himself serving under Judah. Seems Judah had personally asked the Pentagon to request that Jack be reassigned to him. Australia, ever loyal to the Americans, complied. And so Jack West Jr. made his name in Desert Storm. Did some incredible things deep behind enemy lines, including that miraculous escape from the Scud base in Basra, where, it should be said, Judah and the Americans had left him for dead. But when it was all over and he was back home, he walked into